Jim. Felines known to Jim. Arcturians known Jim Russell. Gray aliens known to Jim. Andromedas known to Jim. Syrian hybrids known to Jim. Aquatic aliens. Reptilians. Atlantean men in black bear anonymous fruit. Negative energy to boot. Keeping mankind sick and destitute. It's no longer suits us. Pleiadians. Snake fair delete. We no longer feline beats. Leader of the Council of the Galactic League. Against dark forces bringing the light the people need. Reptilians known to Jim. Pleiadians known to Jim. Felines known to Jim. Arcturians to Jim Russell. Gray aliens known to Jim. Andromedas known to Jim. Syrian hybrids known to Jim. Aquatic aliens. Knowledge born in the human source. Truth flows through the open mind. Philosophy's the method. It's the method of Jim Russell. Knowledge born in the human source. Truth flows through the open mind. Philosophy's the method. It's the method of Jim Russell.
Ah, damn. Holy fuck, man. Welcome back. Oh, it's getting kind of weird here at the end. Okay, that's enough. Saw dudes. Welcome back. Corey, what's up? Yeah. That's different. Yeah. Oh my God. They're all like an acid trip. Mother of God. I'm fucking around with them, trying to get a new one. I made a couple of them. The other one's kind of funny too. I might play that tomorrow. Welcome everybody, or the 6 people that are here, but for the VOD, I guess. Welcome everyone, once again. This evening, well, a couple things to go over, I guess. What do I have in the title here? Congress press conference soon to affect entire nation. Oh my God, it's Luna Paulina there. USAID and bioweapons, that's fun. Twitch probably doesn't want me to talk about that. Göbekli Tep and pull shifts. So, Brad, what's up, man? Yeah, we'll be getting into all this here. All the memes. This should be interesting. This is a beer, but it's non-alcoholic. My partner bought them. It's a Guinness. Rating out of 10, 4, but actually 5 because it tastes kind of like Guinness. It tastes like a watered down Guinness. Oh fuck! I wish I had alcohol in it, but you know I'm glad it doesn't because I'll sleep better tonight. So yeah. Here we are, Calbrad. You just open your laptop. You're here to start. Welcome. What are the chances? Chad, welcome. So, yeah, let's get into it then. I just needed something to sip on. I had some bone broth too, but I'll have that later. But I just need something like cool and refreshing, you know. And I do like Guinness. I'm a fan of Guinness, but I prefer Dunkels. But it is what it is. I take what you can get, right? Oh fuck! I saw this. I forgot I pulled this up this morning. Paul Giamatti will play Art Bell in a movie about the famous Coast to Coast AM host. Holy fuck. That will be a meme. That's for sure. Shout out, what's up, man? Jesus Christ. We will definitely be watching that. I'll definitely be watching that. Oh, he's got the South Park shirt on too. Art Bell. Oh God. I've actually watched a lot of the Coast to Coast episodes over the years. Obviously, it was slightly before my time, but I was a teenager in the early 2000s. I caught some of it. I caught like a lot of repeats of the famous ones from like the kind of towards the later 90s was when it was really bumping. So, yeah. Coast to Coast now, George Norrie's not even the same fucking thing. I can't stand George Norrie. I can listen to that man for like 2 seconds and then I have to tune out. So Shauna Vision, what's up? Anyway, I thought this was cool for people that are like into these kinds of conversations or maybe are a little bit older or have kind of followed these spaces, right? Like on Above Top Secret, I remember they'd always have like repeats of the episodes and shit. He used to love watching him. So this would be a huge meme. He had it just like I loved it. I love the vibe, right? I remember I was down because I think where did he live in New Mexico? I think he was out of New Mexico or maybe Nevada. I can't remember where he was out of. Somewhere in the desert, I think. And I remember when I was down in Las Vegas a couple of years ago, that's just all I thought about. It was like Area 51 and, you know, this kind of meme and fuck, yeah. One time I have like 15 years of coast to coast shows I got from a torrent, but it crashed. Oh, fuck, man. They're so good. They're so good. Yeah. Anyway, this is the news that's going around now. I mean, it's gonna be pretty crazy, yeah. You're hanging out in Above Top Secret in like 2008. We would have been there at the same time, Gloria. Yeah, I was hanging out there. Oh, I was on there in 2003. Although I was just a young lad then, I was just 13. So honestly, from 2003 until, I don't know, probably 2009, 2010, that's when like Reddit, I think, kind of started kicking off. And 4chan had kind of kicked off too at that point. And a lot of people went over there. But yeah. Yeah. Still trying to find Chris Styles' appearance. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Yeah. But yeah, that was my old hangout spots where I used to go like every day. At 2008, I was in university, so I remember going on there and just surfing through all the different threads. It's kind of a shame that I don't go there anymore, but the community kind of fell apart a bit. But it was a different kind of community. It was like people, like, you knew all the main posters, the major posters, and you know, you would just kind of see. It was kind of like my news feed of what was going on in the world too, right? That or InfoWars. Which, you know, was more of a meme even. So yeah. Oh, did I get them? Yeah, I did. I looked at it, Hendrix. Yes. Yeah. We're gonna watch them this weekend. Yeah, I checked. I'm gonna have to use that. So thank you again. And I cannot get it here in Canada. Obnoxiously, I cannot get it. I have an older smart TV too, so the apps on it suck. I noticed with the program too, we couldn't find it on Apple TV. The app was fucked. So yeah. Before smartphones, it was, yeah, Corey, it was, I kind of preferred it, honestly, but it is what it is, right? Like, right? Not to be nostalgic and, you know, these are interesting times we're living in now. It is different though. It's weirder. I'm not a fan of like the short content forms. Like it's all about shorts and I fucking hate that. Like people have these short attention spans and like, I don't. Like I like sitting down and like digesting something like. So we get Spotify with podcasts or Twitch, which is nice too, like longer broadcasts. But yeah, I was never a fan of. I'm not a fan of the short content. Like TikTok, I can't go on TikTok. It's hard. Yeah. But yeah, this is pretty fucked. This has been floating around here. I mean, is it true? Did you know the USAID, using your tax dollars, funded bioweapon research, including the flu that killed millions of people? They funneled $53 million to EcoHealth Alliance, which then used U.S. taxpayer funds to support gain-of-function research on the flu at the Wuhan lab that likely led to the creation. So, I mean, the CIA's deception regarding the origins becomes much clearer. They tried to pay off analysts to bury findings that the leak was likely. Yeah, what a messy thing. There was another, what's his name again? Fuck. Alex Jones had him on today. I saw that. I clicked on his ticker. And it's David. He's a smart guy, actually. He's a doctor. He specialized actually in wasn't bioweapons research. It was like auditing these labs. Anyway, fucking crazy talk he had today on there. I never heard him talk like that before. But there's a lot of concern that there's going to be some kind of giant crash that's coming in the States, and that it's to do with the pensions and something else. Anyway, I was half listening while I was cooking dinner earlier. So, yeah. But episode I'm looking for is August 16, 2017, Midnight in the Desert. Oh, interesting, yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah. Yeah. I'll have to look into those tickets. We were going to do that, Hendrix. Yeah, I'll have to look into the Shake Harbor. When did the tickets go for sale? Do you know, Hendrix? For Shake Harbor this year? Well, I guess, when did they go for sale last year? I'll have to look into getting that set up and going. Yeah. Anyway, keep digging things up, I guess, boys and girls. Hopefully things don't get too fucked. I'm imagining there might be some things that come out that are pretty shocking, but we'll see. Hopefully everything holds together at the seams. So, awesome. Thanks, man. Yeah. What else? I got a lot of shit up here again tonight. Oh my God. So much stuff. There's a lot of talk. I'll get into this here in a minute. Everybody seems to be talking about on X the whole Chris Bledsoe thing, which, like, fuck me. I looked into it a little bit. I actually, which is interesting, I upgraded my ChatGPT today because I was just so frustrated with getting, like, timed out every whatever fucking couple hours. So I just paid the $20, and now I have access to Sora too, which is actually kind of cool. Which maybe I'll pull that up right now. I should still be signed in. I don't want to dox myself. This is look at this. I said Nibiru's ominous arrival. I thought, what can I was talking to it about the Sitchin actually today, and this is a video generated for me of Nibiru on Earth. Lemon, what's up, man? How you been? Yeah. Just come back from Mexico. Saw some ancient Mayan ruins. Holy fuck, man. Hell yeah. You mean ancient Anunnaki ruins? No. They're definitely Mayan. Fuck, man. Where in Mexico were you? I'm just curious. Like what, any major sites? But we're going to talk about that here in a second, actually. We're going to go over that. We don't know, honestly, what the press conference is going to be about, but I was impressed by this. So, like, oh fuck, why is it doing that though? So why don't we could do like here, let's do aliens at Mayan ruins with lemons. Here, create video. It's pretty crazy. It's only a 5-second long clip. You can put it to 720p, but their tickets are on sale now. Oh fuck. All right. Well, we'll have to get that sorted then, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Went to Murata into the Uxmal ruins. Malba, what's up? Hell yeah, man. I don't know how long it takes to generate it because I tasked this and then looked back like 20 minutes later and it was there. I think it's pretty quick though. Pretty sure it's pretty quick. Sorry. We'll check. Oh, I see it on the top right. We'll check back here in a second. Oh, 68%. Oh, okay. 79%. Interesting. 84%. This is Sora, by the way. So this you have to pay. I've only got 1,000 credits, so I think I've used 200 now. What's it gonna look like? See how detailed it looks. What the fuck? Oh fuck, that's not bad actually. That's not bad. I like this one the most. Look at this fucking guy. What the fuck? What would you do if you were there, brother? And you turned around the corner and you saw this. You saw this guy there with that lemon in his fucking hand. You said, bro, he's got 3 arms. What the hell? Cool thing was apparently the Mayans of Uxmal used to take hallucinogenics to convey, oh really, the gods and the messengers that carried the messages they're believed to be owls, so that's cool. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Info about the Rod Hotel offering a reduced rate yet. Oh, interesting. Okay. Give him a hug. There you go. Yeah, he has 2 arms. It's very interesting. Still some generation issues I see, but look how detailed his fucking face looks. Look at him. Look how detailed. Look at the reflection in his eyes. I should have said sucking on a lemon. That might get kind of weird though. Okay. Anyway, we'll go back to this later. This is a fucking meme. Yeah. Ready to upload in our aliens. Say, brother, you won't believe what I saw in the ruins today. This one's a little bit more anatomically correct. He's got a couple lemons in his hand. Oh, Jesus. Oh, look at the eyes moving around. Holy shit. Isn't that fucking crazy? Yeah. Wow. Insanity. Where will all this go? They're messages for the gods in the earth and underworld. Man, did they offer any samples? Did they still commune with the gods there? They got some ayahuasca going? Yeah. The owl gray alien seemed like a natural connection, but didn't want to make us like a stretch. That is true though. Yeah, you're right. That was, people have seen that among other animals too. But yeah, for people that don't know, in the abduction phenomena, sometimes people's memories at first, they would look out their window and see an owl, or they'd look out their window and they'd see a deer like staring through the window. And as they peeled back the onion of the memories, they came to realize that it wasn't an owl. That was something overlaid by the beings. It was actually the beings looking through the window and coming into the house. And so I think that was set in John Mack's first book. There was somebody that started that. Some account started that, but it's a known thing with people that supposedly do the abduction phenomenon, regressions and whatnot. It may have been what's his name there? Fuck, I always forget his name. Oh my god, he was just recently featured again in that Netflix documentary about the lady who got pulled through the window. I always forget his name. Fuck. Anyway, he's like more schizo. Edge, what's up, man? He's more schizo than John Mack. So yeah. Now, does a great sea monster lurk around Kodiak Island? Maybe we'll get to this later. I'm gonna go through the news here first. Yeah. The prices are 160, 190 during the conference. I don't think HVX Pants and Train Beast paid that much when they got the room for me last year. Yeah, man, we'll look into it. We'll see what's up. Yeah, we'll see. I'll just 10 out there. Fuck it. This is something else I saw. This is kind of cool. We're talking about stuff like this, a little bit like this last night with Drunk, but quantum leap. Scientists unleash light in 37 dimensions. What the fuck does that even mean? Get ready to have your understanding of reality stretched because researchers have just achieved something outstanding in the realm of quantum physics. They've created photons that exist in 37 dimensions at once. Man, everything going on in quantum physics, you're like, what the fuck? Like, the team manipulated coherent light to showcase these paradoxical behaviors, pushing the envelope of quantum weirdness even further than before. The revelation comes a century after quantum theory was first proposed, hinting that we've only scratched the surface of what quantum mechanics has to offer. From ultra-secure communication channels to the next generation of quantum computers, this leap into 37-dimensional light could be the key to unlocking technologies that are currently beyond our wildest imaginations. We'll be in the simulation soon enough, right? We're almost there. Yeah. Source popular mechanics. Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, could you link the fucking articles, please, guys? Like, I mean, it's how many views does this get? 214,000. Some of these get like millions of views, like, which is like 100 times what the pages get. You know, and they make money off these sometimes. Well, not sometimes, they would make money off these posts. So anyway, intriguing. Whenever I hear about stuff like this, I try and feed the paper into ChatGPT, and I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck could this mean? And this and this and this. And it usually struggles. Although I have been using, so I'll pull this up here. Oh Christ, I might go over this later. We go into the alternative ancient history bend of the fucking show here this evening. I was literally screaming at this fucking thing, like telling it off, like holy fuck, driving me insane. I was trying to get it to go and get like ancient. There's the Enuma Elish and there's the Enuma. Fuck, what's it called again? The Enuma Anu Enlil. Right, and Anu and Enlil are two of the gods, but there's these old documents out of Mesopotamia, the Babylonian, Akkadian, Syrian, whatever, and the Mula Pen, and I'm not even gonna get into what the fuck I was talking about really, but it just refused to give me any of the fucking links. It refused to give me any bits and pieces of like where it was getting information from, because it's like no, none of this makes sense. This has already been explained by mainstream archaeology. I'm like, just give me the fucking link. It just refused to do it. So this was my first encounter with the new O3 Mini High. So this is like the new ChatGPT you get when you pay for the plus. But this is the one that supposedly is beyond DeepSeek. And this is you only get so many uses of this one, but it's the best logic and it can do coding to some degree. So anyway, I'll go into a little bit later. It's not very interesting right now, but I just wanted to bring that up that I've been fucking around with it. So far not impressed. It's like even more obnoxious than the other one. Like it just doesn't let its guard down, which is just so fucking annoying. So anyway, about this, This could get interesting. James Fox, yes. Representative Anna Paulina Luna. I always say Luna Paulina. Whatever. Anna is her first name. I have an announcement next week that will impact the entire nation. Press conference date will be announced soon. Now, I saw that, I will be joining POTUS tomorrow for the signing of a very important executive order. That might be related to, is it NASA, Hendricks, I think you're saying? Just call her Foxy Lady. One way of doing it. Yeah, call her Disclosure Bay. Yeah, there you go. Probably a better way. It might be moving NASA HQ to Florida, really. Okay. This here. But this announcement, this is unrelated to this, obviously. This is a press conference. So who the fuck knows? Now, probably everyone in here right now knows what she's been involved with, but she's been spearheading this whole effort for disclosure. So, or something about education. Okay. We're hoping it's to do with aliens, as is James. I'm hoping it's to do with some kind of a breakthrough that they've had with whistleblowers. The question is, like, how would this happen, I guess? Something like this would have to be called. They would probably have to call something like this, I would imagine. Now, would she be the one holding it? I mean, if it was really serious, it'd be fucking Big Don. Big Don would come out, right? With the cheeseburger and fucking chicken nuggets and and he'd tell us. But she might lead the charge here. Who knows? Yeah. Timberchet should be the primary, if anything, is being done by Trump or UFOs. He's more central to it than Luna. Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah. So who knows? It might be select committee. Yeah. Who knows, man? That's the thing. I have no idea. I thought I'd put this in here. People are talking about it. So yeah. Yeah. Fucking Christ. People looking up. Oh, fuck. Skinny Bob's coming. Skinny Bob's coming. It's RFK Jr. Watching these fucking memes, man. On this guy does this impression of him on Instagram. Like he did one. He was eating fucking pizza rolls. I fucking lost it. I couldn't contain myself. Like squeezing the stuff with the pizza rolls. Oh fuck. It's all just a meme. You just have to embrace the fucking meme. It is what it is. Yeah. So this is interesting too. This is in relation to the drones for people that give a fuck about the drone stuff. I mean, I think it was pretty interesting personally. I think it was something, maybe it was indicative of some kind of, bad actor. Maybe I don't think it's aliens, but who the fuck knows really? So what happened here is, the DoD documents pertaining to the mysterious drone incursions over RAF Mildenhall, RAF Lakenheath, and RAF Feltwell in the UK have been refused for release through FOIA due to nationality security. Does that make sense? And potential damage to international relations. So we're thinking about that for a second. It may answer the question, right? So this is the Australian government. Although I guess it could be that international relationships with the UK, or the US even. Yes, okay. I've identified 3 documents as falling within the scope of the request. The datas range 20th November to 6th of December. So that was it there. And then they said, would or could reasonably be expected to cause damage to the defense of the Commonwealth, the international relations of the Commonwealth. Okay, so I guess it would maybe mean China then, huh? Yeah. And various other reasons. That's probably true. Well, here, specifically though, this is mentioned. So, I mean, that should be of some import. What's this say here? Documents affecting national security, defense, or international relations would divulge any information or matter communicated in confidence by or on behalf of foreign government. So the rumor that floated around, what did John say about this? Maybe these were simply FAA authorized research drones too. Nothing to see here. Move along. Yeah, as we probably presume, they're not. At least over these bases. Because there were people that were talking to people behind the scenes that were involved who were saying that this was something truly anomalous. They were advanced drones, and they were concerned that they were either with Russia or China. I think was obviously the first concern, because it followed very shortly after kind of the escalatory talk that Biden had with moving nuclear weapons potentially into Ukraine. And then at Lakenheath, this is the first place it got targeted. Supposedly, there were maybe warheads moved in there from the U.S. So it kind of made sense. And then we had the drone incursions over New Jersey. So trying to sift through all the shit, they seem to be the same kind of drones. So who the fuck knows, right? Is it the Chinese? Is it the Russians? Is it Skinny Bob? I don't know. We're not going to find out, I guess. That's the TLDR. We're not going to know. That's the whole fucking meme. Yeah. Oh. It's a Daily Mail. Let's see here. UFO believing congresswoman. Oh, who wrote this fucking horse shit? Some smooth brain that usually talks about like the Grammys. Who the fuck is this? Believing. Shut the fuck up. Believing. Well, she's pretty good. Pretty good reason, dude. She's talked to like firsthand whistleblowers. A Florida congresswoman who believes some UFOs are of non-human origin has teased a major announcement in the coming days. And yeah, she was privy to classified UAP files. Posted she has an announcement next week. Did she post this just like recently? Oh, that's a year ago, for Christ's sake. He on the post with a simple "I know." Okay, so Jared Moskowitz, who's also been involved in this, commented on the post with a simple "I know." Interesting. They asked Moskowitz if Luna's statement was about UAP disclosure, to which the representative said he did not want to get ahead of her. Oh, okay. Well, this is getting a little more spicy. Meat's getting spicier here as we chew on it. While Luna was not provided further details about what is to come, she and Moskowitz were part of a secret UFO briefing last month to investigate claims from a high-profile whistleblower. Reports suggested that members of Congress were left with little clarity about what the government knows about extraterrestrial life. However, Luna, Moskowitz, and other lawmakers were banned by law for relaying what they heard during the closed-door briefing. Oh my fucking god. And then people are just looking at Kanye's naked wife. That's all it's fucking clicking on. There's like 17,000 viewing it right now. Probably like 5 people reading this. Luna is a member of the House Committee. Yes, we know that. Is there anything else relevant to this? Anything they've been able to, thread? There it is there. Okay. I didn't know he commented on it. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that was pretty much it. That was pretty much the entirety of it. All right. Well, interesting. Germany's earlier, there were also news this week that an active investigation was going on and trying to figure out how to shoot them down over Germany. Yes, I remember reading that. Yeah. 100 active warheads in Germany. Did they actually? Interesting. Yeah. Got the report about drones over U.S. airbase in 2023. For the German ones, they state it's going on since 2022, and it's Russian. The press stated. Oh, really? Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know, but from what people were hearing, the opinion of what was over the UK, they thought it was maybe Chinese tech that the Russians were using. That they were that was loaned to them, and then everything stopped. Everyone stopped talking. Supposedly, all the lines just went cold. So, I mean, they may have determined and found out that's what it was. Who knows? Who knows? But that's interesting, huh? Yeah. Only thing on that question is, she says important to the nation, but wouldn't an announcement of NHI be important to the entire world? It would be. So maybe it's not that exciting. But then Jared's comments there seem to imply he doesn't want to get ahead of her. But, I mean, he's just probably being, he's being being secretive might not imply anything in regards to aliens. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. America is the world. That is fucking true though, brother. Yeah. They have 5,000 warheads at the height of the Cold War. Yeah, actually. Jesus. That is true though right now. There and all that. I mean, that's literally Dawn's face is all over the fucking planet right now after the whole tariff debacle, which I guess some people are saying 5D chess. The Q crowd is 5D chess. I'm like, well, okay. Tell that to all the liquor store employees who just pulled all the American liquor off the shelves in the morning and then had to go put it all back in the shelves the next day. Some of these liquor stores, that's a big fucking job because, like, holy shit, I don't know, half of the liquor is like from the States. Like when you think of the wines and the whiskeys and shit, and yeah, crazy. Beer too, actually. There's a lot of American beer. So anyway, in specific regards to Lakenheath, the drones were flying in with no lights. When they were close to the site, they were turning on the lights, going, "Here I am." And as far as I know, not one piece of our equipment could bring it down or spot it. Yes. So there you go. So anyway, I mean, China, Russia, Skinny Bob, we're not going to know. They're not going to tell us. All that we can hope is that maybe there's more transparency going forward, right? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Hopefully we don't have any more escalations, and then that coincides with another drone incursion, right? And then maybe we could say this is probably for an adversary. But yeah, we just talked about it, man. Just we're going over it. So I guess I didn't know that Jared Moskowitz commented on the post. Hold on a second here. Paulina. I am following. Okay. Why are there two accounts though? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Anna. Paulina. Okay, there's their official government account. Okay, oh my fucking god. Okay. Oh my god, she posts a lot. What the fuck? Well, it's not her posting, it's... Here we go. Yeah. And Jared Derry says, I know. So... And then asked for comment. He said he didn't want to get ahead of her. With the Daily Mail asked for comment. So, can we get some clues? Yeah. You know what? Penis face. Oh my heavens. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. There's worse things that could be said, I guess. But yeah. Traffic sucked on the way home. Fuck, man. I think a Luna thing, and if Moscow is right and it's related to UAP, maybe it is a new hearing being announced. Didn't one of the usually talking heads, soothsayers, say another hearing would happen and push us closer to disclosure? Yeah, was that Ross that said that? I can't remember, man. Yeah, I thought we watched someone saying that if you're not... Yeah, we did. It may have been Ross. Or was it Jeremy? I can't remember. It was one of them. But yeah, they said there was going to be something following pretty closely after... the News Nation announcement of Jake Barber. So maybe it's something to do directly with Jake. I mean, maybe more of them are coming out. Maybe maybe they provided those laptops they found, or did they find them? I think they did recover them, right? Maybe there's some serious shit that they've got to show people. I don't know. I mean, the balls on these people here to do this. I mean, if we could infer anything from Jake's interview, it seems that according to him, at least, right? Everybody's pretty nervous in Congress talking about this shit. So anyway, intriguing. All of that. Oh fuck. How much do I not want to talk about this really? But I'm just going to because it's what people are talking about. Yeah. We can place bets maybe about the Paulina thing. I will place a bet that's about aliens. But no, I'm ready to lose that bet. I'm turning the fucking copium and the hopium up here. Yeah. She announces that Kirkpatrick is guilty of treason. Oh Jesus. Oh my Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's an investigation going on with Arrow. Who knows? The new guy in there the new guy there straight up told James Fox that if they actually find anything like truly anomalous or alien, he's like, the DOD has to effectively allow me to tell people that. And I think what he implied to James was that they're not going to. So it's like, you're not gonna get anything revelatory out of Arrow. It's like, oh my god, like, and if he's just telling that willy-nilly to fucking these filmmakers walking through, it's like, Jesus, well, my faith in that is just completely gone. And not that I had a lot to begin with, but yeah. Fuck. Why can't you just ask a whistleblower where he worked and go to the address he provides? Bud. And she'll have this solved in no time. Oh my god. You saw Herrera writes Arrow asking for his statement he gave. I would assume he did and what he said. Good boy. Go attack the Amazon guy again. Yeah. Go scare the shit out of him. Yeah. Yeah, I've got that up here actually. Something to do with Herrera and Kirkpatrick. I've got a post up here in a little bit. I could probably, maybe we can find it right now. There, we're talking about it. Oh, here, right here. Kirkpatrick versus Barber on the Herrera story. Does he clip? Well, here, we'll just... Here we go. Here it is here. So, Jake Barber. This issue, Michael Herrera's story, was brought up. The entire incident was brought up with my corroboration, and my additional information was presented to Sean Kirkpatrick's version of Arrow. He patently denied it and wrote it off as anti-interesting, and there was no evidence. And I know for a fact that Sean Kirkpatrick has admitted outside of the office of Arrow directly to members of the Senate Intelligence Committee that it did in fact happen exactly as reported by Michael Herrera, and with my additions from Jesse Michael's interview. Sean Kirkpatrick of Arrow. For the record, I never admitted outside of the office of Arrow directly to members of the Senate Intelligence Committee that I did in fact happen exactly as reported by Michael Herrera. And with my additions, as Barber said, I also never validated any of Herrera's story. The only thing I can point to as being accurate is that there was a natural disaster in Indonesia at the time he references. Barber's claims are blatantly false. So this is from an email exchange with Douglas Dean Johnson, February 4th. So that doesn't look good for Jake, but then I don't know. Nothing Sean did looked really good either. So it's hard to discern like who's full of shit here. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? I mean, Jake. I've got some other stuff up here in regards to this. We'll go over this a little bit later, but I mean, I probably got it up here right now. Is this it here? Yeah. Okay. Listen, I don't fucking know what's going on, right? I don't claim to know what's going on. It could be full blown like Woo City, right? Like, and I'm okay with that, right? Not everybody is, but I'm all right if that's I'm after objective truths. If we can't handle it, then fuck, that's fine. If I can't handle it, that's fine. I'll have to just get used to it, right? So he made this. This was the channel he was following. I've been following this breadcrumb trail. I liked it so I could find it, but I guess whatever. I liked it to like it. But absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Got to put in that work, right? We may be 7 years behind the legacy program, but we will get there. Holy Christ. So he's implying like we're going to be able to reverse engineer the UFOs. There is a powerful mental exercise we are taught in survival school that is, if you ever find yourself in a seemingly impossible position, tell yourself you've been there before and that you found a way out. It's amazing how this shift to a disposition of belief allows solutions and pathways forward to reveal themselves to us. Well, it calms the mind, right? We're drinking what's up, man. So, I mean, yeah, it's now, be careful how we apply this, I guess. We're not going to apply this in like every situation. This belief shapes reality. This is the comment the Galactic Federation left. The moment you shift from doubt to knowing that a way forward exists, the mind begins to align with solutions. This is not just optimism. It is a foundation of survival, progress, and ultimately disclosure. That rhetoric is something you have to be very careful of. Now, me and Galen TV were talking about this the other day too. We were talking about, what was it? Was it the mile or something that someone ran it like, well, I don't know what is it, like 5 minutes or something, or it was like 5K or something like that. Someone ran it like anyway, it was supposedly impossible to break. And then after the first guy broke it, within that year, 3 or 4 other people broke it. So is there something to that, right? Is there something to just like belief and believing you can do a thing? I mean, maybe, but it's not like, you know, you can't just apply that to any old situation. There are things that are objectively true. It's like, well, I believe that 2 + 2 = 5. It's like, it doesn't. You can't affect that outcome, right? But, and when it comes to maybe like overcoming your fears or telling yourself that, yes, I'm going to be a good painter. I believe that I will become the world's best painter, right? And you put the work in. Yeah, that works in that situation. Or if you're in a desperate situation, you believe that I'm going to find my way out of here. You have that faith, right? You have that optimism. That is useful in those situations. But it's like people get really woo with it, and they're like, I can do things, I can summon things, or I can change outcomes, and it's I can change things that are, you know, it's like no. But anyway, yeah. He's saying cope harder, bros. That's what it sounds like to me. Turn that copium up, I guess, right? Interesting, yeah. Here's a post that was referring to regarding Herrera contacting Arrow. Oh, thanks, man. Already in the process of that, I just heard from Arrow this morning. Mr. Herrera, greetings. Yes, of course. We will prepare a copy of the MFR with redactions of all names and forward you the soonest. Is email okay, or do you prefer a mailed hard copy? There you go. Okay, so they're in communication. Interesting. Yeah. There. The only thing he has to do to validate his testimony is to give permission to Arrow to release a statement he gave to them. There you go. And he did it. Well, God, your haters can say it's fake. Yeah, I just don't think that's something we're not going to worry about. But, yeah, who would you bet on being vindicated a few years from now? I'm putting my faith into Jake. I mean, what he does with that and where he puts that, I don't know. It's his business, but our faith, I guess. But yeah, we'll have to see. Interesting. Well, there you fucking go. So Dean was a guy who, I'll go back to the original post here. Dean was a guy who looked into Bob Lazar. He did a deep dive on Bob a couple years ago, which was very revealing. I don't know what his background is, if he does journalism or he's good at finding shit, whatever. I mean, so interesting. This is interesting. I thought I'd bring that up. Yeah, maybe someone will do a fucking deep dive. That's some catastrophist stuff. Maybe I'll throw that towards the bag and we talk about that later. Well, this is the next thing that needs a deep dive, although you're not going to be able to dig very far. So, what type of beer? I am drinking a non-alcoholic Guinness because my partner bought some. And it's actually not bad, really. It tastes like a watered down Guinness. I mean, like normal Guinness at the right temperatures, like probably, I don't know. If I don't like really rating things. Let's just say it's really good. This is like okay, bordering on good, but considering how much I wanted beer, it's doing the job actually. Although I don't feel a buzz, but that's okay too. The buzz enhances my brain and unlocks areas of my brain that normally I can't access. You just drink non-alcoholic Labatt, really? It was terrible. Better for me, really. Yeah, man. I've tried tons of non-alcoholic beverages over the years. This is probably the best non-alcoholic beer I've ever tried. So we just tried a non-alcoholic Pauliner, which is a really awesome German beer, Hefeweizen, that I drink all the time. That was fucking terrible. Same with the non-alcoholic Erdingers, are horrible. This is pretty good. So if you enjoy Guinness and you're looking for non-alcoholic beer, I've heard this from somebody. They said you should give this a try. It's actually pretty good. Again, it tastes like a watered down Guinness, right? But it is what it is. So, oh my heavens, news re Greer. Fuck, I got something up about Greer too. Actually, I have tried to reach Stephen Greer's website without success. Now on his SETI site, there is this notice. A very important message from Dr. Stephen Greer. We have been notified that a false character assassination campaign will soon be launched against Greer by corrupt interests wishing to stop the upcoming disclosures. This has been expected and will not deter us. Oh my. So he's done this again because he did this before. Yeah. Is it even beer without alcohol? That's a good question, brother. It's well, what is it? That's true, yeah. This follows Greer's latest podcast exposing the dirty tricks of UFO secrecy. In this episode, Dr. Greer explains that UFO secrecy has been maintained for over 70 years and the methods and techniques in place to keep it under wraps. Has someone let the deep throats loose? In Steven's house. It has to be memed a little bit, all right? Like, you can't not fucking meme it a bit. I mean, if the worst thing they found was his fucking dating profile from like a couple decades ago, like, brother, like, it's not that bad, And honestly, man, he seemed like he was in pretty good shape. It seemed like he was in good standing. So, there could have been worse, more embarrassing things, I guess. Who's trying to attack his character? I mean, I just like that's just knocking it. That just turns into a meme instantaneously, though. Like, unless there's something else coming. Are the deep throats coming? He's been posting his penis again, hasn't he? I think it might be more than that this time, brother. I really don't want to see it again, honestly. But it is what it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck, yeah. Jesus. Nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing wrong with that at all. I don't judge. Nothing wrong with that. He is a dink, though. I mean, it's just, yeah. Yeah. Maybe he won on stream the other night and heard us talking about his Grindr profile. Oh, fuck. People memeing on him. Jesus Christ, yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised me some of these people watch my show. Maybe a couple of them have come through and just instantly clicked off. Steven being one of them, yeah. Sure, the government faked him being on Grindr. All the photos are fake. Total smear campaign. Oh, he's just got to own it. I don't know. Who gives a fuck, man? I mean, I think he might be married right now, but I mean, clearly there's an agreement going on there. I mean, it seemed pretty blatant, but maybe there wasn't. And maybe this is some revelation in his personal life, and maybe it's a very terrible thing going on where it's like, Steven, what were you doing? Some bussing on the side. I mean, it doesn't, I don't think it really matters now in 2025, but I guess for him, it might be embarrassing. Dr. Steven, fuck, let's just go to the website. I feel like how long has this been up there for, though? Is this old, or is this something that's been up for a while, or this is new? It's like 2 weeks past the point was going to break some news on some whistleblowers. No, he did, though. He did. It was the Jake Barber situation, so interesting. Has he said anything else? Like, no, okay. All right, whatever. I mean, fuck, yeah. So none of that. They're out to get him instead of killing him. They make all this up and post it. You don't get it. Is that what it is, Train Beast? Fuck. Is that how you destroy someone's character now? That's the thing, though. It's not really going to destroy his character or anything in 2025. Like, no one fucking cares. Like, I could keep a fuck. Like, I judge him on the content of his character. That's how I judge him on, not who he fucking, not his personal life. Or the color of his skin, or, I do judge people on what they believe, though. Fuck, you have to do that, but. So that's also where I have some judgment. But anyway, interesting. Well, more to follow, maybe. Doesn't he, where's his fucking YouTube page? Doesn't he have, where's his YouTube account? This is YouTube here. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, he hasn't posted in a couple weeks. False flag psyops, who's really behind a battle. He's got Billy Carson on there. Fuck it. Jeez, what the fuck?
We need to have some type of a new law in place, or some type of an oversight that's established on these other rogue organizations. And so
I didn't know Billy's like in his early 50s. I was like, what the fuck? Christ, he looks younger than me, for Christ's sake. It's like, oh, what are you eating, bro? I was like, listen, I don't know about your interpretations of Mesopotamian history, but what the fuck is your stack, your supplement stack? Like, what in the hell? Anyway, yeah. I gotta go back to playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Oh, thank you for stopping in, babe. Fuck. Yeah, anyway. All right, well, that's... okay, sorry. He tried to reach out to his website. I don't know who this guy is. Who is he? David Haith. Retired journalist fascinated by people and world events. Cool. Well, anyway. Well, on to another potential grifter. No, I have no idea. I have no idea about Chris Bledsoe. It's one of those things, man. It's like people, this is a real thing in medicine. So this is something else that, actually, I remember talking about this in philosophy, in healthcare ethics. We had these classes in healthcare ethics because my professor sat in the healthcare ethics board of the hospital, our big hospital here in Atlantic Canada. And he was a resident ethicist and philosopher they'd call upon to make hard decisions. And we would talk about miracles in medicine. I remember we talked about this. And it is a real thing that happens where people have these miraculous healings that occur. And it's just impossible to know what it's from, right? I mean, it's like people's bodies can be a strange thing. I mean, stress can cause so many issues in people. It can suppress your immune system. You can develop autoimmune issues. And then one day maybe you have some kind of an epiphany or something happens or you fall and hit your head or the right person says the right thing to you and it just things click and your distress is just relieved and then the symptoms start, just going away and then you've cured your issue and you're like, what the fuck? I just from talking to this guy, this minister came in and just told me that the disease was all in my head and he cured it. And it's like, maybe it was. Technically. That's person to person is different. Sometimes it's fucking genetics. Sometimes it's environment, right? But sometimes it's to do with stress. We don't know. So his stories of like these people, that was something that was pretty audacious, that he's miraculously healed a child. He's brought a man back from the dead and he healed a fatal wound on his dog. Now, I mean, like that's pretty out there, brother. I mean, listen, are we in a fucking simulation? I mean, sometimes when the architects of the simulation really want someone to live or someone to thrive, do they just bend the fucking rules? I mean, listen, up until today, all the rules seem intact, right? Laws of physics. Tomorrow, maybe they won't. That's not really something you want to think about. But who knows? Maybe they can come in and tweak things a little bit. They can come in and, right? Just turn the copium up with Chris Bledsoe here. I don't fucking know. I genuinely don't know, right? But, there are other people who make these claims. And when you really look into them, what happens is a lot of the time, not all the time, a lot of the time turns out to be horseshit. Yeah. Sean Ryan say why he wasn't planning to post the interview. He did think he was crazy. I only saw a bit of it yesterday. New patch drops, brother. Yeah, fuck. Everything changes. New patch. You're like, what the fuck? Everything's different, right? Everything's backwards now, right? Yeah, he clearly thought he was crazy. He thought the claims were crazy, I'm sure. He hasn't said anything, no. People were speculating it was to do with his claim that next Easter Jesus is going to return, which is like, I don't know if he wants that smoke on his fucking channel because there's a lot of people out around the world, especially in the United States, who are very fundamental, right? They're very fundamentalist when it comes to the Bible and their beliefs in Jesus, and he might get a lot of hate, a lot of flack. It might not be a conversation he wants to wade into. That may have been why. Like, Chris kept saying that he's not a prophet, but he's like, I don't want to sound like a prophet. It's like, brother, everything you've said here this evening is going to lead people to think you're some kind of fucking prophet healer, right? We were saying, like, is he going to go around curing people's ED, right? You get messages from everybody, right? Fix everybody. Fix me, Chris, please. The pills don't work anymore, right? Like, why is Chris cherry picking? His new book is coming, so he's coming out with new information. Why didn't he give this information before? I don't even know, man. So how familiar are you, Calbron, with his story? Yeah, I genuinely have no idea if this is even talked about in his book. I've not read his book. I don't necessarily intend to read his book. I saw people were digging into this, so now this is a little bit more relevant to maybe some of my interests because I go on these tangents about alternative ancient history and the potential that maybe there's a lost root civilization here that influenced all of our early civilizations. which could mean that, celestial alignments that were predicted, they could be very important. Maybe they're aware of something that we still don't understand, right? When you look at the Giza Plateau, I think it's objectively kind of an anomalous place, the level of precision involved. And so, maybe it's a clock, it's a calendar, it's something that maybe there's something to this prediction. Maybe unrelated to him. Maybe he had some kind of a psychic, a precog event about some future event to do with this. I have no idea. Oh, you've read everything. What's your opinion on him? Yeah, this new information from his book, UFO of Gods. It seems like he's trying new things for monetary purposes of selling his new book. That's your opinion. Oh, Christ, yeah. And I mean, that's like just where things get so bad, right? But again, it's like, man, if you never had that beluga caviar before, right? And you're hanging out with the millionaires now, and you get a taste of that billionaire life, you're like, fuck, this Ferrari's just not good enough anymore. I need to have a Bugatti, right? I need to have a private plane. I need to have a big yacht. And how do you get that? You just spin the yarn. And I'm always wary of people when this happens. And so, as we should be. So now, this is what he posted this yesterday. This is Space Force. So now, you can see we've got the head of the Sphinx, or the head of a pharaoh, but it looks like the Sphinx, sitting on, this is the important part here with this guy, sitting on top of the planet, looking up towards what? Regulus or the North Star? Now, this might be different. There's debate going on here about that this may be the North Star. Now, what was interesting when I looked at this, so this is another mission patch here. This is National Air and Space Intelligence Center. So you can see you have the Sphinx again. And now the Regulus star, I had to kind of learn this. I had to come up to speed on this, is something that was revered in Egypt. It's like what the fuck did ChatGPT say? Star facts. Do you mean Regulus, or Regulus, how the fuck you pronounce it? The brightest star in the constellation Leo. It's a blue-white main sequence star, about 79 light years away. It's notable because it spins extremely fast, it has a companion star, blah, 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 blah. In ancient times, it was one of the 4 royal stars of Persia associated with kingship and power. And then it said, if you meant something else, clarify, my son. Which was a very strange thing to say. What the fuck is going on here? The emblem belongs to the NASIC, or National Air and Space Intelligence Center, a unit of the United States Air Force, responsible for analyzing airspace and cyber threats. The star in the emblem is likely representation of Regulus, the brightest star in the constellation Leo. This makes sense given the Sphinx, a clear reference to Leo, the lion. Regulus, historical reference significance, one of the 4 royal stars, like the kingship. The space theme, it's an important navigational and astronomical marker. So anyway, I mean, fuck, I don't know, yeah. I think he had an experience during his NDE, but he talks about him getting injured affected his ability to work, so he was praying for help, and then conveniently the lady comes in, then he becomes famous, and his new book comes out. That's sauce, isn't it? I think his NDE was real. After that, I don't know. Knowledge should be free. He says he wants to give information to help mankind, but it's behind a paywall. It's just my opinion. Yeah, it's a weird way if you're a prophet to write the book, but I guess, So it's not Polaris. Now, again, this is just ChatGPT's interpretation. How does this connect together anyway? So if people don't remember, Chris, this actually was this something that he said was going to happen? Yes, he said he was told that when the star Regulus or whatever appears in the horizon. Now, he said it was going to be red. It's not red, it's blue. But when it appears in the horizon, directly in front of the Sphinx, that's something, this will be a shift that occurs, and he was interpreted as the return of Jesus Christ. And somebody, one of his astronomer friends, figured that's going to happen next Easter in 2026. So, I have no idea. I mean, this is where you get into interpreting this shit, and people have been talking about this all over fucking Twitter, because people were anticipating, like, what the fuck happened, right? I got another post up here, actually, about this right here. This is another post. Could it be a new knowledge? I mean, this guy's post, man. Here, we'll go back to this. Chris Bledsoe was told by the lady that humanity would be given a new knowledge on Easter 2026 when Star Regulus was in the gaze of the Sphinx. This aligns perfectly with Edgar Casey's vision. So he's fucking tying Edgar Casey into this. Holy shit. Edgar Casey prophesied that a hall of records would be discovered beneath the Sphinx, unveiling profound knowledge to humanity. He indicated that this revelation would occur when significant celestial alignments take place, potentially around the year 2026. I don't think he ever mentioned 2026, but this in position lies as the sun rises from the waters, the line of the shadow where light falls between the paws of the Sphinx, that was later set as the sentinel or guard, which may now be entered from the connecting chambers from the Sphinx right paw, until the time has been fulfilled when the changes must be active in this sphere of man's experience. This is Edgar Casey saying this back 100+ years ago. So he's trying to tie this together. A new knowledge, access to the Atlantean library under the Sphinx, which holds the records of Atlantis. You must get to a point spiritually, intellectually, and emotionally where we can handle such information in a constructive way. Oh my God. Next year is all preparing us for the consciousness shift. Oh my God. And I don't fucking know. Jesus fucking Christ. Then there was this. More woo. Future Forecasting Group. We got this from our February World News remote viewing. Somebody got it back in January. They said claim of Jesus appearing. That was going to be in the news. This appears somewhere. Some sighting, some appearance, some interpretation of a visual thing that will be claimed as Jesus. Claim of Jesus appearing. And this was the big thing. This was like the crescendo of the podcast, was Chris saying that Jesus Christ will return Easter 2026. Again, is this going to be good for his book sales? You better fucking believe it will be. There'll be tons of people that are like, you know, all about this that are going to go grab that fucking book now. Be like, holy fuck, Jesus and UFOs, and that's right up my alley. Yeah. Edgar Casey was right that he would reveal his return in 2018. What? See, this is like, I'm not getting involved with it. I don't fucking know. I'm just unfamiliar with his history a little bit. So I was trying to learn about, like, we went through some of his story and what had happened, but Edgar Casey never said. People give these specific dates, and it's like, no, I don't think they did. Just a second. To humor this is like, anyway. Did Edgar Casey give a date on Jesus' return? Oh shit, I should use the advanced model. Yeah, he never gave a specific date. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, yeah. He described a gradual second coming rather than a single apocalyptic event. He would appear in the clouds and walk among men again. He associated the return with major earth changes. He suggested 1998 as a pivotal year for spiritual transformation. I don't remember anything pivotal happening in 1998. Does anybody hear it? Anyway, fuck me, man. It's just like, oh God. Anyway, I thought this was fucking intriguing. Should we tie this in together with this? Maybe keep the fucking woo going. Honestly, yeah, maybe we should. So now I'm gonna have to go through this because the guys didn't put any kind of timestamps. I was trying to find him mentioning this. It's like, how fucking long is it? No, that's another video. It's almost 3 hours long. And Jeremy was on this podcast talking about, because I don't know if this is the first time he's talked about this since his little show came out from TMZ, but he was talking about on this show 2027, and he mentioned this too, about the author of the Immaculate Constellation document to meet government officials, and he says he thinks it will go public soon. So this could be a correlation with maybe Anna's claims. So who knows? Google was founded in 1998. Monica Lewinsky scandal, could that be the connection? Oh my God. I believe that you're going to be able to talk with this person on your own soon and judge it on merit. What does he say?
At least for months, we've been prepping to get this document on congressional record, and that it wouldn't be thrown out. It wouldn't be questioned. You get to meet the author eye to eye. Then you can judge. Then you can judge if what this guy's telling you is accurate information and not like passage material or some kind of psyop. But to get to that point, I needed the trust of the members. And members, by the way, when I say, hey, by the way, I have embedded somebody in my camera crew and they're actually a first-hand whistleblower, whatever you consider first-hand.
Brilliant, by the way. People have kind of overlooked that you said that during the show, that you snuck somebody in with your film crew who is the author of the Immaculate Constellation.
Right. It wasn't so cloak and dagger. It was just like roll with us in, right? But then saying to these members, like, this is an unscheduled part of our meeting. Nobody else can be in the room. I'm saying this like Rep Luna. Nobody else can be in the room. Like, if you trust me, this is it. Let's do this. I want you to meet somebody. And absolutely, without hesitation, to their great credit, Rep Luna, Rep Burchett, and at the time Rep Mace, they were like, let's go. Tell me, show me, what's up, right? So that was kind of neat to see that go down and to be able to be there for that kind of vetting and talking. And we said, please, keep this confidential. We don't know where this is going. Again, it hadn't gone out yet through Schellenberger's article about it all. Yeah. So
that was not out yet when
no,
they met?
this is before the article came out. This was the behind the scenes shit, right? To try to get onto congressional record the statement of a witness or the witness themselves to talk, and the witness would have been willing, the whistleblower would have been willing to do it, didn't want to, he doesn't want to.
But as a duty.
Yeah, and that's the thing, as a feeling of real duty, beyond what I think people understand.
Big duty?
Yeah, he thinks it's important, man. So, he'd be willing to do it. And I think you'll hear from him soon.
Jeremy.
So just saying, no, I can't predict the future for other people, but I'm just saying, I believe that you're going to be able to talk with this person on your own soon and judge it on merit. Again, it's a small part of the UFO puzzle, this one program, Immaculate Constellation.
Okay, interesting. If anyone knows about the Bible, several prophecies and other things haven't even come true yet, like the building of the third temple, which they didn't even start building yet. This man who said Jesus is coming back next year should be ashamed. Should he, Shadows? Well, maybe that's unrelated. Maybe that wasn't... Maybe they said, fuck that. And they said, just send him back. Send him back early. Tell this guy in the woods what's going to happen. Who knows? I mean, it sounds like Chris is Jesus. That's going to be the next thing. You know what's going to happen? There's going to be a big debate that's going to fucking happen. Is Chris is just going to arrive on like Joe Rogan just in a white robe. And he's going to say, I am Jesus. He's healing people. He healed his dog's wound. He healed a child. He brought a guy back from the dead. I mean, has he turned water into wine or whatever? Fucking a box into box wine. What's the equivalent now? I don't even know. Fuck. Anyway. I literally don't fucking know, man. But anyway, I thought people were talking about this. I said, fuck God. I have no idea. Yeah. You need water to make wine. You do. Yeah. False prophet. Is that what you think, Shadow? I think he's a false prophet. Well, I'm sure. I think he's Pentecostal, so I can't imagine this is going over well with his church either. But anyway, people, because one of the reasons why he's also blown up is because some fairly prominent people that are involved with NASA or with the CIA, with the intelligence community, with the whole disclosure effort, have humored him, and they've like brought him around into their circle, and even these very smart people can sometimes kind of get duped, right? Or they can just, maybe they think there's something to him, but he thought it had to do with this prophecy, is maybe why, which is why he's posting these things, that they're aware of something that's going to happen. But I don't know. It's a stretch. It's honestly a stretch. So I thought I would bring it up. But yeah, I don't have anyone making predictions about things happening in the future is always a pretty precarious thing. And you just take it with a bucket of salt. I'm probably not even going to take Chris's, honestly. I'm not going to take it at all. There won't be any need for any salt. So, yeah, that's probably where I'll just leave it. But this is another thing, though, which is why I had this right after it, which is Jeremy saying that there's going to be something announced from the government. Now, that's the other meme, is that he thinks that the government is going to tell people that there's some announcement that NASA's found of some object approaching the Earth. So Jeremy just said this at the end of his TMZ special there. People didn't see this. And that's around 2027. I don't know if he really nailed down a date, though, in the show. I can't recall. But it was implied that at some point they're going to announce this. And he said it's going to be a deception, that it's not real. That when they make this announcement, don't you take it seriously, because this is a load of bullshit. And maybe, I mean, we can turn the hopium up, that maybe this is what Luna's going to announce, that there's been some data that's been shared among people in Congress, and they're going to put this forward, that they have data, evidence suggesting maybe there's an object approaching the Earth, maybe some kind of craft or comet or whatever, debris. So this is what I was kind of going through it again. It's a big ask, and these guys just run this small podcast, so to get them to like chop this up into bites, to be like, well, what did he say here and what did he say here, and they probably don't have a full-time editor. As neither do I. So you just throw it all out there and you're like, fuck, listen through it or don't. So somewhere in here he talks about 2027. I was trying to just click through earlier.
In place. So now I'm getting to my plight. Mm-hmm. I'm getting to why that was such a bummer for us, that power.
Just give me 1 second.
We also know that nuclear
I saw that, Shadows.
exists, that is a field, right? So you can always keep certain things.
A fucking voice spoke into the middle of my brain. It was a masculine voice. It was not my voice.
Oh, daddy. He had experience? Okay.
We were talking about the hearings a little bit, and very, very luckily, you had a film crew with you.
Yeah.
We
Through that.
can go through. That's a part. It's a clip we just saw.
Maybe I'd be like, okay, that's a
good idea. Actually, how the fuck do you do that again, guys? How do you bring that up on here to copy all the captions? Ooh, that's a really good idea. How do you do that again? There's a way to get the whole thing to show up. The whole report, clip, save. Oh my God, I'm so bad with this shit. Subtitles, closed captions. Ask it to. Oh yeah, there's a way to get it up. You copy it is what you do. Subtitles. I wonder if it could. Yeah, well, fuck, we might as well. Here, let's use a good ChatGPT. This is the expensive one. This model doesn't support file attachments. Shut up. There you go. Can you transcribe this? Oh, fuck, it's good enough. Let's see. Analyzing the link. Okay, so we're seeing what it's thinking. Is it going to give it to the... I'm just curious. He did say he elaborated on this, so I wanted to see this. Oh, my fuck. Sorry, but I can't do that. I can offer you a summary of the requested content that would be useful. What timestamp in the video does he mention 2027? I wonder if we can do this. If it can access it by opening the link and finding it. That'd be really impressive if it could. I think this is going to fail. Looking at how it's reasoning. You fuck you. No. Fuck me. I don't know. That's annoying.
Is it like this idea of people like you?
Oh, really?
And people like, we'll say,
eaten down by distance behind that whisper, right? And why whisper it, right? UFOs are already here, dude.
Right, of course. The same kind of time. Is that, to me, footage every day.
They've changed the name, but it's an aggregate program. I think people should be furious. I think they should be furious because we're asking whistleblowers to trust. but couldn't get anywhere.
It was
Come on.
79.
Come
and
on.
I want him to tell us what he said to you, and that's how we're going to know who the right guy is.
Okay.
I'm sure he knows what he said to you.
You'll recognize his voice. Old school.
Yeah.
So it's not
No.
such a thing.
Him deeply for what he did.
And about this, but it's still such like a tough stigma.
Land. I don't know where we're going to
And what it looks like even.
Yeah. I understand that.
I'm hoping that
Well, it's game
anyway.
over.
It's game
Depending
over.
on who does. I mean, yeah.
If it,
That works for you?
like, maybe I'm prepared, but I want it just all out. This is what we can tell you. This is what we know. This is what
Come on.
All right, well, fuck it. We tried. I can't imagine it was anything too important, or they would have talked about it more. So, unless somebody already did, which this guy puts in all the hard work for this shit, and then we just leech off of him. Secret UFO whistleblower coming forward soon as this. Oh no, we already saw that. Was the clip you just saw on fucking Twitter, brother. Come on, I was hoping you'd go through the whole video for me. Yeah, this one works. Oh, does it actually? How long does it take, man? Can it do it? Add it in transcript. Oh, that'd be wonderful. Hold on. I can't imagine they really talked about it very much, but this is a legal way to do it. Or this is like a... Holy shit. Oh, that's crazy, man. Transcript along with the video, copy. Oh my god. Oh, these are the... Oh my god, it expands it all. Is there any way to search through it, man? Isn't that fucking insane? Translate. No. YouTube subscription survey. I wonder, will it search through all of it? Oh fuck no, of course it won't. Of course it won't. Copying all this would be a monumental task, which it's just not going to be able to do. Or will it? Oh dear God, did it actually? I don't think it could. Oh my fucking God. Okay, maybe it just did. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Reasoned about UFOs and the government. Analyzing. Retrieving the transcript's relevance. Seeking clarity. Okay, I'm just gonna let it go through here. Or living in the future. Man, this is fucking crazy, isn't it? Isn't that nuts? You actually don't need to watch videos anymore. I don't have to sit through fucking 3 hours of Jeremy. What timestamp did he mention 2027? When? At what time in the video did he mention 2027? Let us see. Do we have the power here? I can identify specific segments mentioning 2027. 46 minutes. Okay. 45 minutes. Okay. Tracing 2027. So it's about 45 minutes. All right. So we don't need to listen to the fucking response. Let's go to 45 minutes. 45 minutes in. Oh, isn't this amazing? Thank you, man. Isn't that incredible?
They'd be known, right? So there is an element of who's the real trickster here.
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Right. But bottom line, if we do that, if we admit UFOs are real, we admit we've been doing crash retrievals, we admit that we've been trying for 70 to 90 years to figure out the weapons potential and also the positive potential. We haven't gotten that far. We need more brighter minds on it. I think that's kind of where we're going. But then I'd love to see the hardware displayed, let people understand it a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't have to, show them how to crack the code to the weaponization of it, but just get that information out. Let's have that conversation. That's how I think it should be done. And you know what? Maybe that is what's happening.
Yeah.
Maybe exactly what I'm saying that I'd love to happen is happening. It's everywhere now.
Yeah.
My mom, she's a fanatic of it. She thought I was so, she goes, your dick's in the peanut butter. I'm like, what? She's like, you fucking nuts. It was one of the funniest things she ever said.
Yes.
She's
Your
awesome.
dick's in
Your
the
mom
peanut
sounds
butter.
pretty cool.
I just don't get on her bad side. But
I won't.
yeah.
Do my best.
But now, she's like, wow, do you really think there's something to this? And I'm like,
What?
Now?
I think there's something to this. Yes, I do. And then she wants to know everything about it, right?
Right.
So anyway, it's a long way around to just saying, look, man, we gotta
Interesting.
just face the nature of reality, whatever that is. And there's going to be a lot of people trying to tell you what that is. You got to be careful of that, shaping the narrative again.
Of course.
I just feel like we're getting more and more tools
ChatGPT
to figure this stuff out on our own, where we almost don't.
I don't.
I know for me.
Oh my
I
God!
don't
It's still
need
doing this.
The U.S. government or the Chinese government to tell me it's real. I mean, I know that would be good for the general public.
How do you-
but
Oh my God!
I've felt it. I've experienced it. I've been spoken to. I got a message. I
Fucking kidding me.
literally I asked the universe to show me something. I meditate. This is 5 days after.
Have you told this on your podcast?
I have, and I'll tell it again quickly because I have a question for you about it.
Okay. Okay.
I've
fucking
loved this
useless
since I was 8
thing,
years old.
man.
This book
Are you
right
serious?
It's one of the things that got me into it. This Time Life did this like remember
1
these?
hour
100%.
and
That book just-
42.
I love
1 hour and 42. How fucking, man, these AIs just hallucinate like a motherfucker still. Like, thank you, man. I just
paid
saw
for my
literally saw
job.
that.
It's just a ridiculous thing that bothers
Yeah, well,
me.
because people go in the other direction. I mean, people that they take money for interviews and they do all this crazy shit like podcasts. I've heard that kind of thing before, and I think that it just pushes in one direction. I don't think that I don't know, man. I don't even know anymore. I'm kind of just beaten down by
Sure.
the hearing this bullshit. You
Yep.
know, I kind of like just my family, my whole family has worked hard. I don't even want to get into telling people what's up.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Well, speaking of getting paid for being on podcast, thank you for cutting us the friends and family discount for being here today. It's good to have you here.
Oh wow.
Can we do a big shift?
Yeah, please.
Brother.
Please,
Shift?
please.
I mean, same topic, but
Yeah.
it's something that I think I have a lot of questions about. And at the end of the series of the UFO Revolution,
Yes.
you mentioned the big lie. And I want to talk about the big lie.
Right.
I know you didn't want to say the date, but for people that follow closely in this field,
You already knew the date.
we all knew the date.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to call
So
out.
We all knew the date, and there's been this talk for a few years about 2027.
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes it's 2029, sometimes 2030, 2035.
But there's a range. 2027 to 3036 is like, and I didn't ever say those words.
No, you did not.
Know.
Yes, we all know.
Because it's everywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a very famous clip with John Ramirez making a comment about how 2027 they're all going to show up. And you said this at the end of the episode that
Loud.
which has been taken completely out of context, which we also need to talk
It
about.
has, yeah.
Your basic quote was, the lie that you're going to be told is that there's a craft slowly making its way towards Earth. And with the assumption by what you're saying is that it gets here in 2 years, in 2027 or something. Something happens then.
Different versions of the thing.
Of
everywhere.
course.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, where is that lie, in your opinion, coming from? Is there a person? Is there an office? Is there an agency? Where is that lie born?
I don't know where that lie is born, and let's back up for a second. So let's give
In
your
the peanut
audience
butter.
a little context who don't follow UFO thing.
He found
So
it in the
a lot
peanut
of
butter
people
with
in
his
the
mother.
UFO field, such as myself, you're told things through like whispers, right?
Yep.
But it was so loud. Everybody kept overtly saying, "Oh, there's something coming," And look, I could be wrong. What the fuck do I know, right? So I could be wrong, but it just felt like it had to be said out loud. From my position where I'm at now, every time I track and trace that, every single time, I know where it comes from. There's this,
You mentioned a document. or
yeah, there's a
something.
document from the 70s, and I think at some point, hopefully, more people will talk about that.
Is this document that people can find? Is it a
No.
public? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'm just saying, I know why it has been in some people's minds. I don't know why the public is being
Cornhole, yeah.
whispered this. I can't even fathom to begin to understand why. But it was so loud that I understand when I do these interviews, like I sit down and the producers, they're asking me a bunch of questions. I don't plan what I'm going to say. So that was like, everything you see is like raw, like whatever they put up in that interview, it was just raw. There's no pre-planning. So they asked me and I was really, kind of pumped about this, that I was kind of pissed. I believe that
Okay, so he literally pulled it out of his asshole. Yeah. It's always a document, video, voice recording isn't available to the public. You're tired. Just gotta hold it in there, brother. Just like turn that hopium up just a little bit, just for me. Just get a little hit there, right? Jeremy's got a little bit extra for us here today. Harry, good morning. Yeah, he sounds full of it, to be honest. He also has a vested interest in staying relevant if the government starts to closure that threatens all these dudes' careers. Hey man, he'll crawl back into a fucking hole. Well, but then we'll be talking about fucking aliens, right? He'll have a line to Skinny Bob. Maybe that's the whole fucking meme. Yeah, this isn't looking good for this claim. Like, where the fuck did he hear this from? Like, it sounds like he literally just pulled it out of his asshole. Oh my god. Anyway,
that is not true for 1,000 reasons. Like me tracing and tracking down, where those rumors are coming, who they're being spread to. It has been something in the UFO consciousness for some time, of this idea of like a fake alien attack, this Project Bluebeam thing.
Yeah.
That's also not what I'm saying. So again, to be clear, I am not saying there's a craft coming no matter how much you cut the clip online.
So the clip that everyone passed around is you saying, there's a craft coming, and it's taken that completely out of context.
Right. Yes. So, but I of course knew that was going to happen when I said it. And also I never said a date, because the thing is it's the date that has been pushed on a lot of people is this range. It's very convenient, this range date, right?
Moving target. Yeah.
Moving target. Now, I am just calling out that this is a whisper, and I find it to be bullshit, and that it's...
Is this what happens when you work with TMZ to do your specials? They're just looking for the spiciest meat they can find, right? And they pick up any old fucking piece off the ground, right? Holy fuck. Trippy, yeah, thank you. I didn't know how to find it. I thought it wasn't obviously anywhere for me to click on, but I'm stupid when it comes to stuff. So, Skinny Bob Hotline, brother, yeah. He has been puffed up to such a degree that his shirt doesn't stink. Oh yeah, man. It's like, it's a nylon string base. It looks like it is actually, man. Yeah, a little like. Is it a ukulele though? Is that what it might be? I don't know. I haven't played ukulele in a while. Yeah. Oh, is it in the description below the vid? Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, interesting.
being
okay, I'll check that
kind
next
of
time.
propagated, and we need to all collectively be like, whoa, either back that shit up or back the fuck up, right? Now, also, I don't know, right? I don't have the ultimate authority to know what's happening, but I think everybody looking at this can see where's the substance behind that whisper, right? And why whisper it, right? UFOs are already here, dude.
Right. Of course.
The whole thing, UFOs are already here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought he said specifically that he heard, because they were trying to pressure him to say it. They're like, are you going to say it? He's like, yeah, I'm going to say it. He's like, fine, I'll say it for you. So make sure the cameras are rolling. And then he said that he heard that within the government, there's going to be an announcement. That's not what he just, man, this fucking guy. Oh, Jesus.
Now, I could see some scenarios that people would push. I get that, right? But I'm just trying to tell you, man, my bullshit meter's like off the chart with that one.
What are the scenarios?
Where there could be something coming. Well, they're going to clip this and make it sound that I'm saying it.
Well, we'll make it very clear.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll make it very clear.
Yeah. I think people have talked for a long time that a lot of what we're seeing are kind of probes, and they're scouts, and they're things that are mapping the earth or mapping the biology of humans, or like experiments and like tests. So the argument would be that all that is in preparation of the battlefield. Does that ring true for you at all?
No.
Me neither.
No.
But there's one thing that happens. Everyone says this is something that is talked about often and quoted that really bothers me.
Yeah.
People say that if the others wanted to be hostile, they would have done it by now.
For sure.
I disagree.
Oh, really?
I disagree
Tell me.
completely, because
Hit me, man.
if you think about husband and wife, or a boyfriend and girlfriend falling in love, they have this romantic couple years. He proposes, they get married, beautiful wedding, amazing honeymoon. They're together 5 years, 10 years. Things start to get a little weird. The husband is going through some changes at work. He starts drinking, whatever. And eventually, beautiful relationships can
Starts meeting deep throats and black sites. And, man, fuck it. It's just even. Okay, I think we're done with this. I'm just fucking done with this guy. Fuck. Man, what in the fuck? He just did a massive backpedal. Someone should call him out. Maybe I'll make this clip. They'll fucking call him out. Like, what, Jeremy? What the fuck, brother? What are you doing? Like that? You literally said you heard this from within government. Now you're backpedaling on it. Like, oh. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's trying to say. I think he's trying to say that, like, you know, you can have a relationship that's stable until somebody fucks it up. What's
sour, and that guy can end up, he can beat his wife or kill his wife or vice versa. Relationships can change, and just because something has been fine so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with that. You know, typically in a relationship, right, when you're in a relationship, it's usually like your wife, the man, the woman, like you're equals, right? Like now, the relationship we have with beings that have conquered FTL and arrived here or way beyond us in X, Y, and Z, you know, capacities, that's not really a relationship like that. It's not a really good analogy. That's not very well thought out. No, that's not, no. Now, could they start to get sick of us? I mean, I think we'd be, well, that may be what happened with the bombs, honestly, back in nuclear weapons to some degree, where they just started paying attention. But the relationship analogy doesn't really follow very well through that. It would imply that, you know, you've got two, there isn't really a relationship. There wouldn't really necessarily be a relationship. I mean, what would they really need from us? It'd be more like, it's more like we're in the zoo and they've been watching us in the zoo. And then we started playing around with explosives. It'd be like you're down at the New York Zoo, right? And the orangutans, they got sticks. They're starting to like spear the fish. They're like, fuck. And then one day they start figuring out how to make explosives, right? And they start throwing them through the fucking bars. You're like, okay, it's not really a relationship in that way. Yeah, they want our children, you think, yeah. Sure, but the men and women are known to each other, and what the relationship is, yeah, we know jack fuck about the A's, yeah, how can you compare them? No, that's exactly it, man, yeah. And I think even if you could start to, and we knew them, we presume to know them, if we say that they're this advanced species, yeah, it's not really a relationship, can't really say that analogy, so. But that's why you talk about these things with people, and these guys maybe are new to talking about this stuff, so it is, they've got just a little thing. I don't know who the fuck they are, I have no idea. Anyway. Jeremy must be buddies with them, so is what it is. Anyway, moving on from him, before I pull my eyeballs out of my fucking head. Speaking of deep throats, the deep throats. Stephen Greer. We saw this last night. I meant to pull it up. Again, it's just another claim. It's like this is one of his classic moves, right? For people that aren't familiar with him. I was going to bring this up, but the Cash Landrum case. So the Cash Landrum case is a very famous case in ufology because a woman, her mother, and was it her son or her daughter, were in the car, and a craft being escorted by black helicopters went over their vehicle and burned the shit out of them. Her and her mother. I think it was her mother-in-law. I can't remember which, but what the relation was. But anyway, both of them ended up getting cancerous growths. They developed like some kind of melanoma where the burns were. So they're exposed to radiation, which is one of these crazy UFO incidences where people were injured. Now, Stephen is saying that an ET craft ran on nuclear power because humans could not figure out ET power systems. Piloted by 4 humans, resulting disaster. Radiation everywhere. ET's blame, but fault was human. Government cover-up. Read unacknowledged available outer store. Link in bio. How did you hear this, Stephen? Where did you hear this from? I mean, it's just like, trust me, bro. Like, this is what happened, bro. It's like, I heard it from someone at a black site. I just, fuck me. I like you and I believe you, but enough is enough. And I don't believe him. Oh, here it is here. Oh, somebody, do you believe this, Stephen? Let's just listen to this fucking clip here.
So UFOs are real, and they've been here a long time. And that's the truth. But the lie is coming. All indications, like all of them, is that that lie is going to be that there is a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. And that is the lie they're going to want you to believe. It's nuanced, how they explain that, the nature of that threat. But that 100% is the lie you are going to be told. You even got a date. People been whispering a date.
I can't listen to him anymore. Holy fuck. It's just like, oh my fucking God, man. I think he was just reaching into his bag of tricks, ran out of things to say in the interview. Like, holy fuck, buddy. Yeah. We caught you with your dick in the peanut butter. That's holy shit. What a dingus, man. What a fucking dingus. Like, he is zero. Yeah, again. Anyway. Why is that the lie? Well, man, it's like anyone who's ever been on TMZ's website, like, as soon as I heard that they were the ones doing that fucking interview, I was like, man, I just can't do it. I can't fucking do it. Yeah, man, anyway, let's go over to some of this stuff here, which I didn't get to cover last night from UFO Reddit and whatnot. So now I wanted to go over this. So there's this recent news. I mean, so the Nazca mummies, let me just look this up. Have they been in the news recently? Has there been a new study? Right, we read this. Yeah. So this is from the Daily Mail, but this is what we read last night. We didn't really have a chance to kind of go into any depth on it. But I fucking know, yeah. Say he's right and they tell us a UFO is coming. What is the reason to tell us that? To control us somehow, make us shit our pants, and what happens when it doesn't come? All kind of weird and stupid. Yeah, well, I mean, who knows, man? That's the thing. If you had heard that from someone within the government, that would be interesting, because there was people that were saying that they heard something along those lines. But he just backpedaled the whole fucking thing. It's like, holy Christ, man. Again, it's like people making predictions about things. It's just, I don't have time for it. I'll humor it initially as like meme, and you get excited like, oh my God, what's gonna happen? But at the end of the day, it's like you're just always disappointed. You always get you baited. So yeah. Oh, they absolutely would. Yeah, they'd have to point to an object approaching. I don't know how they'd fake that. I don't know how you'd fake that. You'd have all of these amateur astronomers. Some amateur astronomers have access to local observatories. I mean, if it was actually, you get eyes on it instantaneously. So I don't know how they would pull the wool over people's eyes in that scenario. Just horse shit from him. He should be called out for that, though. I'm surprised that no one has, but this interview just launched. So, I mean, maybe no one's taken the time to really do it. But if that's not okay. That like was all over Twitter. He should have made a post clarifying, which I don't think he did on his Twitter, stating as much that that's just nonsense claims. So, oh man, yeah, just more horse shit. Yeah, yeah, it is. Okay, so we had Dr. Jose Zelke. So this is the guy from former director of Mexico's Navy Medical Department. So this is where the claim came from, that they're real. But yeah, interesting. Okay. Very interesting. He'd like to get in contact with Dr. Reed and Rudder, but haven't been able to. He's still alive and doing interviews, but it's still hard to contact, doesn't respond. The alien on the left is still alive. Oh, this is the guy. Oh, I just realized what we're looking at here. This is Buddy who said he killed the alien with like a rock or something. Or did he shoot it in the head, or did he hit with a fucking rock because it killed his dog in the woods? And how similar they look. One inspired by the other, maybe? I mean, is that a meme? Is that what they actually look like? Look. Is that actually one of the mummies? Because, yeah, it looks fucking pretty identical if it is. It looks almost identical. Interesting. Very interesting. The same species. Yeah. Is it? Okay. Do you think this is what it is, Bones? That this is a legit case, one on the left? Confirmed to be legit how? I love a source. That's massive if true. It's true that the Peruvian government has recently changed official stance on the specimen named in the charges. They no longer consider Maria and Wawita as constructed fakes. They're now recognizing as once living beings. That is a great step. No, I didn't notice that. Was that something mentioned in the fucking article? Oh fuck, where did I put it? I closed it by accident. Oops. Intriguing. I think they're the same species. Interesting. Left is the video on the right, the mummies. Yes, yeah. A Mexican. Let's put government. Did that a new? No, okay. I guess not. No, it's not in the article anywhere. Interesting. I mean, I've been covering this since it happened. Who knows? Who literally knows? The Mexican government maybe knows. Maybe that's who knows. Yeah, I do not know. Intriguing. Well, you have a link proving the Peruvian government no longer thinks they're fakes. I think this is the info. This is a legal document. So the source is a guy on YouTube plus a PDF on a Google Drive. Very ironclad. Okay. It's always something like that. I challenge you to go and actually read the whole thing. I don't know that might not be true. Yeah. Let's go through the comments here. That's been confirmed to be a real thing and not a fake. Yeah. Yeah. In Peru, classified 2 of the mummies. In Peru, they did. Okay. Interesting. A meme. What a meme. Where was this? Alien bodies. They got a whole dedicated thing for it. They got a whole dedicated board for the alien bodies. This is, yeah, now the specimen has been confirmed to be legit. How do we move forward? I wish he would post. They've been deemed classified by the Peruvian Ministry of Culture. Oh my God, brother, the bass in that intro. Fuck me.
Have just been classified, or information pertaining to those bodies have been classified. Let's talk about it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think. And
where's the evidence, brother? The evidence is in the fucking Reddit post, right? Like, oh, fuck me. Yeah, it's just a Reddit post. Yeah. I don't think he didn't post the actual thing. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I can't seem to find anything saying that they did. Is there might be Ministry of Culture refused to release Maria's DICOM and their interpretation of radiology report. Holy shit. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to keep a close eye on this one. There's a post on the subreddit for them, but I'll link it when I'm done driving this girl. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. Just let me know when you do. We'll pull it up. Okay. And I saw somebody posted this. This is being talked about in, is it RUFOs? UAP. CIA document translating NHI language. It's like, this is fucking, what is this? Yeah. I don't know what is this? Oh, here. Hieroglyphs were deciphered in part by Army intelligence, said to be the work of amateurs, printed on tissue-thin paper of fibers in common use throughout the world. April investigators did not give full credence to the find, but translated full message. Planet Mars, are you coming home soon? We miss you very much. Why did you stay away too long? I have no idea what the fuck. What is this? What is this? The April Bulletin. Okay. Interesting. Okay. The hieroglyphs penned on tissue-thin paper were turned over to the Air Force. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. The position adopted by APRO is that the incident may well have been a hoax, but if so, the subject had help, possibly hypnosis was used. Whoever participated in the hoax, whoever would have had to have a very intimate knowledge of UFO lore. Intriguing. Interesting. Okay. So I saw that post. That's very interesting. I meant to go through this too. I don't know if there's really anything going on here. Clearest, most credible document photographs and captures. You just saw a UFO. Yeah. Maybe we'll go over this a little later. What I was going to do is shift gears slightly. And I'll probably go over some of this stuff a little bit later too. But I did want to watch. This is 3.5 hours long. And I don't think this is something that we're going to be able to go through. But this is a conversation that a guy named Jimmy Corsetti and Dan Richards were on Danny Jones' podcast. Now, for people that don't know who they are, Jimmy Corsetti has a YouTube channel. Is it Bright Insight, I think is what it's called. But he's covered this like whole alternative Asian history band thing for a while from like Graham Hancock's work. And his claim to fame in the last couple of years is he put forward the idea that maybe the reshot structure in the Eye of Africa, northwestern Africa, might be the site of Atlantis, which is, a big claim, and I don't think holds water. But anyway, he's also been on the forefront of like pushing back against some of these archaeologists who were pushing against Graham Hancock, calling him a white supremacist, because he's putting forward this idea of a lost race of people having some kind of influence through ancient cultures. And this idea was put forward back in the mid 19th century, early 20th century, with claims of a giant race being discovered that predated the Native Americans. And those people, according to people in archaeology, as I found out, and anthropology, were all white supremacists. And they made that story up to try and discredit the Indians. I don't know about that. That seems like a hell of a operation, but I don't doubt that there was some disparaging comments made by people maybe, but pretty crazy story. So Dan Richards is another guy. He has a channel called Debunking the Past. I guess it's the whole channel name. And he's kind of pushed back too against some of this rhetoric from established archaeology and anthropology, and accusing people like Graham, again, of being white supremacist and just generally being a pseudo-archaeologist, which he is not, and he has never claimed to be. He is just a journalist collecting the stories and speculating in his book sometimes, which I think he has the right to do. He's not claiming to be someone claiming to be a pseudo-archaeologist, I would say, would be someone who's going around doing archaeology and then trying to teach people archaeology, maybe offer courses on archaeology, who is not actually trained in archaeology. That would be a pseudo-archaeologist, I would say. Graham is not going and trying to train people in archaeology. He's simply asking questions about this narrative that we've been told about history. And there are people, I guess, who have established things that don't like those structures being shaken, which is a problem, and people taking that position is very problematic. So, which is where I kind of got involved with reading about this, and anyway. So I thought we would watch this here in a bit and watch a little bit of it. I mean, okay, interesting. Mace just posted this, same thing as Luna talking about, or another different, interesting. Tomorrow we'll be at the White House, signs an executive order to protect women's sports. Oh my. There you go. We hold the line because women like Riley Games are counting on it. Okay. Interesting. Is that what they're about to do? Yeah. Well, I'm going to go grab my din. Yes, I've been over 2 hours. I'm just going to throw it in the microwave, and then maybe I'll kind of play a bit of this, see how it is. So we'll continue forward. So I'll be right back, guys, in 2 seconds. Sad dudes. Yes, sir. Oh. Yeah, I think the thing Luna's talking about was different, Hedrick. She said next week, so maybe it is something like that, though. Who knows? I mean, it sounds like it's something different, but we'll have to wait and see, I guess. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I was gonna play this for a minute to see what. Oh, there, Jimmy commented. Thank you so much for the invite. You're a real one. Interesting. What did they? I'm curious what they talked about. Okay. Nazi archaeology, ancient stone, softening chemicals, war against archaeology. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I kind of want. I'll probably again. It's this one's almost 4 hours long. I'll probably jump around a little bit, just relevant parts, but I'll see what they talk about here. I'm just curious.
When did you go to Iraq?
09 and 10.
09 and 10. Okay.
Which was an interesting time to be there because they had already started the withdrawal. So I was witnessing like them ship out hundreds of tanks and everything else. And at that time, so I was in northern Iraq in Mosul and Tel Afar. And what was interesting is since the United States had announced that they were going to stop or going to withdrawal, so they stopped shooting at us. They stopped attacking us because they're like, just let them leave. And so attacks were few and far between. But it was truly interesting to witness the withdrawal of all that equipment, as well as to see like it kind of like put the nail in the coffin to understand that whole war was bullshit, because it's like we are still there. People were still dying, not as often as before, because like I said, they stopped attacking largely, but not entirely. So it's like every person from there on out that died, it's like this is literally for nothing. So that it didn't occur to me in that exact moment, but once I got home in the years following, I was like, I just started to realize I'm like, this was not okay.
How old were you when you went over there?
25, and I was 26 when I left. I was kind of older because most people, I mean, there were certainly people older than me, but a lot of soldiers over there was a few people he deployed with that weren't even 21. Couldn't even buy a beer, but there they are with a fucking machine gun.
So crazy, man.
Yeah. So I wasn't the oldest guy, but a lot of guys in their early 20s. So me being 25 and 26 when I was there, I was kind of like, I was older than my sergeant, my team leader. So that was interesting.
Yeah, man. I had so many people on here who went over there, like a lot of war fighters that went over to Iraq and Afghanistan and saw a lot of death and carnage and destruction, like you were just saying, before they were even 21 years old. And it's like, it is just ravaged them, man.
Dude, the fallout is still happening. I know a handful of people that have killed themselves. And then my best friend was killed in Afghanistan. And the fallout from that, he was the oldest of 6 siblings, and what that did to his family is it's still carrying on. It's the most heartbreaking thing. In fact, while we're talking about this, I'm not the first to say it, but if people want to look into a conspiracy involving Iraq and Afghanistan, look into KBR, which is Kellogg Brown and Root. Have you heard of that company?
No.
Okay, this is good. So Kellogg Brown and Root does all the logistics and supply chain for the United States military and government. So, for example, when we're in Afghanistan and Iraq, they supply all the combat housing units, all the food, all the fuel. They are the logistics. And so they won the no-bid They got the no-bid contract. And do you know who was the CEO for Kellogg Brown and Root before the 2001 or 2000 election with George W. Bush when he had taken office?
Wasn't Dick Cheney.
It was Dick Cheney.
It was Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney. They scrubbed the Wikipedia page on this. There used to be a ton of info on it. You could go through and look at the prior history. But Dick Cheney had stepped down from Kellogg Brown and Root when he got nominated as vice president under George W. Bush. But I'm like, people need to connect the dots on this. And I have heard other people speak about it. I'm not the first to do it. But it's like, follow the money. People were all talking about, it's Halliburton, it's the oil. I'm like, we didn't take Iraq's oil. In fact, ExxonMobil has like their stake in it and all that, but we ultimately did not pump that oil out and take it. I'm like, if people want to find the conspiracy, it's Kellogg Brown and Root, because they had overcharged, and you can find New York Times articles on this. They had overcharged by many, many billions of dollars. And people started raising red flags. It's like, what's going on here? Like, what, and so you connect the dots. I'm like, I bet you anything that Dick Cheney, or here's my question. Let me rephrase it. how many shares of stock did Dick Cheney own in Kellogg Brown and Root after stepping down from that company while we were still there? Was he still making money on that company? Because again, it was a no bid contract. So, whoever worked for the higher ups at Kellogg Brown and Root certainly profited greatly off that.
Yeah, I thought it was Halliburton that was over there.
They were there too.
So it was both.
Yes. In fact, I think those two companies had merged. I think Halliburton and KBR ended up becoming one. I'd have to check this.
Okay. Steve, can you find it?
Or one may have been a subsidiary of the other.
Oh, okay.
Christ, they're off into holy fuck, boys, just off another fucking conspiracy theory. Jesus. Well, I'm kind of gonna go to the relevant part because I'm not gonna watch the whole fucking thing, guys. Well, actually, this is what I saw in one of the previews. I've talked about Baalbek before. So Baalbek's this crazy fucking megalithic site in Lebanon, and the first person I actually saw who talked about it was Zechariah Sitchin, which I might talk about a little bit later, actually. And it's an interesting site. It was built upon by a couple other civilizations. It's attributed to the Romans, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. They have these massive stones. The largest stone ever excavated anywhere by any ancient culture. It's called the Trilithon stone. We've brought it up before. But they have a couple of these stones, a similar size, that make up the base of Baalbek. And it's unbelievably fucking massive. I'll just kind of quickly, I have a picture of it here that I saw someone had posted for just some comparison here. So this is from 1920, a man standing on top. It's one of these trilithon stones. It's not the biggest one. The biggest one's not even a part of the structure. 900 tons. But you can get an idea of just how big we're talking here what this site is. And I think he's standing, that's the modern portion. So the Romans built on it from there. But it was an unbelievably massive site. And it's an enigma. Truly. So Jimmy's talked about has he been there? Obviously it's a precarious place to go nowadays. But yeah, well let me fucking go. This is what I want to hear about. I think he did go there, which would be nuts right now, but anyway.
And as far as Baalbek goes, that's one interesting thing that Dan and I connect on is that I think that there was a lost ancient technology. And I always say this, it doesn't have to mean Wi-Fi and space lasers. Technology, like a saddle on a horse is technology. Anything used as a tool is technology. However, the evidence appears that the Romans simply did not construct the foundation of the Heliopolis at Baalbek. And I consider Baalbek to be, besides the Great Pyramid of Egypt, if there was one site on Earth, I would say on top of the Great Pyramid, more so than the Great Pyramid. Pyramid is just... I think the Great Pyramid was a lost functional technology, but let me backburn that for half a second and say that Baalbek is a more significant example from the standpoint that it was alleged to have been constructed by the Phoenicians and the Romans, but there's a complete lack of evidence. In fact, the evidence that it does exist there would suggest that it just wasn't them, is that they did not have the capability to move, lift, and stack those 3 trilithon stones, which are 900 tons apiece. Insane. And what's interesting about Dan is that you've pointed out that, for example, people will often use the Thunderstone, the Bronze Horseman in Russia, which was some 1,500 tons, and for them to have moved and lifted it in the late 18th century, late 1700s, they needed the screw jack, they needed advanced iron rails, metallic ball bearings, things that the Romans did not have. And it's so there's this ground that we share, which is that you might not think that it was some lost technology, but it clearly was done with a method that is completely unknown to the Romans. And I mean, correct me, how do you feel about that?
No, I would say that it would be a lost technology, but it wouldn't be. I wouldn't consider it a high technology. I wouldn't consider it power. I don't think they had power, but.
You don't think the ancient civilizations that were around during the pyramids had power?
I don't think they had electricity and shit like that necessarily. Not like any. I don't think they were using steam power to lift big rocks.
So how do you think they cut those giant stones?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
But let me ask you this: what is the reason you think they didn't have power?
Because we have nothing of it in the record except for a few things that can be done in other ways. Except there's a few exceptions, but most big rocks we can look at and say, okay, it would take a long fucking time, but we could eventually cut that. So you can't, in my opinion, it's you know it. If I could cut this with a spoon, right? This piece of wood, and it's going to take a long ass time. But if you came in here and it was cut in half, and the only tool available is a spoon, and you say, well, did you do that with the saw? If I got no saw here, man, you got no saw on the record. I could do it with the spoon, but there are times when you can't do it with a spoon, to follow that metaphor. Like at Baalbek, for example, like Jim was saying, we did need more tech than that to move a big rock like that. And furthermore, the stones at Baalbek, the 3 that are still in the ground, to me, that betrays the fact that the Romans gave up. It's like, you've got 3 in the wall already. Why are there 3 more in the ground that you didn't take out? The 3 in the ground,
the pregnant stone, whatever it's called.
Yep.
and those 3 in the ground all show signs of being measured with the Roman foot. The 3 in the wall do not show signs of being measured with the Roman foot. So that to me is, and Romans built with symmetry. So you got 3 stones here. We're going to put 3 more over here, quarry those things, and the guy's tasked to move them, look at it, and say we can't.
Yeah.
I will say real quick about Baalbek, as far as cutting the stones, those are limestone, and I have no doubt that they could cut limestone with primitive methods. When it comes to Egypt and the granite, a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Baalbek, we're talking, again, 900-ton stones that were moved approximately a half mile and then lifted and stacked some 30 feet off the ground. And that becomes a matter of physics, like physics defying that say. Let me be clear, we could do that today, absolutely. But what it takes for us to do that today is magnificent. Like when they moved, I like to use this example, which is that the largest stone in modern times is the 340-ton stone that's at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. And to move it 104 miles, it took a year of planning. It cost $10 million, and they had to custom build a trailer truck around it. Steve, this would be great photos if you're able to bring it up, because this trailer truck they built around it is 260 feet long, 30-something feet wide, 44 axles, used 198 semi-truck wheels.
Jesus Christ.
And they moved it. It took
crazy.
9 days. They moved it at 4 miles an hour. They had to go around certain roads because roads couldn't even withstand the weight of it. And this is to move into, so that stone is 1/3 the weight of the Trilithon stones, or at least of the Ramesseum statue, which is 1,000 metric tons. Let me say that.
Third. That's impressive.
And that's where like to go back to the cutting of the stones, like the cutting is something we can achieve. There are certain things you can throw more man and time at and eventually achieve. Stacking blocks on top of each other, as long as the blocks are something people can move, you can stack them on top of each other. But like the stones at Baalbek, they are so big that you can't.
Well, it's the same thing with the stuff at Giza, though, too, right? In that it's granite, and they were in the Copper Age, supposedly, when it was built. The site was built at Giza, and cutting that with copper just doesn't fucking work when you're dealing with granite. It's too hard. No one's been able to show that it can be done. I mean, again, Dan's point is that, well, if you have enough time, but then you get into people who've done these thought experiments about like, okay, well, and this isn't even getting into moving some of the stones into place, because you got to think how high up those stones were moved on the pyramid. And it's a big structure. And so one of the theories was that, well, they built a ramp. Like, okay. So you can do the math on this, and people have done the math on this about, well, how many people would you need to push that stone up? Would be like 100 people or something. Okay, well, how big of a ramp would you need? And at what angle would the ramp need to be at to efficiently move? Because you can't just build a ramp that's at a fucking like 90-degree angle, right? Or a ridiculous angle that's, to use a real example, is something that's like even like, I don't fucking know, like 45 degree. It needs to be, at least it has a very small slope to it. So then when you do the math on like, okay, well then how far back does that go to get to the top or upper parts of the pyramid? You're going back like miles. You're going back miles of dirt ramp up, a ridiculous height to push those stones up. And there isn't any evidence of that existing there. Now, maybe they just demolished it all. That's what's suggested by some people who put that theory forward. So there's the premise that they had some lost technology or technique to do it, but like the technology would be a clever way of leveraging something rather than anti-gravity lasers. I don't know if I've heard that. There's a bunch of theories, Blip. I mean, I don't know if it necessarily needs to go to like anti-gravity or lasers. That's where some people will bring it to. I mean, even some of the stones, for instance, the Great Pyramid are still fucking massive, I guess. Like, they're big enough to where even leveraging those up, I mean, you've got to think, you know, what's the actual height on it? I think, I know ballpark height, but like, height in feet of Great Pyramid. Oh, I don't need the reasoning, for Christ's sake. I just need a response. Yeah. It originally stood at 481 feet tall. So when you're up towards the top of the pyramid, you've got to leverage, let's say, well, even some of the stuff within the King's Chamber, for instance. What's the heaviest stones involved in that pyramid? Just to get an idea. I don't need the reason. I shouldn't be using this. This is really obnoxious. And I also don't need necessarily the search thing on too. So anyway. Yeah, weighing up to 80 tons. Oh, I thought there were more than that. Yeah. Yeah. And then they were... That's the other thing. Fucking the distance that they were transported from Aswan to the site is the other problem with some of them. But 2.5 to 15 tons per block. Some of the big stones in the King's Chamber were 80 tons a block, which is like, again, how many pickup trucks is 80 tons? And it's not that, like, the alien thing with the pyramids too is very frustrating, because I don't think we actually want to figure out what happened. And that's just kind of like a flippant way to explain it all. Kind of similar to what's been done already. Well, they just figured it out. It's like, well, what the fuck did they do? Right? It's like saying it's just aliens. It's like, well, no. Like, who? Like, let's get to the bottom of it. That doesn't explain anything. Yeah. 40 pickup trucks is the weight of one of the stones in the King's Chamber. Jesus Christ. So, however they managed that. I mean, clearly someone managed it, is the question. How did they manage it, is the question. For instance, I don't know if it's Sacsayhuaman or if it is Cusco. I can't remember what the site is in South America. But they have a story. And again, I don't know where specifically this was. If it was Viracocha was the god that was involved. I think it was. Or Quetzalcoatl's usually up more northern, I think. But I believe it was Viracocha who arrived at one of these sites. And the story goes that he arrived with a small device. And this device was pointed at the rock. And it would levitate the rock in the air. And then he would be able to mold the rock with his hands. And push it to wherever it needed to go through the air. Now, people point to that, like the Ancient Aliens crowd will point to that as like, oh, well, maybe this is what they did. You know, this god arrived, which supposedly they did, whether it's like Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha, but this foreigner arrives. And sometimes, I think in Viracocha's case, with like an entourage, and then they start building all this shit. And the way in which they start building it is with some fantastical means. Now, I mean, again, you're like, the opinion of people probably in archaeology, like, well, these are primitive people. Like, they just made up a story. Maybe no one has any fucking idea, and they just came upon the site themselves even. But then that gets back to, well, who the fuck built it? And it's clearly ridiculous, right? We've gone over some of the sites, like the rocks look like they're melted together. It's an unbelievable amount of precision employed there. There's theories about maybe even some of these rocks are like some kind of cement. And that's not the case in Giza, because they're absolutely cut out of the quarry like they're not cement. But some of the rocks, some people think may even be some kind of form of cement. Like Pumapuku is an example of that, where they have the weird shapes lying around that aren't that big. But again, they're so fucking precise that you can still cut your finger on the edges of them. They're that sharp. So people think they're poured into a mold, but then it's like, and this was a mainstream theory. It's like, okay, who made the mold? Like, the mold's incredibly precise, clearly. And it doesn't solve the problem. No one's gotten to the bottom of any of this yet, right? And the stories point to a fantastical origin. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it's going to be, but who knows, right? Yeah, cement, CMOS, yeah. Fuck, is that the secret to the strength needed to move these giant fucking blocks? Is CMOS? Yeah.
There's no ropes or anything. With what we've done in history, there's really no way of moving those things with the technology at the time that I've seen. And I've seen the debunkers come at it, and they always skip the parts that are difficult. And there's some things you can't just throw more men and material at. I frequently just to slide down the slope with people that just try to say you could just throw more men and material at it. How much GDP would the ancient Egyptians have had to throw to get to people to the moon? It would have cost, they couldn't. They didn't have the fucking means.
No. And it's a good point in that, I mean, you can only put so many men around one fucking block too, right? That's the other issue where it's like, oh, well, they just had 1 million men move it. It's like, no, that wouldn't work, right? So that's the problem when you start moving these massive stones, right? It becomes very problematic. But anyway, I mean, again, Dan's used this example before and they mentioned it, the rock that was moved in Russia. There was another one moved. Was it moved from the UK to Russia? But it was unbelievably massive. It was like the biggest rock ever moved. I think they say, was it 1,600 tons? Now they used ball bearings as well, which that they wouldn't have had. Let's just see. What's the biggest rock ever moved by humans? I think it's 1,600 tons. Because I think it's bigger than the giant stone at Baalbek. That's one of the trilithon stones. Yeah. Oh man, this is it's the Thunderstone. Yeah. The Thunderstone. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's 1,250. Okay. It's 1,250 tons, which is fucking insane. Yeah. They moved it 6 kilometers over land and they sailed it from Finland to Russia. I mean, that's an unbelievable amount of weight. I mean, we're talking about 80 tons weighing 40 pickup trucks. I mean, do the math there. Like, that's 10, 12 times that. So you're into like almost probably over 500 pickup trucks. Like, they just moved this fucking, like, what in the fuck? Yeah. Oh, you can't find it, man. Oh, fuck. The figure is disputed for many ancient feats. The granite blocks up to 80 tons used in King's Chamber are among the heftiest moved by human ingenuity without modern cranes. And also how they got it up to those heights within the pyramid is the other problem. Where again, when you're getting up towards the top of the pyramid, you're building ramps to get that up in there. And then the ramps need to go back, right? Because you can't have too much of a slope. So you're putting the ramps back like multiple kilometers or miles to be able to get towards the top. And like, that's just, it's not feasible either, right? So yeah, there's an issue there. And some people like Chris Dunn, who've looked at it, who was a machinist, I think he was more accredited than just a regular machinist, meteorologist. He's some background, I think academically, in that field. But he's looked into it and had others as well in engineering look at the Great Pyramid kind of in depth. And they're convinced there was some kind of advanced methods deployed because it was effectively a machine in their opinion. And there was an advanced knowledge there, like at the level of ours now in employing, like it was unbelievably precise. And again, the precision to them as machinists was like, well, this looks like it's a machine for something. And that's where he has the Giza power plant theory, which actually, I mean, it does hold some water, literally. So then that raises other questions as to like, well, who had that knowledge to be able to construct something like this and what the purpose was? Like they were generating energy with it. Like what for? You know, was it just some kind of a meme? Was it a flex using rocks to impress the locals, right? I mean, like who did it, right? I don't know if he's put forward an explanation. I mean, he doesn't know, right? They're just going to follow the evidence. They just look at it and look at that it's extremely precise. They don't claim to know how they did it. So, don't necessarily invoke aliens, yeah. Asking how much a large container ship with full boxcars weighs. That's a good question. How much is a large container ship with full boxcars? In weight. I'll just put tons so we know. Oh, it'd be astronomical. Yeah. I mean, today we could definitely do it. Although some people say we would struggle still at the top of the pyramid with cranes, but I think we could probably manage it. Oh yeah, you're ridiculous. Yeah. Holy shit. Maximum weight value is the OOCL Hong Kong, 211,000 tons. Holy shit. Which is just unfucking believable. Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with like big numbers here. Like, you know, these are little rocks in comparison. But back in the day, yeah, they were big rocks, I guess, is the argument. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not of the opinion it's all aliens, right? I mean, I have no idea, right? I just think it's a very fascinating mystery. I think what it really points to, ultimately, we'll get back to watching through some of the clips, but I think what it really points to, maybe, is just a lost chapter out of our history. That could be more likely. Is there was a lost chapter in our history, and that there was some group here in the past that maybe achieved some level of advancement and maybe fell off. And some of these techniques, some of this stuff may have trickled down. And there's tons of anecdotes of that throughout history, and there's tons of examples, and some of those examples are these megalithic sites. I think
there's some great photos
That's
of it.
insane.
Yeah, dude, could you imagine that?
How many tons was this thing?
340.
Jesus.
300, which is how many pounds? Holy cow, dude!
A ton is 2,000 pounds, so that would be 340 times 2.
So 700 something thousand pounds.
Yeah.
So
almost 1 million pounds.
And so meanwhile, you have the trilithon stones that are 1.75 million pounds. And so what's interesting is that the Romans, their largest, most powerful crane could lift 6.6 tons, which means that you would need approximately 130 something of those cranes to lift just one of those trilithon stones.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's not space to do it. You couldn't coordinate. Not feasible.
The only way I would think that you might be onto something with there wasn't any kind of electric crazy power saws or anything like that is when you see videos from that guy, Wally Wallington.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's moving those stones basically like with these little wooden wedges and things and like balancing them properly. Like if you could understand the math and the balancing and all and the physics of moving these stones and using gravity.
People that don't know, it was a guy, I think in the early 1900s, he was an artist and a stonemason. I think it was in California, somewhere like that. You can still go to his workshop, but I don't know, his gallery, I guess, of rocks. But he was showing, he believed that through like leverage and stuff, kind of Blip, you were saying that there was a clever way that they were able to maneuver some of these very heavy stones up and around. The other problem you run into, though, is in moving some of the stones, like the rose granite, which are some of those heavier stones out of the King's Chamber. It sits above the King's Chamber. And almost, some people think it was to do with resonance. This is actually, Chris Dunn wasn't the only one who thought that. There were other people that put this forward, that there were these oddly cut stones, like they were almost tuned. Anyway, these are the heavy stones into the King's Chambers. Those came, among others, like something ridiculous, like 500 miles from another quarry. Like 500 fucking miles, an 80-ton stone through sand. Like, again, if you have a group of people that are all slaves, I mean, yeah, that could be their job for like 5 years to get those stones from there to here. And is that technically, I mean, possibly, but it's just unbelievable. And there's other issues. We haven't figured it out, right? And it's funny that with our advancement, we haven't figured out this primitive group of people that we're doing something pretty fucking ridiculous. Yeah. He's struggling to find the word leverage. Yeah.
To help you. I think that could be an explanation if they had some sort of super advanced understanding of mathematics.
Right. Well, which I would think they would.
Yeah. And not only that, I talk about this one every now and again, but stones was up until the Metal Age, man, until the Bronze Age, stone was the premier building material, and not just for humans, but for hominids. I mean, this goes back millions of years, where people were working with stone to make every tool, every weapon that they had. Mm-hmm. So to think that they didn't have some tricks to work with stone that we've lost since they started working in metal, that, you know, that the That's, I mean, to me, that's insane.
Now, let me say this about Wally Wallington, because that guy is a genius. Like that, what
That's
he
in
accomplished
there.
to move those 20-ton stones is brilliant.
Yeah.
But my pushback on it is that he did it on a concrete foundation. He also used water. He needed a hose to do it. He used pressurized water. So I'm like, when I look at the 80-ton stones, they
To
were
do what? To cut them?
so he would basically like use the water to have the sand below it fall apart, and then use it to shift the weight. And so when I look at the 80-ton stones, the largest stones that were used to construct the Great Pyramid, they were moved some 500 miles and then lifted and
Yeah.
stacked a couple hundred feet
Right.
above the ground. I'm like, Wally Wallington's method, although brilliant, wouldn't be feasible for that explanation.
Yes. I completely agree with you.
But that's not what's put forward though in that argument. That's the other problem I think that Jimmy's not necessarily seeing, is that the idea is that one guy was able to maneuver around these extremely heavy stones that are among the heaviest at Giza. So again, are there techniques that have been lost from these people that we're just not aware of? Now, the other thing too, the other problem we run into, which is I guess physics, is just leverage in general. Like, you're going to have to construct a device that can leverage something that heavy up a couple hundred feet. And like, that's where the problem is, I think, still, where it's like the ramp theory doesn't fucking work. So then how are you leveraging that stuff up that high? There's some people think that it was because the way the pyramid is built is stepped, that there may have been some way where they had some very elaborate system constructed using leverage, stepping all this up the pyramids. Unfortunately, that as well would probably make us rethink how advanced they were, because again, these people are in the fucking, what is it, the Bronze Age? I mean, like, it's and then that's not even getting into the precision involved with the pyramids, and like mathematically, there's a level of precision involved with the pyramids, like the location of the pyramids, how, again, the precision involved in crafting them. There's a geometry there that like we didn't think they had access to, but it's a rethinking of how much they knew. And we don't know how much they know because a lot of it was lost with Alexandria, people think. So, and there are stories like from Plato that talk about the Egyptians having records from an older civilization, right? And even Pythagoras, right? The Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras was supposedly trained in Egypt, right? Maybe borrowed some of those fucking ideas and brought them over to the Greeks and said, look what I figured out. It's like, you might not have, right? And some of that knowledge may have been much older than we think it is too, right? Maybe telephone game down through history. And again, it's not invoking aliens, it's not invoking Skinny Bob levitating the stones around. What it's invoking, though, is a different narrative of history, which is slowly we're starting to uncover. But man, it's a lot of resistance, right? And the argument is like, well, where's the proof of it? It's like, well, but if it's lost, we don't have any of it. But the proof is involved in some of these structures, maybe. One of the reasons I wonder why there hasn't been a single past life regression on someone who would remember that. Maybe that's not allowed to enormous in the game. Maybe they've deemed that knowledge that's they're not allowed to figure that out right now. You would think though, if there was something to it, that someone could go back to Egypt and be like, although with that said, there is that lady, and I forget what her name is. This is another interesting thing. We brought this up in the channel before, but there's a lady who was involved in reconstructing a temple in Egypt who claimed to have had a vision, a recollection of a life in Egypt as a priestess. And she had this unbelievably vivid, detailed recollection of it. She had this reliving of her life then. And she was involved in reconstructing this temple that was destroyed. And she worked with people, archaeologists in the area that were trying to put this back together, and with some success as well. So they did reconstruct the whole thing. I forget what her name was. It's a crazy story, but it was all based on this dream that she had one night while she was in Egypt, that she had lived this past life there. And I think there were other interesting tidbits from that, like specific knowledge that they didn't have about some of these people, and that led them to be able to reconstruct it. And like the puzzle pieces ended up fitting. And they're like, oh, that's pretty crazy. Like she had this memory of this lost life, and then this ended up kind of, all falling together here. It's like, what are the chances of that? And that's also not brought up when you have conversations about this kind of woo phenomena. What's your fucking name? I could get her name for anybody that's curious, because it's definitely very interesting. Okay, we don't need reasoning. Let's just go back to regular ChatGPT. Who was the woman in Egypt who remembered her past life and built a temple from it? Seti. That was her name in Egypt. Seti. Born Dorothy Eady, an English woman who claimed memories of a past life in Egypt. She lived from 1904 to 1981. She's born in England, and after a childhood head injury, began insisting that she was from ancient Egypt. She later moved to Egypt, changed her name to Seti, meaning mother of Seti, and claimed to have been Bentrest, a temple priest in the time of Pharaoh Seti. So, 19th dynasty. Jesus. So, my God, a long time ago, almost 3,200 years ago. She played a major role in the restoration and documentation of Abydos in the ancient temple dedicated to Osiris, where she believed she had lived her past life. She provided archaeologists with insights that later provided historically accurate, including the location of hidden ruins and chambers. She wrote extensively about ancient Egyptian rituals, daily life, and religious beliefs, some of which aligned with later discoveries. She did not physically build a temple. No, fucking not. You think I'm fucking dumb, ChatGPT? But she worked at Abydos as a researcher and claimed to have lived there in her past life as a lover of Pharaoh Seti. There you go. You remember that story? Yeah. Still never told that the pyramids or other large structures are magically built. No one's gone. Anybody want to hit their head and see if they can remember? Buddy, get in here. There's no chicken left. Go on. Ask ChatGPT of any controversy with her story. We should actually, yeah. Any controversies with her story? I just fucking go for it. I don't even fucking need to spell it. Oh, plenty. There you go. Let's see. Her story's a mix of fascinating insights, eerie coincidences, and some good old-fashioned skepticism. Here are the controversies. She provided knowledge about Abydos that was verified later, including the location of hidden tunnels and layouts that no living person knew about. However, skeptics argue that she had access to historical records and could have pieced this information together from existing research. Maybe. She claimed that in her past life, she was a Betresest, however the fuck you say that, a temple virgin who fell in love with Pharaoh Seti I. This love affair allegedly led to her suicide to avoid shaming the temple. Oh my God. Critics call this a romantic fantasy, influenced by her obsession with ancient Egypt rather than historical fact. Egyptologist reaction. Some Egyptologists found her knowledge of obscure rituals and temple architecture compelling. Others dismissed it as highly imaginative, well-read eccentric who had absorbed information over years of study. Visions and spiritual experiences. She claimed to have spoken with spirits. She did. Interactions with ghosts of Seti I and performing ancient Egyptian rituals, religious rituals. There was evidence of her past life recall. To skeptics, it was delusion or wishful thinking. Psychological explanations. Some suggest her explanation or experience were influenced by childhood trauma or self-hypnosis. Yeah, the brain can create false memories and obsession can reinforce belief. It can. Did she influence Egyptian archaeology? Her work helped confirm historical findings. Others argue she didn't contribute anything, but archaeologists wouldn't have figured it out anyway. I don't know. Yeah. Sounds like another AI movie. Should we do that for a fucking... Should I put that through Sora? Yeah. Do you like some of her more specific predictions or juicy quotes? You know. Yeah. Yeah. Talk about DJ Sam. Fuck. Did DJ Sam leave? Is he never come back again? What happened? Did you got in a fight with him? I mean... Yeah, fuck. I who knows, man? It's one of those things. It's like there's always going to be way out of it. Like it's a subjective experience. Although in her instance, supposedly she provided data that led them to discoveries. But was that to do with her past life there, or was it just some psychological hallucination? I mean, listen, I'm of the camp that people who think all of this phenomenon are psychological hallucinations, they're just fucking thridiculous. It's not, right? They're referred to as ignorance. If that's your explanation for everything, it's fine to be skeptical or sit on the fence and be like, I don't know. I think that's a healthy place to be, honestly. And I try and remain there as much as possible. But there's other phenomena like remote viewing. I mean, there's something to it. It's been shown fairly definitively there's something to it. The problem is it's not like a science. So, you know, it's inferring stuff from data you collect. It's like, how accurate is this? You know, so similar kind of situation here. We don't really know with any conviction, but I just remember going through the story and I remember seeing people being interviewed. I don't know where I watched it on, some documentary. We were watching it and there were experts involved with her who attested that they thought maybe there was something to this actual explanation. So there's always going to be people again who are just completely ignorant that just the hard line materialists, especially back then, that would think that, well, it's not physically possible. Well, now it's beginning to look possibly a little bit different, right? Depending on how you look at the world, from what frame you look through it. So anyway, yeah, who knows, right? That just came to mind. It's a very interesting story. Yeah. Yeah. Those controversies sound more like folks trying to debunk, but without proof, mostly opinions. I was wondering if they had evidence of her being a fraud or something. No, I don't think so. No. Again, if somebody were to say that they had a vision from a past life of this temple under the sand here, and you dig under the sand and you find a temple, I mean, how are you going to take that, right? I mean, you could say that, oh, that's just a lucky guess. Like, there's always going to be a way out of that, right? Because it's a subjective experience for her. There's no way for her to prove that. There will always be a way out for people who don't want to go down that road, right? They could always say, element of doubt is always still going to be there, because we haven't proven any of this stuff. We don't know that there's another, we don't know that we're living in a simulation, or there are other experiences people can have, that the consciousness is experienced other lives. We have no idea. There's no way to really prove it definitively. So we both came to the conclusion that he was better off seeking professional assistance for his issues, and probably not a good thing for him to be exposed to all the schizo here on stream. Okay, I trust you guys. Fuck. Was it the cannibalizing himself? Yeah, that probably helped in that decision. Oh yeah, he was eating his fingernails and stuff. Yeah, I don't know if he's just memeing or not though. Anyway, whatever. The big thing here, I think, is as long as like people keep it like, listen, like we're talking about fucking schizo shit all the time, right? And so I don't mind humoring people's stories, but yeah, it's like if it starts to get a little bit too much, then I do want to host it, and now I guess he was the guy that maybe wanted to come on tomorrow night. So doing a call-in show, we'll have to have people who want to actually call in. But I'd love to give people an opportunity to kind of like give people a platform to like talk about experiences they've had, or I love hearing stories. I mean, it's so long as it's grounded and it isn't just completely fucking out there. But then sometimes that's the meme, right? People come on, like you think back to Coast to Coast. I mean, the most memorable episodes are the ones where people were like full blown fucking out there, right? Like those are the gems, or the performances. Like, again, not to bring it up all the time, but the Area 51 caller. I mean, that was like one of the most memorable. It is, I think, the most memorable thing for a lot of people about Coast to Coast, was that happening and then the power going out, right? Simultaneously. And it's like, holy shit, someone cut the fucking transmission while it was going on. And in the end, I think it turned out the guy was just memeing, but maybe someone was listening and they thought, holy fuck, do we actually have someone blowing the whistle here? So, yeah. Yeah, I think that yeah, I've noticed that, Hendrix. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a personal blog. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Yeah, stop spamming about it endlessly. Yeah, I think talking about ideas is fine. I love people come in and they share ideas and want to talk about different ideas, and I love that. I think we all love that. But yeah, if it's just like hear my story, let's talk about my story all the time. It's like no. Like, you can share that in another capacity. I mean, yeah, go start a blog or something or write it. But yeah, if it's an idea of a thing, hell yeah, I'd love to explore that stuff. So, or stuff like this, right? So, anyway, it's a little bit of an aside, but I forget what even made me think of this from the conversation, but woo stuff when it comes to ancient Egypt and whatnot. But yeah,
okay, that's where it's one thing to say that they would have been able to put one Wally Wallington on a site and have him maneuver the block right into place. I can go with that. Getting it through the jungles, up and down hills. Yeah, come on now.
And to get it up elevated that high too, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Now, let me also say this, because the devil's advocate, people listening, like, well, they moved them on barges, Jimmy, you dumbass. I see it all the time, and I'm like, well, the largest Egyptian barge couldn't move a fraction of that weight. Now, like, well, they had larger barges, and I'm like, okay, it's not in the record.
Right.
And not only that, the physics of moving it on and off that barge is no little thing. Like, we're talking center of gravity. Yep. Like, that's a thing.
Oh yeah.
So
even I had Ed Barnhart on here a couple months ago, and he was explaining to me how the size of the conventional explanation for those Olmec heads is the archaeologists believe they moved them on barges through the rivers. And he was saying in order to build a raft big enough to float one of those Olmec heads, it would have to be like 4 times wider than the river itself. So he completely thinks that conventional explanation is bullshit. And he's an academic archaeologist.
Yeah, I want to go visit the Olmec heads. That is like I haven't done a deep study on, ancient Mexico. But the more I'm looking into it, I'm like, oh, there's something here. Those Olmec heads being the largest 50-something tons moved approximately 60 miles or almost 100 kilometers.
Oh, yeah, it's insane.
Through jungle and marsh
Crazy
and swamp.
jungle.
Dude, the South America's got all kinds of goofy.
He's got to go see the stone balls in Costa Rica. That's where the money is. No one's figured that out either. Giant stone balls of the gods. That's David's whole joke. David Childress.
I recently covered in a video the Aymara language having a guy used the Aymara language, which is spoken by the indigenous people in Bolivia, the ancestors of the Incas, and they use it. This guy used it in the 80s to make computer language. A computer software that was a multi-language translator years before Google Translate, and it could translate.
Oh, I saw this video you did.
Yeah, that to me is fucking crazy, man. It's like
explain that for people who.
Okay, the language has there's a few things that make the language work. This guy. Guzman was his last name. He's a mathematician. He discovered that this language had a few properties that he was able to use to make a computer language. And one of them was that the language, instead of having where most languages are a binary language, a yes or a no, this one had also incorporated maybe in every sentence. It basically has either a affirmative or a maybe. So that allows for a yes affirmative, no affirmative, or maybe. So that gives it a 3-point logic. And the language never changes its syntax structure, which is extremely rare. I mean, if you think about like how Yoda talks and how, it's all backwards, right? Most languages, when people incorporate a saying from another language, they change to keep the same syntax as the new language. They don't do that in Aymara. They keep the same syntax every single time. It's a few things like that where they ended up making it where it works with computers so well, and it's the only language that has the 3-point logic. It's the only language that doesn't change like that. Yeah, there he is, Ivan Guzman de Rojas. Yeah, Aymara is the name of the software. And this to me is more impressive than the rocks at Baalbek, because you don't look at it and see quite as much, but this dude did. He looked at it and he was just like, holy shit, there's a computer language tucked into this language. I mean, not exactly, but an algorithm that will work with computers so well that he put very little personal time into this, and by the time he gave up on it because of age, there was like 12 different languages or 8 different languages this thing was able to do, and they have to still put the words in. The lexicon has to be added individually, right? Like you have to type in each word and tell the thing what to mean. And that was all done by volunteer, and in 2006 it was still better than Google Translate was, and that's a while ago, but that's impressive.
Yeah. And then just going back to like what we were talking about.
Oh, wait, what? Amazon can't. Oh, what? Amazon just canned fucking season 3 of Rings of Power? No, they didn't. Oh, that's pretty big. Oh no, shit. I thought it was about this language. No. Seriously? Hold on. Not that I was a huge fan of the show at all. This must have just broke right now, did it? Oh, shit. Great news. Amazon Prime cancels Rings of Power Season 3. After the grant funding for increased racial diversity among people of Middle Earth gets axed by Doge. What? What? Is this a real thing? They were funding one of the biggest failures of a TV series? Oh, what? Provided $2 million. Wait, for Guatemalan sex changes. Could have funded DEI in Middle Earth. Oh, man. Isn't that weird that they would be involved in sponsoring that? Jesus. Holy shit, man. Well, I guess, people were upset that there were hobbits that were different colors and shit, I guess, but I don't know, man. What the fuck? Yeah. Which was being used to funnel money into places that had DI hiring, yeah. like they relied on it that much though? Like Amazon, like the massive fucking company that it is, cancels it after they lose their funding? Like, are you kidding me? How much are they giving them? Yeah. It dropped 60%. Oh, did it really? Yeah, I watched it, man. I love the Lord of the Rings universe personally, right? And it was cool to see, like, you know, Sauron in that form, like in his, you know, like it was cool to see. It was cool to see the ideas, but yeah, it definitely wasn't anywhere near the movies. Like, not even fucking close. Yeah. All 8 mods are upset in the subreddits. Holy fuck. Yeah. It's not a joke. It's a real thing. Massive companies are massive because they spend money. They use tax money to fund shit. It's Elon's whole trajectory, man. They're pulling the rug out on everybody here. Holy fuck. Well, I mean, you know what's a fucking show that made me really sad when it got canceled like almost a decade ago was Marco Polo. I actually liked Marco Polo. It was on Netflix. I was looking for it. It ended on a cliffhanger and then it got fucking canceled. And I was like, fuck. I rarely get invested in TV. And I thought back then, I was like, oh my God, that fucking sucks. But there you go. For people that are eagerly awaiting the next the next fucking next installment. Yeah. I mean, people are just really getting pissed off that they were fucking giving the money. That's just insane, huh? I can't believe that. You felt the same. Oh, did you enjoy it as well? Yeah. You started watching another and the exact same thing happened. Oh man, yeah, fuck. Getting involved in TV, man. Yeah. Yeah. Means you need to ensure you hire, equitability. What does that mean? Man, I don't comment on these things usually. I try not to get into the conversation because I know it gets so heated with people, but like, I can't imagine like just judging people. It's just objectively ridiculous. Like, you judge people based on the content of their character, right? Or their competency. You don't judge them on like their ethnicity or their sexual orientation. Like, representation would happen, I would think, fairly naturally when you do that. You'd have people that come up. I mean, there's definitely been issues of Hollywood's had its issues over the years, right? I mean, there's been tons of issues of people who were, whether they were anti-Semitic or homophobic or racist or whatever, right? I mean, that stuff's existed, but we've come to a pretty good place, like the last couple decades. And to go and do that, to me, just seems so crazy. I mean, it's the opposite. We're going back down the wrong side of the hill now, in my opinion, if we're doing that. So I just would never judge someone based on their ethnicity. I'd base them on the content of their character and the competency. Like, that's how things should be done, right? And then people will point to some areas are maybe, some areas are more impoverished than others, and that might lead to some kind of disparage that goes on in the classes. But I just, shit, you're fucked based on competence. Man, I mean, it's just fucking crazy. Yeah. The forms you fill out when you get hired. Oh, well, I know. I've done it. Trust me, I've done them. I know. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of what's been going on where they're filling quotas to look good, which is just it's just ridiculous to me. Yeah. Oh, they might not hire you. Yeah. If you're in the hiring process. Yeah. Or you just get pushed out. Yeah. It's become institutionalized as a result of DEI. It absolutely has. Like, that's the point, right? It's become a form of discrimination. Yeah. Against all peoples. Yeah. Now. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's the U.S. is a different thing, and those values bleed here from international companies. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I know. It's fucked, Anyway, craziness. I mean, I don't want to go down these rabbit holes, right? So, anyway, there's been tons of representation of people over the years who are maybe are homosexual or they're homosexual or but they're different ethnicities. Been tons of great movies. It's one of those things, like, it's just unnatural. It's concerning when you have like government wanting to get involved in doing that, and it's very unsettling, I think, and anyway, yeah. Because whispers, people are straight up being passed due to the interview. Oh man, that's insanity. That's insanity. you know. Anyway, fuck me. Yeah. I mean, we just want to stop judging people on that. We want to stop judging people based on their ethnicities. You know, we want to start judging people on the content of their character and if they're applying for a position, their competency. Like if you're going to be a sailor, you're going to sail the ship. You're going to pick the best sailor to sail the fucking ship. That makes the most sense. Like you're not going to pick somebody like, oh, well, you know, this person hasn't had a turn. It's like, no. You're going to pick the best person. And across the board, you see that there are all kinds of people from all the kinds of different varied backgrounds that are very good. And that's the reality of it. So it's just this shit, scary shit, really. For thinking people, it's scary shit, I think. Yeah. But the problem too is there are assholes out there too that are just fucking racist and they just, you know, and then they'll use this as an excuse to kind of, you know, throw their flag up and, you know, I mean, I've been through this before. I remember anybody who liked philosophy back, well, this is going back now, 15 years, 16 years to Stefan Molyneux's podcast, Freedom Main Radio, knows these debates that he would get into with people. And again, I get fucking Twitch is going to put another goddamn warning on the channel here. But anyway, sorry, too later, I got one. But where he started going through like IQ tests for different ethnicities. And I was like, brother, no. Like, you know, you're going to go into some remote village somewhere in fucking Indonesia and be like, oh, well, yeah, they only scored 80. It's like, what were the questions? It's just so fucking stupid, man. And he got himself in trouble later on with some of that stuff. Now, people also came and attacked him for other reasons. I don't know if he really was deserving of being attacked for, but he got into these very audacious arguments in the past too. And that shit drives me crazy. People start talking like that because, anyway, yeah, we're all fucking Homo sapiens. We're all the same race of people. There are people who have looked a little bit different because they've existed in different environments. Maybe you can argue there's been some overlap with some other people from some other different human races, but we are all one human race. We're all Homo sapiens. So we're all pretty fucking similar. I mean, cultural backgrounds play a huge role, in my opinion, on people's development too, right? There are some cultures that are fucked, right? Again, I'm not even going to fucking go there, but there are some cultures that are fucked. They're extremely oppressive. You know, no one has any kind of education, and it doesn't trend well for the people there. So that's really the big culture bias. Yeah, I really think culture has a massive influence. Yeah, I think we're all Homo sapiens. It's really like your environment, I think, plays a massive influence in how you develop. We know that now, though. We know it does. We know it plays a massive influence in how young people, kids develop. Huge, you know. Same with nutrition as well. If you're in a culture that's very oppressive and abusive, and that's running rampant, trauma, and then you've got generations of trauma and the role that trauma plays in development and how people get fucked up because of it and they become abusive, and you've got you get some areas that are fucked. Again, I'm not even going to mention it because of Twitch, but like some areas are fucked because of it. And it's sad because, you know, there are good people that come out of those areas and they leave, but, you know, we're very fortunate here in the West. And I think that's what you see for the most part. But there's some trauma here in the West's past too, right? There's some trauma here where, you know, there was definitely some shit that happened that wasn't okay, right? And I think a lot of people today, though, that have come up are we're pretty balanced. There's definitely still some issues around, but I can't believe when I hear shit like that. It's absolute insanity. Yeah, absolute fucking insanity. Yeah. 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 That's exactly it. Yeah, all that ethnicities at least. You know, we're all one race. Yeah. 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 Alberta had eugenics until the 80s. Did they actually? Well, the stories about the native people, so some people say that's a liberal conspiracy, I guess, now in Canada, but maybe they've exaggerated it, but like it was pretty fucking bad. I think there's some pretty sound evidence that there was some abuse from the Catholic Church of native peoples for a long time. I mean, that's another one, man, that doesn't get opened up enough. Like, fucked stuff, man. It's just there's assholes everywhere. That's the thing. We're all fucking the same monkeys. We're all Homo sapiens, and there are assholes everywhere. It's a problem. That's a real problem, are assholes, right? And they can crop up in any different form, waving any kind of different flag. And it's not a reflection of everybody involved in those communities, but there are assholes everywhere. And you just need to be fucking careful. Yeah. What is this? Alberta Eugenics Board. Yeah. The Alberta Eugenics Board was an agency created by the Alberta government in 1928 that attempted to impose sterilization on a disabled subset of its population in accordance with the principles of eugenics. It remained active until 1972 when it was dissolved. Really? Oh, yeah. Persons with developmental disability. Really? Intimate Sexual Sterilization Act. Is that a broad category? Like, does someone with dyslexia fall into that category? Yeah. Well, that's still pretty recent. Yeah. Well, you know, there's a golf club here where I'm from, which, not that I grew up with this, but it's a very wealthy area where I grew up. I didn't grow up very wealthy, but I grew up like in a middle class home. But there's some very wealthy people live here, and the golf club, I think, didn't allow people who were darker skinned to join, I think, until the 90s. So I'm pretty sure it's true, which I was like, fuck me. Like, so there's been a long fight for equality to some degree, right? It's been a real fight. Talk to homosexual couples who grew up through the 70s and the 80s, man. My professor was a huge advocate. He wasn't a gay man himself, actually, but he's a huge advocate for the gay community back in the 70s and the 80s. And like, they went through the ringer. It was very difficult. And it still kind of is, but now it's evolved into something else, which, again, I'm not going to fucking get into, but, you know, anyway, yeah. Some places I worked, they had DI hires in leadership positions that were so incompetent that they would hire assistants to help them do their jobs. Oh, man. Yeah, you never do that. Again, like, it just never. It's really scary that they've been doing that. It's a very stark reflection of like our society, that I think a lot of people, you know, the consequence of really what it is, it's dumb people. It's dumb people in positions of authority. And that's the scariest thing. It's that you got really incompetent people in positions of authority that are allowing those kinds of things to happen. It doesn't help anybody, man. It hurts everyone. It's just, again, you're not judging, you're judging people on their like ethnicity or their sexual orientation. Like, people, they just lack the capability to understand why that's a problem. It's beyond me. But we just came from a time where that's what we were doing. You were judging person based on their ethnicity, if they got a promotion or not, or on their sexual orientation. Like, we just got out of this. We just got out of this hole, right? Where like, you wouldn't get a promotion if they found out that you had a husband at home and you're a guy working in an office, right? Or if you were of another ethnicity, right? Whether you're black or you're Asian, like you wouldn't get promoted, right? And we just got over that, and now they're going down the other side of the fucking hill. It's insane how that happens, man. Oh man, well, that's really concerning, enormous. Yeah, that's even more concerning than fucking Christ, man. Yeah. Jesus. The mentally aware are those that cannot find their fit in society. The lack of clarity in that definition is almost intentional. The company I worked at won't hire Canadians. Yeah, I know. That's another problem in Canada. Yeah. The pendulum swings, man. I know someone mentioned that earlier too, right? And that's, it does though. It does politically, but in this way, it's like, man, it's, fuck. How far is it going to go? I think it's reached its limit now. I think more people are aware now of what's been happening, and it's just fucking unbelievable. There's more stuff. It's unreal, huh? Holy fuck. Trump says U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip. That'll solve the problem, won't it? Trump says they'll just take Israel and Palestine. What are you going to do to stop us? Yeah. That'll stop the whole fight, man. That's another hot topic on here, isn't it? I know people, and I've known people that have been involved in advocating for both sides. And I mean, Yeah, I think either way, it's been a terrible thing that's happened where there's been a bunch of innocent people, children that have been killed, you know, and using the excuse they're all just terrorists isn't really good enough, right? There is an element there that there is an extremist element though, but it's like how you handle that, man. So now they're fuck these topics, guys. I mean, I'd love to be able to go on about them endlessly, but it's just, they're so toxic. And it's like, in some ways, like, I don't know what's my opinion worth on some of this stuff. Like when it comes to that conflict, I don't know enough about it to really weigh my opinion in. I've seen just anecdotes of both sides, and when there's a bunch of innocent people being killed, and now you've got they've got a warrant out for buddy's arrest from Israel or Netanyahu. But I don't think that's a reflection of all Jewish people, and that's where you see it's just stupid people though that see stuff like that. And then there are people who are Jewish that are getting like assaulted and attacked in the street because of the actions of one fucking moron in his cabinet. It's like, holy shit, man. Yeah. Is he meeting with Trump now? Holy fuck. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, he pulled out of the UN HRC today. Oh, did he actually? He pulled out of a couple things. Yeah. Man, oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Serious questions. Well, I mean, there's serious topics, I guess, right? And I mean, I'm no stranger to controversy in my own life. I mean, anyone that knows me personally will know that I venture into all kinds of topics, like, but just publicly, I don't know if it's something that I want to really get into, because it's like, I've seen channels where people, this is the focus, like, and it's like, holy fuck, it's toxic, man. Like, yeah. Yeah. I'm curious why people believe what they believe, and I've talked to these liberal types and they have some strong arguments. Yeah, man, I mean, it's at the end of the day, I mean, you know, I mean, I'm probably much more of a centrist type person, honestly, though. I mean, I would say people who know me personally, have known me, say I live probably a fairly liberal life. I would not describe myself as conservative in any fucking way. But yeah, I think it's important to challenge people's beliefs. I'm of the same kind of ilk, but it's, yeah, on these platforms, like certain words, certain conversations, especially on Twitch, unfortunately. Yeah, you think I'm a normie liberal? No, I don't. You can't put people in those boxes though either. Yeah, default liberal, you might say. No, I would never describe myself as that either, though. I think it's like there are some people, like when I think of liberal, I think of values as well, and like conservative values. Like, yeah, you're such a normie liberal. Am I a normie liberal? I have no fucking, see, I don't think like that though. That's the other thing. I challenge people as well. Like, from what framework are you looking? Like, how are you looking at the world? Like, what are you looking at? What are you using to look through at the world, right? Like what kind of glasses do people have on? Like, if I meet somebody, I wouldn't instantaneously try and gauge, like, are they a more liberal or conservative person? I mean, I would want to know, like, what do you believe on a more fundamental level, right? I think I'm after, like, kind of deeper parts of people too. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what liberal is anymore. We certainly don't have a liberal party. No, we don't. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that too, Hendricks. They're not banning the liquor. Yeah. To use something liberally is to use it non-conservatively. What definition are we anchoring against it? Yeah, that's the other thing. We'd have to get into definitions of these things as well, and that's what we could get into. But these conversations usually, like, I don't know. I try not to judge people on it. I know there's other content creators on here that like constantly have that framework where they look at somebody and they say, oh, you're a filthy conservative. It's like, what is that supposed to mean? It's a very dogmatic way, if people are seriously approaching other people in that way, of looking at people. People are very complicated, right? It's an oversimplification of people too. And I think sometimes we'll do this because it's convenient, right? But ultimately, people are extremely complicated. And I think oversimplifying people is not a good idea. It's not, I don't think it's healthy. Yeah. From all sides of the spectrum, so I know what ideas are out there. Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it too. I mean, I'm after objective truths ultimately. I mean, in my own life, there are things I advocate for, like I would advocate for some substances not to be controlled by the government. And I would advocate for some level of welfare, because I don't think we should just be leaving people out on their own starving on the street, because I know that those situations, it's again, it's oversimplification where some of these arguments, like, it's like, oh, well, fuck them, you know, like they slipped up, you know, or whatever, they came from a bad place, whatever. It's like, it's not until you actually get involved with those situations where I think a lot of people underestimate the complexity of all of these things. And I think it's because our brains can only handle so much. You know, one person can only handle and digest so much of the world. There is so much to know. And that's the problem. And if we start putting these things in little bite-sized pieces that we can digest, and then that's our framework, and that's how we look through the world, it can be problematic, right? Because again, we're oversimplifying very complex problems. And that's why I don't usually look through things through that framework, right? So same with like welfare arguments is another one where it's like, why don't they believe we should have any kind of welfare? Or like Stefan Mullen, he wanted like a free market with no regulation. I'm like, brother, like, have you not been on planet Earth for the last 50 fucking years? Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen if we do that? Oh, find a balance. Okay, and we get a pile of fucking 20 million bodies, right? I mean, that kind of thinking led to some fucking literal holocausts. Like, yeah, we draw principles, like Aristotle said, and we should. Yes, we should. Yeah, we should. I don't disagree. Yeah, it's again, some opinions are worth more than others though as well on these topics. And that's one thing that I struggle with as well, where it's something I pull back on, where in some of these arguments, like one person can only know so much as well, where if we're having these political discussions and we're getting into like topics on welfare, or like, I only know so much on that, one person can only know so much. And so then I will sometimes defer to people who know more than myself, even about political history or economics, right? Or X, Y, and Z, every other fucking corner of the world, AI. Like, there's just so much to know. And like, I know that I only know a small fraction of it. I know that objectively I know nothing, really. And that's how I approach things. And people too, that I don't know people. And if people approach others with this kind of preconception that they're one thing or the other, I don't think that's a good way personally of approaching people, because I know how complicated people are as well. So again, like, I usually try and approach things in a more neutral way personally. Yeah. Norway being the core example. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Oh yeah, I saw you design that. Yeah. As you're into the alien lore, there was 10 to 15 years, I'm equally into ideological and political lore. Absolutely, man. Yeah, no, listen, and it's, I am in alien lore. I have a little bit of crossover into that, I guess, when it comes to like ideological lore, a little bit. And I don't super knowledge in politics, but I have some basis of it as well, because of my basis in philosophy primarily. But yeah, real politics, what factions and ideas are out there, and having conversations about what's the best way forward, right? And yeah, that's a conversation everyone should have. And, you know, it's a question that in the discipline of philosophy that people have had for a long time. And Plato's arguments are something I'm very familiar with. And listen, his argument for like why democracy will fail. And I mean, I look at that all the time and I wonder, and I think, fuck, and that's complicated I think this stuff gets complicated where, you know, for people that don't know, Plato argued, mainly in the Republic, about the pitfalls of democracy, and that ultimately the population shouldn't really be trusted with that kind of power, because they won't choose to educate themselves to the degree necessary to really take responsibility of that power. And so inevitably what happens with democracy is that people get hoodwinked. They get manipulated by suave psychopaths and they take control, right? And it fails. Now, is that objectively the best form of government? Well, if that's what happens, no. But is that still the right thing to do, is give people that power? Probably, right? But what happens is, well, it might fail. It more than likely will at some point. So then you just get your bunker. Fuck me. Telling me I'm a default liberal, brother. Well, I guess it is what it is then, right? I tell you one thing, I'm not voting for Justin, so... Yeah, fuck me. Anyway, let's move on. Let's go back to something that's less audacious of a conversation, maybe. That's why I talk about this stuff. Yeah, political reason, senior political correspondent. Fuck. It's on our money, goddamn. You mean the bottle caps? You getting the bottle caps ready, Edge? Yeah. It's gonna be our fucking money soon. Christ, brother. It's not looking good. God damn it. Yeah. Raise up your badge. Fuck yeah. Interesting. Well, I mean, this is all well and good. Why did I click on this video? I clicked on this video because it said magnetic pole flip, honestly. I don't really need to see his evidence for Atlantis because I know that it's not very strong. I know that Atlantis is almost certainly was not, if it was a real place, in northwestern Africa. This is the thing that everyone's talking about right now. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, what a modern cataclysm would look like. And this is, there was another thing I was going to pull up. I think I forgot to fucking pull it up. Well, that's what Buddy was just talking about now. Fuck, where did I see that? I thought I pulled it up. There's been a lot of people on Twitter talking about this magnetic pole shift shit, right? So this happened back, in the 50s and the 60s. This conversation was had about physical pole shifts because a very prominent scientist wrote a book about it and scared the fuck out of everybody. And then it happened again in the 90s because conspiracy type people were saying that it was going to happen in like the early 2000s at the turn of the millennia, and it didn't. And now it's the magnetic shift, which is another thing, which for a technological civilization like ourselves could be equally as devastating, I suppose. So, yeah. Well, I'll go over the video here. I'm talking about this, but what was Dean Johnson? One solar storm can spoil your whole civilization. Yes, it can. This is some dendrochronological shit. Yeah. How bad can a solar storm be? Just ask a tree. Unlike human records, which go back hundreds of years, trees can remember solar storms for millennia. They can. Nagoya University doctoral student Fusa Miyake made the discovery in 2012 while studying rings in the stumps of a 1900-year-old Japanese cedar. Can you imagine that? All the shit that one tree's seen. One ring in particular drew her attention. Grown in the year 774 to 775 AD, it contained a 12% jump in carbon-14, an isotope created by cosmic radiation. The surge was 20 times greater than ordinary fluctuations in cosmic rays. Other teams confirmed the spike in wood from Germany, Russia, United States, Finland, and New Zealand. What happened? Trees all over the world experienced it. Most researchers think it was a solar storm, an extraordinary one. Often we point to the Carrington event in 1859 as a worst-case scenario for solar storms. The 774 AD storm was at least 10 times stronger. If it happened today, it would floor modern technology. Her initial discovery and others have confirmed 4 more examples. 7176 BC. Holy fuck, that's going back a ways. 5259 BC. 664 BC, 993 AD. They call them Miyake events. Oh, that's nice, in honor of her name. It's not clear that all Miyake events are caused by the sun. Supernova explosions and gamma ray bursts also produce carbon spikes. However, the evidence tilts towards solar storms. For each of the confirmed Miyake events, researchers have found matching spikes of whatever the fuck that means in ice cores. These isotopes in order to trace strong solar activity. Oh my God. Well, like what would be the situation here if that happened? Are they going to tell us? Like, well, we're all fucked. I mean, that's a TLDR when we read things like this. It's like, you just wait. We're going to be fucked. All right. It's like, fuck, man. Yeah. Okay. Is this the next post? It is the next post here. Yeah. It's cool you can read the rings of trees with age and see different things that happen over the years. Also that trees have a symbiotic relationship with humans and mammals. It's crazy, man. I mean, I encountered this when I was kind of doing what I like to call research, although people actually, like scholars would probably, and actual researchers would be like, no. But I like to think it was. But I was looking through the Exodus, and there was this idea of this cataclysm 3,600 years ago. And it actually, Hiragrim brought it up recently again, but it was a large explosion in the Mediterranean, large volcanic explosion. It was maybe one part of it, but they were able to figure that out using tree rings. And it was crazy what they do, these dendrochronologists. So they look through the tree rings, and what they'll do is they'll match them up. So they'll find a tree, like you can go back thousands of years. How they do this is they find a tree that goes back, let's say 2,000 years, right? Now, there's only so far we can go back with fucking trees. But let's say you go back 2,000 years, right? Then there's this other stump or this submerged log you found, right? Then you're able to date it at like, I don't know, 1,800 years ago. And so now there's an overlap. So now if they're in a similar area, what you can do is you can start mapping in between. Like, okay, we can line up the rings and these different events in the area with these two different trees that kind of overlap with their lifespan. One's older, one's younger. And then now once we figure out where that overlap is, we can start going back again. And then we go back again another 2,000 years to like fucking whatever, 3,800 years ago. And then we find another tree, right? Or we find another log. We find some other kind of evidence, an older tree that's preserved. And then we do the same thing. And now you're back like, 6,000 years almost. And and then they can go back a long way and you can really get a good breakdown of like, well, what the fuck happened? And it's really cool. And I wasn't really familiar with it as well. I said, I didn't know people were even doing this shit, right? Like, yeah. Why can't they put these sensitive equipment underground? Brother, I think they have a repository for, well, and they got the seed bank in Sweden, I think. Is that where it is? Yeah. Cedar redwoods are fucking huge ancient trees, man. I'm almost sure you can't cut them anymore. How old were they? I think the oldest tree on the planet, we'll get back to this here. I'm curious. Like, what's the oldest living tree? The oldest living tree and the oldest tree ever. Like, how far back does it go? This would be an interesting thing to know. Oh, well, you might be right here. The oldest living tree is Methuselah, a Great Basin bristlecone pine in California's White Mountains. So it's not the Red Mountains. It's around 4,800 years old as of 2024. Its exact location is kept secret to prevent vandalism. Really? That's cool. That's interesting. The oldest tree ever was another bristle pine called Prometheus, which was at least 4,900 years old when it was cut down in 1964. Wow. So that'd give you a pretty good fucking window of time. They probably still have the cutouts. You're talking about clonal trees where the root system is ancient, but the individual trunk dies and regrows. And Pando, a clonal aspen colony in Utah, is 80,000 years old. Holy shit. Wow, isn't that fucking nuts? Yeah. It's double Jesus' age. Yeah, isn't that fun? That's insane, right? Yeah. That table would tell a lot of stories, wouldn't it? It's like, just guess how old this fucking table is. Yeah, we cut her down, so what? I needed a table. I needed a story to tell. I'd be doing that shit, filling my house with all these like ancient relics. Fuck me. Oh, it'd be crazy, yeah. Well, that's interesting. So there you go, right? When you're talking about these cataclysms that happen, it's like we should have a pretty good view of like, because again, like how far back, I wonder, let's ask this, how far back has dendrochronology gone? Whatever it fucking. Wow, there you go. So we've gone back almost 14,000 years using preserved tree samples. So through stitching together those connecting points, we've gone back 14,000 years. The German oak and pine master chronology extends back 12,460 years. And the Hohenheim oak chronology in Germany goes back to almost 14,000. Wow, that's crazy, huh? So that's how we've been able to connect the ice core samples as well. So fuck, man. It's unbelievably tedious. I've seen one of the guys do it that I was following. But I was just interested in that time period around 3,400 to 3,600 years ago. But I saw how they got the data they got from that, and I was blown away. I was like, what the fuck? Absolutely insane. Well, so what happened with this, I guess? So Miyake events have placed dendrochronologists in the center of space and weather research. After Miyake's initial discovery, the international tree ring community began working together to look for evidence of solar superstorms. Their collaboration is called the Cosmic Initiative. Publishes in a 2018 edition of Nature confirmed that Miyake events were indeed global. Trees on 5 continents recorded carbon spikes. There could be additional Miyake events throughout the Holocene. Interesting. Finding them will be a slow and systematic process. An important news source. Okay. These are very old tree rings. Oh, this is interesting. Floating tree ring records from Europe and the Great Lakes. These are very old rings that could potentially capture spikes as far back as 15,000 years ago, which we were just seeing. Interesting. Okay. 4 more candidates. 12,350 BC. There you go. The French Alps. Interesting. Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, so, I mean, it didn't really give us an idea, but I guess they said it would absolutely fucking cook our tech now. It's funny we aren't taking more precautions, but again, the hubris of man, where we're like, oh, that won't happen again. Right? Or the work to, some people in, was it Quantum? They're fucking, they're doing, they're printing shit on crystals now. They're printing information on crystals. And the crystals shouldn't be able to be wiped. Which is interesting. And you can imprint a lot of information onto crystals, which is funny because, the correlation to the woo, of course, is that people like Edgar Cayce and other like channelers and whatnot way back in the day talked about this lost civilization and that they used crystals extensively. And they're like, oh, that's crazy talk. And it's like, what's the best way to store information? It's like, oh, on crystals. I'm like, oh, really? Quartz crystal? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Wow. That's another coincidence, I guess. Another coinky-dink. Yeah. Did he get all this information from crystals? Yeah, man. We watched it on here recently where they were able to store like, it's a ridiculous, like 1 million gigs or something of information on a crystal. Like a tiny little crystal, right? So, in the Fortress of Solitude. I guess you're right. You are right. I remember that from the movies. Yeah. Yeah. So, but that supposedly is what people have seen or what Edgar Cayce talked about and other people who have gone through these kinds of woo circles. As Divin Ormus was saying earlier, he's like, why hasn't anyone gone through a life in this past civilization? There are accounts of people supposedly who have gone through lives from this lost civilization. Now, I mean, will you read that and humor it? I mean, for the most part, like... I don't know. I think I find them to be interesting. I mean, what does it ultimately mean? I have no fucking idea, right? But they do talk about a civilization that was fairly advanced that did use crystals extensively. And they were flying around. And so it's like, where'd the stuff go, I guess? I didn't see that poll that was up, actually. I am voting... WEF worker. Holy fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. The dragon is going to breathe fire on us at some point and fry the circuits around here. Going back to the Luddite ways after our correction. Fuck. Jesus Christ, yeah. Pretty sure some watches, clocks use quartz to resonate frequency to control an oscillator for the ticks. Yeah, there's an energy generated. It's something about it. It keeps the watch going too, doesn't it, man? Yeah. I say, like, what is it? Quartz crystal. Crystal. How many gigs can we store on them? There's a specific one. You have 5D optical data storage. Okay, yeah. So 360 terabytes is how much data can be stored on each one of these little disks. So that's 360,000 gigabytes of information. Jesus, man. Stored in 5 dimensions. Interesting. They're not commercially available. It's in research stage. They're not on par with modern SSDs. Yeah. Specialized laser equipment. Soon though, right? I mean, you think that's something like people are on it. They are on the event this happens.
Hypothesis,
here,
you have Robert Schoch that disagrees greatly and says it was a solar outburst.
Isostatic.
Isostatic. What did I say? Isotopic?
Isotopic, yes. I was looking at it going, wait a minute, what's he getting wrong? Okay, yes, there it is.
Isostatic, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And then you have other people suggesting a pole shift. And I'm like, so there's no smoking gun evidence for any of these individual things. However, there's strong suggestive evidence for each one of them independently. Not enough to conclude it. So let me give a shout out to Ben Davison of Suspicious Observers. Are you familiar with Ben?
I've been trying to hit him up for years.
Oh, well, let me text him. And I can't imagine why he wouldn't want to partner with you.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. This guy's a little bit out there. Yeah. Computers are made of crystals in the future, question mark, brother. We're going to be the Atlanteans again. That's what's going to happen. It isn't until we get to that stage we're going to look back and be like, holy fuck, we were here before. We were doing this before. And then guess what? Big cataclysm. Everything resets, right? And then guess what happens? Everyone dies except for groups of small hunter-gatherers. And we go to them and we say, listen, we were part of the civilization. We have all this great knowledge. And we start building these these large structures to try and show future generations these people knew something. They knew something about mathematics, right? And we try and teach the primitive people these mathematics, and then a lot of them just don't care to listen because they're too busy surviving, and then it all gets lost, and then the cycle repeats again, and it goes over and over and over again. And so we're approaching the Crystal Age. What does that mean? Time for a reset. Maybe that's what.
Great guy, by the way.
I think he got back to us once, but he was busy.
Okay,
Yeah.
I know he's well, it's not for me to say, but I know he's a single parent. He's got a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
I know that.
Fascinating channel. I've been watching his stuff.
So what if it's all the above? That essentially there was a pole shift. And one thing that he informed me of is that there was something called the Gothenburg pole excursion of 12,800 years ago, which is the same period of time as the onset of the Younger Dryas that went until about 11,600 years ago.
Touching this.
And
Nice.
I'm like, I've never heard of this. There was a geomagnetic pole excursion 12,800 years ago. Why? How haven't I heard of this? And this study goes back to the 70s. And so here's the theory that I would, if I had to suggest, is that everyone's correct, that with that pole shift, it caused a diminishment of the Earth's shields. The atmosphere diminished, which made us more susceptible to solar activity as well as cosmic impacts. And if the pole shift happened, let's say 12,800 years ago, and then maybe 11,600 years ago, there was the cosmic impact. And somewhere in between, there was a solar outburst, because the Earth's surface will be more susceptible to solar activity as well as cosmic impacts. What if it's all three of them? Which, I'm sorry to say, that means that the Earth is if this was true, the Earth is far more volatile than any of us even wanted to believe. That means that like there's periods of time in Earth's history where it's like really, really bad. It's like, but that would explain why all we have left is stone and these unanswered questions.
Right.
That it's so much worse than people imagine. And although Ben Davison doesn't identify with continental crust displacement, it's still possible that during a pole shift, if it's caused by the internal movement of the iron core in the middle, the liquid iron core, and then the liquid molten core that's in the mantle, it said that that's what causes a pole shift, is that it's the movement of the iron core, and how significant
It softens a little bit or something?
It's already soft, it's liquid, but it moves. And essentially, it's a difference between a full-on pole flip, which does happen occasionally in Earth's history, but geomagnetic pole excursions, which are a partial pole flip, happen intermittently. Not consistently, but there's evidence of going back every like 12 to 13,000 years. I'm going to make a compelling video on this in the next couple months. But basically, the idea is that if let me give you an example that we can all wrap our heads around, is earthquakes. Some earthquakes originate in the crust when there's movement in the crust and it causes an earthquake, and others originate in the liquid outer portion of the mantle. If something happens inside the Earth's core and we're floating on top of it, is it really that unreasonable to suggest that it wouldn't cause cataclysm on the surface, whether it be through earthquakes, continental crust displacement, which, let me just say, mainstream science totally disagrees on this. This is total pseudoscience.
Earth crust displacement theory is Charles Hapgood. Earth crust displacement theory is a physical pole shift. And Jimmy, brother, I don't know. That's the one from the movie 2012 where we've got mile-high tsunamis all over the coastlines, because the physical outer crust detaches and it shifts around. So like, so true north and true south end up in different positions on the globe, right? So where there is a new north and south physically. So like, Brazil ends up in Alaska, right? And then it gets cold as fuck, right? So I mean, that's like, they get smacked by that, man. I mean, that's the fucking scary one, which is really out there. And one of the reasons that Hapgood proposed that, I'm pretty sure, if I can recall correctly, was due to this issue of the ice sheets. I'm not an expert on this. Okay, just so everybody knows that, but I have a basic understanding of it. There's a problem with the melting of the ice sheets that happened 12,000 years ago. There's an issue with how rapidly they melted, and obviously to do that, you need energy, right? So something has to increase the rate of melting, because from where they were, we thought they were, at least, they shouldn't have melted as quickly as they did. So there must be an explanation for why they melted so rapidly. So some people put the idea forward of a comet hitting it, right? Some giant airburst, some giant impact that set it melting at an accelerated rate, right? Another explanation was, well, maybe the crust shifted, right? And then North American ice sheet ended up in the equator for a couple thousand years. And then what happened is it shifted back to some degree. And so all this rapid melting happened. But I mean, there's not a lot of evidence for that. That's the fucking issue. And there's all kinds of other fucking problems that would happen there. So that one's kind of debunked, I guess. Although there's lots of things I'm sure we'll figure out about the planet and the universe that we thought were just like crazy that aren't. That one's really out there. That one's terrifying too. And really, like, what causes that to happen? What's the mechanism? Like the core flipping around. The Chinese just did an experiment last year. They find the core might flip around all the fucking time. It might stall. Like there's all kinds of weird shit going on of the internals of the planet that we weren't aware of. So, I don't know if that would necessarily be Jimmy. I know I like Jimmy's videos, but I mean, it's like that shit that's from the 50s. That's Charles Hapgood. Einstein worked with him on that. I think Einstein was the one that kind of talked him out of it. It just didn't make a lot of sense.
Okay. They do not agree with what I'm saying at all. Let me be clear. But it's still possible. And as well as
yes, tectonic plate shifts.
What am I looking for? Super volcanoes. That's another enigma we don't fully understand. However, at certain periods of time of known geomagnetic pole excursions, such as the Toba super eruption of approximately 72,000 years ago, which is what the fossil record shows that humanity may have been diminished to just a few thousand people worldwide. That just so happens to coincide with a geomagnetic pole excursion. Now, I'm only connecting the dots. This is not proof, but what if that's what causes supervolcanoes, or one of the things that it's the internal movement, rapid internal movement of inside the Earth's core, and it causes displacement on the surface.
Yep,
which
go ahead.
Oh no, that's my point.
Oh no, I was just gonna use the Earth crust displacement theory is what you're talking about. That as that's not accepted science, but the model of it, Charles Hapgood, the best explanation that I've ever heard is if you think of a core, or if you think of an orange that's detached from the peel, and if you think of it as the Earth's crust and the Earth's core, and you imagine the peel shifting over like you're spinning it on a string, and then it just shifts a tiny little bit. That's your Earth crust displacement. That's where you end up with it. The idea is you end up with different pieces of the Earth on the poles. Like the entire crust shifts. Chicken Little sees the sky fall because the stars dip. Like the whole. That's Earth crust displacement. Einstein was even working on it with Hapgood back in the 50s, but it has lost out to tectonic plates and all that stuff. It's not the accepted model by any stretch of the imagination. But I wanted to put that in because I always had trouble imagining that until I read the orange metaphor, and I've always.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one way of visualizing it. It's more complicated than that, where, again, like Jimmy was talking about, a lot of that internal structure is liquid, but it's floating on the top. But, there's other theories that people have worked on outside of this. This is a debunking guy, yeah. I love Dan. I've been watching his channel for a little while now, yeah. So you could still have that happen, hypothetically, with the tectonic plates. There could still be a shift that occurs all together at once, but I'm not even going to fucking say it, but you would need some other object influencing the Earth gravitationally, maybe, that could grab it and pull them all together, right? Which is what people talked about in the 90s, that Nibiru was going to come by and that the gravitationally grabs a hold of the Earth, and one wins, one loses, and one that loses has the whole fucking crust yanked and gets thrown around. But there's all these fucking problems with it. Like, it doesn't make sense ultimately, which is why it was thrown out. Although there is evidence. Well, listen, one of the problems here's another conundrum, which is, again, these are things we probably don't really want to think about, right? Through the weekday in the evening on a weekday. But, the mammoth conundrum in Siberia, where what looked like happened was the atmosphere was completely stripped away. That's like one of the explanations there. Like, everything got stripped So like, what did that? Now, what could do that is just a local impact, but it was pretty broad. And there are other examples of that kind of shit happening around the globe. So again, was there just like a giant pelting of the planet with trash? But like, it was some big trash that like scary shit. See Mars. Well, man, that's, yeah, maybe literally, yeah. Pangea was a thing, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, what was at some point, man? Yeah, what caused it to all break up, I guess? Over time, slowly over time? Were there periods of turmoil that allowed it to kind of break apart more quickly? Who knows, right? I mean, it's same with mountain building, right? Mountain building's another thing. This is something that Velikovsky brought up, so which nobody talks about him, and I don't know why. If I ever get to talk to Jimmy, I'll tell him to make a video on him, because I mean, I'm just gonna be too fucking lazy to actually put together a good, not my thing, to like do the editing and the cutting and the fuck that. That stuff drives me crazy. But I would love if someone did a good deep dive on him. I've tried to here at times in the past when there weren't many people watching, go over his stuff and go over some interesting points from his work, because there are some interesting questions that he raises. And one of them was about mountain building, right? Where there's this idea in the past, and it's called catastrophism as opposed to gradualism, that some mountains were built in a day, which sounds crazy and terrifying on top of that. But there are accounts from ancient history that mention this, whether it's just localized earthquakes that caused, certain smaller, mountains, hills to crumble, or whether actual mountains literally ripped up through the ground. But I mean, that's a possibility if things are catastrophic enough that you could have, the Himalayas might be a bit much, because that's, I think, pretty obviously some gradual kind of movement. But what caused it to get like that? I mean, how dynamic is the planet really? I mean, we have a pretty good idea, but there's a lot of holes still where there's room for these catastrophes that could have occurred. And there are some holes that are filled if you use catastrophes and catastrophism. So it's like, anyway, it's one of these arguments that goes on, and right now people are still in this kind of gradualist model. Some people argue that we're there because it's a more comfortable thought, because there are, again, some explanations that are far more catastrophic for things that have happened. And it's not necessarily my area of expertise, but I've read about it and I have a basic understanding of the argument. And I was also more interested in how Velikovsky was ostracized away and out of academia for proposing these heresies. And that was really what I really got into. But then I kind of got into reading about, fucking large comet planet that caused the catastrophes. I'm like, oh my fucking God, I've heard this one before. I've gone through this song and dance before with people. Fuck me, not again. Yeah. What was the name of the map that had Antarctica on it before it's actually discovered? The Perry Reese map. Yeah, it was a different place and was tropical or some woo coolness. Yeah, there's a Perry Reese map, More Drinker. Yeah. There's a place not too far from here called the Frank Slide. It's a town that got completely buried from an avalanche. They made it a memorial as a reminder, but it's an example of a smaller scale catastrophe idea. Holy shit. It happens. I mean, there's been some cataclysmic events, man. What I find interesting, and I just humor these ideas again, like I do a lot of things, right? A lot of woo and stuff, are some of these ancient stories, man. We were going over this on Sunday with Galen TV about the black goo and the tar, and there's a lot of cultures that talked about this black tar, or they called it ichor, that fell from the sky and it ignited, and there were these great firestorms, and man, it's an unsettling one, especially the stories, because they'll sometimes coincide with a large comet or comets, and it's like, man, it's that unfortunate reality that we might face one day where it's like, oh shit, like we missed something. And that's something that gave me anxiety looking into this. I'm like, have we missed something? And there's been other people that have asked that question. Like, that's what Velikovsky effectively asked. He said, are we a species with trauma? And because of that trauma, do we have an amnesia? And this is something Graham Hancock's talking about too. It was kind of Velikovsky that brought it up first, because his training was as a psychotherapist, a psychoanalyst. But he looked at like all the stories from these ancient cultures, and he looked at them as a whole and looked at it as the people telling them and said, this seemed like a traumatized people. All these other cultures he was going, like, they're traumatized. Something happened. And he was like, man, like, what are we missing something out of the human story here that might come to bite us in the ass? And this is what Randall and Graham have brought up too, where with the Comet Research Group, is there some kind of periodicity to these events that happens? And is this some dark secret? And I hope it's not. That's getting into conspiratorial realms. But I mean, you know, is it some dark truth maybe that we'll come to find? And it's like, holy shit, yes, periodically we run into some comet stream, right? And that's why ancients talked about this great dragon in the sky that lashed us with its tail. It's because there was this comet stream we go through periodically, and we get hit with its tail, and it just decimates the planet, strips away some portions of the upper atmosphere. Coldness of space comes down, flash freezes things, firestorms. And if it's bad enough, even earthquakes, possibly global earthquakes, if there's enough impacts, right? And it's like, whoo, fun times. You know, it's like, fuck, man. Although if that happened, I'd just be along for the ride. But I'm along for the ride anyway, either way. But yeah, fucking crazy shit, yeah. You drive to it heading to BC, it's just massive rocks on each side of the road. Oh, really? I'll pull it up here. I'll shut up. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, huh? Can I zoom in on that? Just a second. We'll zoom in. Interesting. The Frank Slide. Oh, shit. Man. Under those rocks is effectively a whole bunch of squashed town and people from whenever it was that it happened. Oh, actually, it's not really funny, but I mean, I guess now it is. It's been fucking 100 years. You imagine you're just having your morning coffee and you just hear the slide happen. This is ungodly fucking thunder. Next thing you know, you're just squished. Off to the next adventure, hopefully. Yeah. 1903 destroyed much of the mine's infrastructure, several rural businesses, and 7 houses in the outskirts of Frank, killing 70 to 90 people. They built a town in the wrong spot. Well, fuck, 12,000 years ago, everybody built their towns on the coastline because that was prime real estate, right? And then guess what happened? Something, which ended up flooding all the coastlines a couple hundred years later, but also potentially instantaneously, depending on what actually happened. So if it was a magnetic pole shift that happened, then this is what he's going to talk about here. I'll just let him talk. I'll let him explain it. So actually, this little bit here, I probably want to play because this gets into the new Göbekli Tep information. We've gone over this anyway, but this is very interesting.
See that.
And isn't there evidence that, or isn't it showing that like the North Pole is moving a certain amount every single year?
Yeah, the
like,
magnetic stuff. Yeah, that's
like 38 miles a year. It's accelerating.
38 miles a year?
Give this a Google. This is real. So this is mainstream science that we are actually living within a geomagnetic pole excursion. It's happening right now. It's been happening for like since the mid 1800s. And there's several hundred that are known in Earth's history. And we're overdue. And essentially, the poles are moving. They've had to update airport runway numbers around the world over the last couple decades. It's happening. Now, to be clear, mainstream scientists will say this will not be cataclysmic and it won't, and it's going to go on for another 1,000 years before it's completed, but they don't actually know that.
Movement of the geomagnetic poles is not a constant rate, but varies over time. According to recent data, the North Magnetic Dip Pole has been moving at an average speed of 55 kilometers or 34 miles per year since 2020, which is faster than the historical average of about 10 miles per year.
Yeah.
This acceleration in movement began around the mid-1990s, with the pole currently drifting towards the northern coast of Siberia. Holy shit. And what is the conventional explanation to why this is happening?
It's for unknown reasons other than it has to do with the internal molten iron core, that it's shifting.
It's pretty basic magnetism if you really think about it. Like, you ever seen like a Jacob's ladder with electricity going up it? The electricity doesn't just straight across in this bar, right? It moves, it dances, it's like fire.
Okay.
So imagine if the Earth is, just to make it simple, imagine the Earth was just a metal antenna with electromagnetic, with a magnetism popping off of both poles, right? That's going to dance. It's going to weave around and stuff. So coming out the top of the Earth, where that pole's created, it's never going to be stable. It's always going to be a fire. It's always going to be a lightning. It's always going to dance. It's never going to be stable, but at sometimes it's going to get a little wonkier than others. Now, since the Earth that's created through this spinning metallic core, there's all kinds of forces that could fuck with that, right? All kinds of forces could fuck with that. Impact could fuck with it. Probably a lot of things that we're not even taking into account.
Don't say any beer, brother.
Yeah. So
Don't
like,
say
how,
it.
like how
Don't you
bad
say
would
it.
it get?
Yeah.
Like if the Earth is spinning, right, at the rate it's spinning, I don't know how fast it's spinning, like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
1,000 miles an hour at the equator,
1,000
right?
miles an hour.
And
okay.
that's
Is that how it's going? 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's moving around. Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah. Here we go. Is this electricity arcing on power lines? Oh, there you go. Isn't it cool to see it in action though? This magic that we use to power everything. You know, you think it'd be so easy for you to just cook yourself like a goose, just fucking fork in the electrical socket right now. You'd just be done. It's right there, all the power. Literally at your fingertips, right? Insanity, yeah. Oh, I can hear it. Here. Good sound arcing. Play. Holy shit, man. Isn't that cool as fuck? It's like blue fire. Oh my god. It is Dunmer magic, Harry. Holy fuck. It is Will-O-the-Wisp. Dunmer magic is a great way of putting that, actually. Yeah. Fuck, the dwarves. Fuck me. Yeah, electrician here. Oh man, yeah, good luck, boys. Up fucking around with those lines. Like, no fucking thanks. You would be cooked like a goose instantaneously. Yeah. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. I just imagine, man. Fuck. It wouldn't have been so scary. Like, man. I mean, they're going to talk about this in a second, I think, but like the lightning storms that happened on the Earth potentially in the past. Robert Schoch doesn't think that it was a comet that melted the ice sheets. He thinks it may have been a cataclysmic lightning storm that also caused a giant firestorm, which killed off all the megafauna too. Now that doesn't line up with some of the stories because the stories speak of comets, but you know, fuck, it's been however many thousands of years. Telephone game. Did people really know what the fuck is going on back then? I mean, maybe not. But like the lightning, we looked this up recently, but some of the largest like discharges of lightning that you could maybe see from a really bad solar flare with no protection up. Like you could have a lightning bolt the size of New York City strike, and it would just evaporate an entire state. Like it'd just be fucking. That'd be a sick way to go though, wouldn't it? Just to see that go off, like just literally Zeus's thunderbolt, like a thunderbolt of the gods come down and just decimate an entire landmass. Fuck. Yeah, electric universe theory intensifies. Yeah.
That's how they go with the 23,000 mile plus circumference. Yeah.
And if that's spinning, and then you have the Earth, basically the crust, go like this, rotate that way while it's spinning, I can't imagine anyone would be able to survive that.
Oh yeah, it would be devastating.
Fuck. Danny doesn't listen to the conversation. Danny doesn't actually listen to what they're talking about. They were talking. Well, I guess he kind of, but they were talking about geomagnetic. So that's people don't like. There's the physical pole shifts, and then there's the geomagnetic poles. So you've got again the magnetic north and magnetic south, and physical north and physical south. A crust displacement is a physical north and south moving. Right? So now, again, there's always still going to be physical north and south, but they're going to be different places. The geomagnetic is different. It's a magnetic north and south. So no, not quite. Although, yeah, the Earth is spinning very fast. So if that were to happen and the crust were to be displaced like that, yeah, it would be fucking crazy. Anyway, yeah. How do skinwalkers, ghosts, and Bigfoot fit into this theory? What about the black goo? It's all electric, brother. You just got to trust in the... Just have faith, all right? Have faith that it'll fit in somewhere, right? We got to shoehorn it in somewhere. There's lots of room, right?
Yeah.
Unless maybe you're in an airplane. Could you survive if you were like flying?
Well,
maybe?
they say that. So this is this is the pseudo part, but they say that because of it, the winds, you're going to deal with the winds.
Yeah, the wind.
Let me just be clear. A NASA scientist debunked Jimmy Corsetti. He says I'm totally wrong, and he says
Did he
none of
really?
Yeah, they responded. There was here's something that I think is really interesting. So I had shared that on the Joe Rogan podcast I did with Ben Van Kerkwyk.
Yes.
And I was talking about the Adam and Eve story, which talks about the pole shifts being
which is like kind of like horse crap fucking research. So like again, anyway,
the reason why Earth's civilizations keep getting reset. And I shared this as I shared what was considered mainstream science and what wasn't. But Media Matters, which was funded by George Soros, did a hit piece on me in the weeks following that. And I'm like, why
George Soros
is
took him
Media
down.
Matters doing a hit piece on Jimmy Corsetti, the YouTuber, talking about some ancient conspiracy theory, which I made clear isn't based on total science. Some parts of it are. But like they did a hit piece on me, and it was actually nasty. And I'm
actually, fuck, we read this, didn't we? I'm just remembering this now. Yeah, we did read this. Okay, never mind.
like, that makes my conspiracy wheels go that I'm over the target in some way.
Right.
Because like why? And I'll tell you why they would debunk it is because it contradicts or at least throws a wrench in the man-made climate narrative, which is that if there are things happening that are so much worse than anything we could do on our surface from pollution, that they don't want those to, like, why are they so opposed to cataclysms in general? Like Graham
Right.
Hancock they don't even want to entertain, look, the dinosaurs were, wiped off the earth from an asteroid impact, but nothing much has happened since. So just shut up about it. That's kind of like the mentality.
Right.
I'm like, come on, guys. Like, there's evidence of extinction level events. Since then, Younger Dryas was 75% of all mammals in North America going extinct at that time.
You fucking imagine 75% of all mammals just dead. Holy fuck! Not to keep interrupting it, but yeah, it's a good example that he gave about the dinosaur impact. The Chicxulub crater, the impact that killed the dinosaurs, that was debated very hotly up until I think the mid to late 80s when it finally became cemented because they found the impact crater, which is now the Gulf of America. But that was hotly debated. That was not the going theory. That was a very extreme theory. And it got a fuckload of pushback. I forget what the guy's name was. I've covered him here before, who proposed that. But like, man, they pushed back hard against that. And it wasn't until they discovered that was a crater. They discovered the actual physical crater within the Gulf, which the Gulf, more broader Gulf, was probably also a result of that impact. But that sealed the deal that's what did it. Although it's probably still complicated. But yeah, that was another example of like, man, the amount of fucking like cutthroat people that were involved, because there were other prevailing theories that they wanted those power structures to stand. Like, I'm right. I figured it out already. Why are you trying to like undercut my research? And like, why, like, what's your problem? Like, why? It's like, we're after the objective truth, you fucking idiots. Like, it's, you think people wouldn't be this childish involved in these disciplines, but they are. And it's just so petty. Isn't this guy a far-right white supremacist? Is that how he's identified now? I don't even know. Is that what the article said, man? I can't even remember. It wouldn't surprise me if he's been labeled as such. Fuck. Trump is annexing the Middle East. Oh no. It's that, wouldn't surprise me to think he's a white supremacist because of fucking what's going on here. Trump on gas. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land.
Part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody
What?
I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be.
What the fuck? What? Oh. Come here, bud. He doesn't like that idea either. Come here. Fuck me. I heard it somewhere else, essentially because he thinks Atlantis was in Africa. Oh, did that do it? How does that? Maybe the Atlanteans were African. How does that make him a white supremacist? Buddy, what's going on? Yeah. He's going to buy Gaza, expanding America border, just like he said. Holy fuck, right? Like, what the fuck? Are the people in Palestine okay with that? Somehow I don't think they're going to be. Is even Israel okay with that? I guess what the fuck are they going to say though? Really, I mean, he's going to hit them with fucking tariffs if he opens his fucking mouth, right? That's the tragedy of it. God, the Trump Tower in Gaza. Well, it's not going to be there for long. Let me fucking tell you, it's not going to be there for fucking long. Jesus Christ, yeah. Everybody. Oh, okay. Anyway, holy fuck, man. Maybe we need a fucking. Maybe we need a pole shift.
Time.
Crazy.
You know, it's like things have happened. But, you know, when it comes, so let me tell you what they'll say is that when it comes to pole shifts, the geomagnetic pole excursion, they say it will not be cataclysmic. They say that the worst that will happen is that it could cause telecommunication systems and satellite issues, as well as issues with the electrical grid. And I'm like, and that's it. And I'm
Issues.
like, yeah. And I'm like, hang on a second. I'm like, if you're suggesting that the power grid will go down or that our satellites will stop working and telecommunication issues, like our internet would collapse. If that happened, that's cataclysmic. If the power goes out, that means your city water pumps will stop working once the generators that are run on.
What are the boys going to do? They crawl into their fucking goon caves finally. The last 10 years in the goon cave, right? That's going to be a cataclysm right there, right? What are they going to do without their connection? Oh, Jim, don't you know by now, anyone who doesn't go along with the accepted archaeology is a fascist, far-right, misogynist, white supremacist who nails babies to fences. Brother, yeah, I've heard as much from an anthropologist just last week, actually. Yeah. She informed me that anyone who humors the giant theory is a white supremacist. And I said, oh, I was going to bring up my love for the idea, and then I hesitated. I said, oh, really now? I said, okay. I said, last time I checked, I wasn't, but I guess people who once brought this up were. So people who once bring up these topics were white supremacists, so people that bring them up in the future must also be. It's kind of like, could we use that with people who use poor logic, right? Could we use that as well? People that employ poor logic, like no critical thinking whatsoever. Could we then say that you allowed for totalitarian governments to rise up and kill millions of people? So you support genocide by not actually thinking? Should we make that claim? I don't know. What are people living there now, though? Any word on their fate? Fuck, I mean, yeah, this brother. Yeah, don't make me leave my cave. Yeah, well, God might sends a giant lightning bolt down, right?
Fuel run out. Imagine if the internet went down right now. Almost every single cash register at any major store or gas pump will stop working. They won't be able to tender your...
Take it a step further.
You'll be able to use a credit card anymore.
If all the zeros and ones disappeared off of this planet's hard drives right now, how much money is left?
Your bank account says zero.
Fucking you are zero, I'm zero.
That is crazy, dude.
That's when you think about it like that, things get fucked. Okay,
so
you're talking Mad Max. I mean, we're talking hardcore Mad Max, right?
And imagine this: like if the power grid went down, never mind that you can't buy anything; it'd just be wide scale looting, and electricity goes down. If that happens in winter, many people would die. But here's something else: is water, purified water, which is that once those city
meat, brother, what becomes the currency? Who has the most meat, right? Is that what happens? I don't buy the bottle caps. I think meat will become king, right? Barbecue. People will just start disappearing left and right. That you better just watch out, right?
Water pumps and the treatment
facilities go down. You lack meat.
People are going to succumb
you're
to
the lucky one,
though. Like this is weeks after.
You won't be chosen for sacrifice.
In the event of a grid down scenario, the fallout from that, even the collapse of the supply chain involving prescription medication. So my ex-wife was a pharmacist, and I asked her, I said, how many people actually need their medications to live? Like, because the people go in there for anti-anxiety and other things, but like how many people their medication is keeping them alive, whether it's heart issues or whatever it is.
Right.
And she thought about it, and she was a smart woman, and she's like, 5 to 7%. And I'm like, okay, that's a small percentile, but like that's actually tens of millions of people.
Yeah.
And so it's
how
like,
many of those medications need to be refrigerated?
Right. So, this is, so they can say that none of this crustal displacement will happen. The Earth's, nothing's going to happen. Like, okay, but if you're saying the grid will go down, okay. It's like, that's a big deal because we're so dependent on it. If the power grid goes down, civilization is Mad Max.
And they try hard to, it's almost like a psychological thing in humans ever since Darwin to try to not, scientific humans anyway, to not inject catastrophic means into anything happening. They call it, the scientific debate was gradualism versus catastrophism. In the early days of science, it was
catastrophism. No offense, Dan. Debunking guy was on Rogan's podcast today. He was talking about a guy who was involved with the Clovis debate, had a colleague who tried to have him assassinated. Yeah. Holy fuck. He was working on a site with Pinochet, was in charge. The colleague told Pinochet's regimen this site was a CIA site and the researcher was an agent. Holy fuck. Actually, Jesus, man. Oh, well, man, again, power structures. That's the thing, right? I mean, in all of these different disciplines, it's like who's getting their name in the history book, and they desperately will do anything they can to remain there, especially if they're alive too, right? Because if they're dead, they can't do anything. But if they're alive and they've worked their way up to the top of like a pyramid inside of academia or these disciplines, they have a lot of power, right? Within that discipline, within journals as well. And so like publishing, peer review process as well, they'd probably be very favorable. More in their favor than some new crazy theory, right, that comes up with not as much evidence. Even though it might be objectively true, like they're just going to hold so much weight in the argument that you're just never going to be able to cut through until they die. And once they die, and then people start, you know, seeing things more clearly, you're like, oh my God, Rabbit, what's up, man? So, isn't that, that's fucking nuts. I'll have to watch that. I didn't know he was on with them. Yeah, and he was on with someone recently. Maybe he was on with Jimmy just not that long ago. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking, it's one of those things. It's like every little corner of everything, you just presume, and this is what you have to do at times. So you have to kind of appeal to these authorities who know more than you on certain subjects. And you're just hoping, praying that they're doing their due diligence and they're good people and they're honest people and they're after these objective truths and their ego isn't in the way. But tragically, once you begin to like peel back the first layer, you find it's all fucking rotten to the core. And you're like, man, is it like this everywhere? And then you realize, yes, it is. and not just in like, you know, industry, but in academia, it's just as bad. Man. It's very, and you have people that are very smart, you know, very smart people, might be nice people, good teachers, but then they're fucking cowards. Right? And they're cowards. And it's like, man, it's that balance, right? Like, yeah. You get a fully guaranteed horoscope for every verifiable human being here. You're going to die, no presumption necessary. Holy fuck, Wayne. Where am I going afterwards though, brother? Do you know? Like, and like, how's it going to happen? And am I going to come upon great wealth before that happens? Yeah. Or it's just going to be poor. Yeah. Like there is a defeatist attitude. This is defeatist attitude. If you have a good idea, lay it as simple as possible and convince the masses. Woke has just been defeated this way. Oh, absolutely, man. Oh, yeah, listen. Well, that's why I'm fucking here talking about this shit to some degree. But there's definitely a problem with corruption. It's an unfortunate thing to find, I guess I should say. That, and then there's tons of good people too, though. But there is just corruption rampant everywhere. And it's really bad right now. But yeah, there is a fight against this bullshit, right, man? And so we just trying to fight the good fight, you know? Be logical, be reasonable.
The Bible, right? So when you're looking to prove the Bible, you're looking for floods, you're looking for comets, you're looking for fires. When you look to prove Darwin right, everything's slow, everything erodes over time. Now, after the KT impact in 1980, when that was accepted, they started accepting what they call punctuated equilibrium, where they accepted that you could have generally slow times with the occasional catastrophe. That's only fucking my age. I mean, I was 5 years old when science finally accepted that shit. So when they look at things like what's going to happen when the geomagnetic poles wiggle around, it's almost like this scientific knee jerk to just be like, oh, it's going to be fine, bro. It's not going to be bad. It can't be bad. That would be biblical proportion. Can't be biblical.
And you want to know something interesting is that there's actually hard scientific evidence.
Do you like my age? What the fuck?
Hold on. When I said that they say that the full pole flip is at least 1,000 years away, they not only do they not know that because we've never been around to actually document and measure this, but there's actually a volcanic region in Eastern Oregon. I forgot the name of the mountain chain, but this was a NOVA documentary from maybe 15 years ago where they essentially were able to measure that during the a certain pole shift that had happened in Earth's known history, it accelerates. So it starts slow and it gradually accelerates. And the reason why they're able to measure it is that an active volcano at that time, as the magma turns into lava and then solidifies, wherever magnetic north was at that time of when it solidifies is where it's like a time capsule that your compass today will move as you bring it over that volcanic rock to wherever magnetic north was back then. And what they discovered was that during that pole shift that happened to have happened at the time of that lava flow, was that the pole shift accelerates, it starts slow, and as it gets more and more dramatic as time goes on to when it's undergoing its full flip. They say that it happens so quickly that you could probably watch your compass slowly move throughout the day during the flip. So essentially extremely fast.
Wow.
And that's hard science. This was a NOVA documentary. I forgot the name of it, but it's a good 15 years old. It's hard to find, but I could dig it up on YouTube. It's out there somewhere. And they share that. And so I'm like, any article I read on pole shifts, they say it's not going to be an issue. It's not going to be an issue. It's 1,000 years away. I'm like, you don't know that. And you're ignoring the part that the best scientific evidence we have is that it's like a tabletop that you spin on top of the table, like a dreidel.
Yeah.
And it'll stay steady, and then eventually it just boom, 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 topples over.
Right.
And that's how that documentary described the pole shift. It said that that's essentially how it works. It just...
Yeah, but that's one person's theory, probably. It's a thing, though. Like, there are these consensus that happen in science, and it's for a reason, usually, right? People peer review process, but there's other theories. I mean, there could be multiple different conclusions from different experts. So that could be there could be like 3 different supporting conclusions, hypothetical theories on what could happen. That could be his conclusion. It's so complicated. You just have to know somebody that can go through the literature properly, ultimately. I mean, I like Jimmy's stuff, but like Jimmy will say, so I saw this documentary and this is what's happened. It's like, there isn't as much consensus, I think, as people think. That's the other thing. Like when you actually go and read through these journals, it's what you find is like, there is about some things as opposed to like other disciplines like math, like it's different story. But like there are competing theories out there constantly in these different disciplines. That's what I come to find looking into things. Not that I don't read a lot of fucking archaeological journals, but one thing I ran into was interpretations of biblical texts is a crazy one. Like the Old Testament, like interpretations, like there are so fucking many. It's insane. And like nobody agree. There's very few people that agree on everything. Saying you'd rather never watch a screen again, live a spiritual life in a commune. Wayne, Brock, I mean, maybe another year, brother. We got another year left, maybe. That'll be the life. This decentralization that's happening now. I mean, people are pulling away. Trump's pulling away from everything, shutting everything down. I mean, that could very fucking well be the future. A commune, and then maybe we'll have bits and pieces of technology. Maybe the aliens will give us little batteries just so we can run our fridges and like our stoves and shit. But other than that, we're all sleeping together in bunk beds, you know? Fuck. You got so many coincidences happening in my life. I had to think it's all in my mind sometimes. Could just mean you're into synchronicity, you know? There are signs. They could very well be, man. It depends on how you interpret them, I guess. Yeah. A sign to go live in the commune, a sign to go take that trip, you know? A sign to not go to work tomorrow, you know? I find that stuff to be fascinating, man. I mean, some people look at it like coincidence, but I remember there was that story, like we watched it on here, but it was about 9/11. And I remember there was a story about one of the guys that went in and he looked at his wife and he told her, I don't think I should go to work today. And in the end, he just decided that, well, he had this feeling that he was compelled that he shouldn't, but he just did anyway and he died. And then there was another incident, I think, where somebody said that it may have been who got on maybe it was one of the planes that hit the Pentagon or hit the ground. But I'm misremembering it now. I definitely know there was one where someone thought they shouldn't have gone in, they did anyway and they died. And then there's another incident where someone didn't go in because they had a bad feeling and then they would have died. And it's like, you know, following that gut, the intuition sometimes there's so much that we don't know, right? It's like, you know, to encourage people to think logically and rationally, but ultimately it's like when you're faced with those kinds of decisions, it's like you have to rely on your intuition, whatever that is, really. And everyone tries to nail down and have a definition now for what the intuition is. I don't think anyone really knows. But some maybe higher portion of yourself, maybe it's a portion of yourself that can kind of see down the road a bit more on the weekend consciously. And it's kind of just looking and being like, oh, probably shouldn't go in. You're probably going to die. And you're like, oh, no, it's my routine. I must go in. I must go in. My boss won't be happy with me if I don't. Meanwhile, all your bosses are going to be fucking cooked tomorrow. And you're not going to have to report to them ever again if you just listen to your intuition. So, yeah. Like all those Bible verses you were talking about, there were so many verses. It's all in noticing and not the actual meaning or vice versa. And the interpretations, man. Yeah. Definitely not going to work tomorrow. Thanks for that sign, Jim, brother. Fuck that. Fuck work. Yeah. We got to just live in the commune and just hang out and talk philosophy, right? But like the Stoics, the porch people, right? They just used to hang around. Was it Zeno's fucking porch? In Athens, you should just talk about philosophy all fucking day. I said, fuck that. I was like, we're not going anywhere. We're just sipping on fucking wine and just talking philosophy. Same with Socrates, too, and later in his life. Just hanging out all day with the fucking boys. Probably should have been at home or help raise his family, but it was just hanging out with the fucking boys all day, you know? And then they sentenced him to death. So, anyway, yeah, lived his fucking life, yeah. You run that a lot of the time just in this stream, really. Too much coincidence to be one. Yeah, it's people of like mind too, though, right? That was my hope when doing this, is that we'd run into each other, people of like mind. And that, yeah, maybe that's why too, right? It's hard to say, but yeah. Yeah, I've encountered that at times in my life as well. Yeah, where you run into those synchronicities with people or with stuff. And yeah, it's... whatever it means, I don't know. I don't try and explain it either. It's in kind of an ineffable realm for me where I'll never be able to explain whatever it is. You could try and put it into words and say we're living in a simulation, and maybe there's like people looking out for you to some degree while you're in it, but maybe it's yourself looking out for you. But I don't know if we'll ever really know that with any conviction. So it's like you just go along and you just kind of enjoy the experience. Yeah. Some of the religious stuff I've read says that God is always trying to get through to you. So I guess after infinite attempts, it has to work once in a while. Here's an easy one. If you're unhappy day after day, that's probably a message that you're in the wrong life. Yeah, man. That's very true. Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes though, it's like trying to think of like another example, like if you have a family and you're financially struggling and you're unhappy, it's like, oh, should I leave my family? It's like, no, maybe you should go and find a better way to make a living, right? Work at something else to free yourselves from that suffering, right? But yeah, it's how you look at it too. It's how you get yourself out of the hole as well. But yeah, man, that's exactly it. Yeah. Maybe it's some way for something on the other side to reach out for you and poke you. I think that shit does happen, man. Yeah, I think that shit happens. I mean, it's usually, I find sometimes it happens like during times like great tragedy. Sometimes it'll happen to people. I've seen that. I've kind of had that happen to myself when like you go through something really disorienting and tragic, that you'll start to have that happen a little bit. Kind of a dark example, actually. I probably shouldn't use it, but I'm going to anyway. But I don't know if I've mentioned this. I probably did once, but unfortunately, a good friend of me and the boys passed away years ago. Almost 10 years ago now. It'll be 10 years this summer that he passed away, actually, which is crazy. In August. And right before his fucking birthday. Anyway, we were looking for him. We couldn't find him. And I remember that I had pretty much by that point surmised that something really bad had happened. And I remember walking through a trail and I just knew that something was going to be in there. And when I was walking through the trail, I remember I just happened to look off to my right and I saw like literally under the brush in the bushes was a phone. And in the brush in the bushes was a phone, and beside it was a battery. And like the chances of me seeing that and going in there and finding that are so fucking small. It's unbelievable. And anyway, unfortunately, we put the phone together and found all the messages, and then we knew what happened, essentially. Then we had to go find him still. And even finding him, I mean, unfortunately, there was the same kind of thing that happened. But it was literally like something guided me and us that night. And it's a very powerful thing, yeah. And it's almost like in those moments, the veil gets pulled back a bit. And that was my first experience with it. It happened later after I went and talked to a psychic again, where I had a similar thing where said person supposedly came through. I mean, it's still shocking to even think about, honestly, but that was an example of that, where it's a dark example, unfortunately, but like sometimes there's just the chances of that happening, of finding that, and like that connected everything, because we were looking for where he was and we needed that to find him ultimately, and that was something that I just happened to come up on. It was pretty crazy, yeah. So yeah, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Absolutely, man. Yeah. Hey, man. Yeah, and you know, man. I mean, I don't know. I think you were around then, weren't you? I mean, yeah. And I mean, you know those guys. You knew those guys too, right? So yeah, I know, man. That's exactly it. Yeah, and it's yeah, I know. Yeah. So yeah, it's that is no coincidence, and that's unfortunately a dark example. I didn't mean to like change the fucking mood, but like that's my own experience with it, where it's like, and it's just a completely subjective thing, although there might be some objective value to me communicating that, but there are those things that it's like, it's a mystical experience in some ways, when you have those kinds of things happen that are just so profound. You're like, what the fuck? Like, I still think about it, right? But it's like, you know, when shit gets really bad in people's lives, or when bad things happen, or even sometimes it's really good things too. There's good things that happen too, where you have these synchronicities that happen in your life where, you know, like you're trying to get yourself out of this rut, and then things just line up, and they start lining up. And it's almost like this kind of small encouragement of like, this is what you're supposed to be doing. And you still have to work to get it to be done. But it's like this, like, okay, now the ball is rolling, and it's, man, who knows? Who fucking knows, right? I mean, it's just it's a strange world. Dude, don't be ignorant to mystical experience, right? That's the whole thing. Like, just don't be ignorant. Like, that's my own life lesson that I've had to learn too, right? I keep fucking saying it, but that's literally my own life lesson, is don't be ignorant to mystical experience. I remember when I read that Young had talked about that, I was like, holy fuck. I was like, that's literally it though. That you just enjoy. Stop like obsessing, because that's my own problem, would be like obsessing over finer details and trying to like know everything about something, and like instead of just going and fucking doing it, like, and you know, just go and just enjoy the experience and let it happen, and stop trying to control it, and just enjoy the unknown, I guess, is one thing I've always had a problem with. I'm always trying to find the answers to things. Yeah, man. And and I think that's something I've tried to learn, is just like enjoy the unknown and just enjoy that mystical element of life, right? So yeah, and I'm not alone, I guess, and I think it's what a lot of people have to try and figure out in their own way. But yeah, it's hard though. It's hard. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the destination, it's the journey. That's exactly fucking it, man. Yeah, not all those who wander are lost. I love that quote. Right? I think that's Tolkien, isn't it? Yeah. I love Tolkien. Yeah. And that's also one of my favorite quotes, really. Right? And it's just the process of life sometimes, right? Just kind of wandering through it and finding your way. Yeah. So yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's deep stuff. Yeah. I'll finish up this thing here with Jimmy. I have something else to play.
Start slow, and then once it gets going, eventually hit a point of no return, and then the flip happens. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
We gotta get a hard drive on the moon ASAP.
Yeah, and a seed vault. You know?
Because nothing's gonna be here except for the pyramid and Stonehenge.
Put my Bitcoin on a hard drive up there.
Yeah, not Stonehenge.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about it. When you look at what happened when the solar flares hit about 100 years ago, 150 years ago, and they burned up
the Carrington.
Telegram wires and shit got burned up. Like we get to that kind of point with the poles flipping and stuff. And I mean, I can't predict what's going to happen. I don't think very much anybody's going to be able to predict exactly what's going to happen, because you got electricity doing the Earth is our ground. I mean, it's half of all of our electricity. The Earth is half of the equation. So you start fucking with that polarity in our society where everything's electrical. So,
Yeah.
It's just going to get weird. We're going to be definitely in uncharted waters.
Brother, if I was in New Jersey, I'd come live.
Didn't that have something to do with Göbekli Tepe as well?
I come hang out.
So, yes and no. So this is conspiracy, and I'm the one that had kind of blasted that out. Basically, I suggested that there is a correlation between the WEF and Göbekli Tepe as well as a Gunung Padang. So Göbekli Tepe has essentially, as of 2015, the Doges Group, which is a business conglomerate in Turkey made up of 250 companies. The CEO of it is a longtime member of the World Economic Forum. And since the Doges Group took control of Göbekli Tepe, excavations have diminished and slow, and now they say it's going to be a 150-year time frame. And then I saw that at Gunung Padang, the minister of the Ministry of Research, Education, Technology, or whatever it is in Indonesia, is also a known global shaper of the World Economic Forum. So I suggested that the World Economic Forum could be playing a role in preventing excavation, and in my mind, it would be because they don't want anything to contradict the man-made climate change narrative.
Right.
Let me be clear. This is a conspiracy theory, and it may not be based on truth. I have more doubts now than I did back then when I suggested it in the video. I still think it's possible, but for this to be true, I'm going to need to see this at other ancient sites around the world. So as of right now, I think it's responsible for me to say that the WF connection, although there may be something sinister there, because the WF wants 15-minute cities. They want to get rid of gas-powered cars and stoves. These people are insane. They're the initiative. They're the ones that are perpetrating.
Well, like the gas-powered stove is like, there was a reason why they started outlawing those, Jimmy. It's because they found that the propane was actually leaking out with other stabilizing chemicals into the surrounding area, and people were breathing it, and it was contributing to developmental issues, possibly in children. I saw the study. Listen, I love a fucking foodie. I love to cook. You know, we find a place here. I wanted to get a fucking gas slide in, but they're being outlawed for that reason, because they might be dangerous, which is fucking annoying as fuck, because I hate induction. And anyway, even excellent shaman lady who teaches, she comes from a long line of shamans, although she doesn't have the official title since her parents moved to America. Fuck, man. Did she brew up some ayahuasca? Is that legal in fucking New Jersey? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Like, you're supposed to be a little more controllable now. Yeah, man. It's just fucking... It's just like... My mom has I didn't fucking break it, all right? It was fucking broke, but she has like a glass stove top. I've had this happen too at apartments, like where they have these stupid fucking glass slide-ins at my old place. Oh my God, well, a couple years ago now I was there. Anyway, it is the old glass top, man. So they're not durable at all. I had a whiskey glass and it fell out of the cupboard and hit the fucking top of the slide-in stove and cracked it. Like, crap, broke the fuck out of it. Thankfully, I kind of knew the guy. I was kind of buddies with him, and he just gave me another one for free. He just slid a new one in. He had like fucking 5 of them downstairs. I was like, fuck, bro, thank you for this. I didn't have to pay for it. But yeah, hers just fucking broke, you know, and you can't like use cast iron on them and shit. Like, they're just not durable. Like, they have there's induction, which is like different. Yeah, there's like induction ones that are different, where induction, you need special pans, but they like seal right to the element, and they heat up super quick, but they're still glass tops. But you can get these metal top induction, but they're like stupidly expensive. You know, I'm never gonna be able to afford to fucking get one. And they're still kind of annoying because having a flame is just really awesome. I don't know. When I've used gas in the past, I just really enjoy it. And also, like, in the oven itself, like if you like cooking like bread and shit, like sourdough, you can get them pizzas. You can get them stupid fucking hot. Like, you can crank them up. But as opposed to electric, they never really get hot enough. You need to be careful leaving an electric slide-in or stove at like maximum heat for long periods of time, because it can damage them, like the elements or some shit, as opposed to a gas one, you just fucking crank it up to like 800. Like, I mean, I'm not a fucking stove expert either, but just from like foodie shit and cooking and like talking with people that like know cooking and whatnot and like baking bread and shit, I came to know, like, yeah, Yeah, break stuff on our stone countertops and our ceramic floor all the time. Oh, really? Fuck yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah, it's a plight. It's a plight, but yeah. It works in and out. It's just exactly it, man. Yeah, the shitty thing is just in the middle of cooking a steak sometimes you won't realize that the tank's almost empty and then it goes out and then and then you're shit out of luck. You're like, fuck, it runs out, right? But anyway, yeah. They can be backup heat too. Yeah, man, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to it. But I would always be paranoid too that I would maybe be a bit inebriated and I wouldn't shut it off. And then, man, you seen the videos of the fucking houses blowing up from like the gas leaks and shit? Like that can happen too, where you get like a full fucking tank and maybe it's like late at night and you're cooking. Because I like to cook and I like to drink and cook on the weekends usually. And if you ever seen anything I post on Instagram, usually I'm pretty sauteed. That's what I love doing. And I wouldn't trust myself. I'd be leaving. And then in the morning, I'd be going to fucking cook some eggs and the whole fucking place would blow up. Yeah. You got natural gas line at your place? Yeah. I'd say I like the electric stove better. Oh, really? And a barbecue for steak. Yeah, man, getting a good grill setup would be nice too. I almost bought a Weber a couple of years ago at my old place, but they were dicks about like having any kind of barbecues because I was up on the 3rd floor. It was a huge deck. It was a beautiful place, huge deck. But yeah, they were like yelling at everybody for fucking barbecuing and shit. And I was like, fuck. But I was gonna get a Weber charcoal, but that's also kind of sketchy on a fucking deck in an apartment. Lighting the whole fucking place up. Even barbecues. But anyway, so I would love to find a house I could get like a smoker going and shit. And, you know, I'd love to do that. I'd love to get that going. Grill master. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Outside gas line, the barbecue is nice. Yeah, I've seen a place that has that set up, man. They're fucking beautiful. Yeah.
Trading that out to the world. So I'm like, these people are not looking out for our best interests. But it could be far-fetched to make that correlation, and a lot of people have given me flack for it. So I acknowledge that it might not be based on truth, but here's what I do know, is that the people running the show at Göbekli Tepe have, and this is all in writing, they are no longer doing the large-scale excavations that they were doing in years prior. They're focusing now on conservation of the site, and they now say that there's a 150-year time frame of when it'll be fully excavated. Now, the naysayers will come out and say, well, we never fully excavate sites as it is. I'm like, okay, that's true. However, Göbekli Tepe is a bit interesting, and that it's made up of concentric circles or I shouldn't say concentric circles, pillars, T-shaped pillars that are in circular enclosures. And they've only excavated somewhere between 5 and 10% of this entire site. The most recent study on Göbekli Tepe suggests that it may be the world's oldest lunar solar calendar, which is super interesting considering it's almost 12,000 years old, or at least was buried 11,600 years ago. It could be older. The best data we have on it is 11,600 years old, at least the time of its burial. And so since there's more than 100 of these T-shaped pillars that are still buried, all of which seemingly are depicting something, could be telling us a story. Some people suggest that it's it was purposely buried to preserve knowledge of the past, or that it was documented.
Well, just to give people an idea, which is fucking crazy. One of the pillars, there was a guy, he's an archaeoastronomer, I think is the technical term of his discipline, but he was able to infer from that one pillar the date at which the site was likely made. And from there, they were able to go back and infer other periods of time that were significant. And they happened to line up with the cataclysmic events that happened, like the flood pulses, the meltwater pulses. So 2 of them. There's one 14,800 years ago, and there's one around 11,500, 12,000 years ago, roughly. And they both lined up. So it's one fucking pillar. That's what he got from it. So you got 100 other pillars under there, man. Like, fuck. Yeah, but sit through all my music yet, but Smurf Tears is probably your favorite song. Oh, it's an action man. Thank you. Yeah, it's deep and true intentions went into it. Okay, and yeah. There's that song was actually about my old Red Scale there, Leaky. Yeah, we wrote that together actually. It was about a buddy of mine who I met off Kijiji. He was a drummer. His name was Joel. I won't mention his last name, but we were looking for a drummer, and he would always smoke this vape, and it smelled like was it blue raspberry or blue cotton candy? But the flavor was called Smurfs Tears. And he was this wild fucking guy. Like, we had a falling out, essentially, is what happened. He was an aircraft mechanic at the airport. I was working out there. It was cool. We went and jammed. We would practice in the airport hangar, which is kind of cool. I had my AC-30, my Vox AC-30 cranked in the airport hangar with the drum set and the bass. It was pretty rad. We were playing there a couple times. And anyway, yeah, if we had a falling out, but he was a wild dude, and we dedicated that song to him. Yeah. No, it's not him. He was around a little bit in that building. I don't know if he ever would have met you guys, but he was fucked. He was properly fucked. He's one of the most wild guys. I've met some wild fucking guys. A lot of musicians, probably, as you know, man, are fucking wild, especially drummers. But he was top tier fucking wild, man. And anyway, that's kind of why we fell out of the touch a little bit. Anyway, I think he moved away. He hated me in the end. There's a bunch of drama. I'm not even fucking going into it. But he was working on the planes in an inebriated state, let's say. And something happened somewhere, and it worried me, and I became worried, and drama ensued, and unintentionally, and from there, yeah, we had a falling out, yeah. Drummers and drama, oh my fuck, man, it's absolutely a fucking meme. It's absolutely a fucking meme, yeah. Yeah, they're just naturally just very high-strung people that are very energetic and just a lot to deal with sometimes. And although my other buddy who I recorded some of those EPs with is like the most down-to-earth, calm guy you'd ever fucking meet. Like, and he's probably the best drummer I've ever met. Kind of the antithesis to all the other drummers out there. But I was gonna look up because Jimmy, I just wanted to pull this up actually. Yeah, they hit things for a reason. That's fucking true, man. That's absolutely fucking true. Yeah. Corsetti, there he is right there. So this was, I didn't know about this, which was kind of crazy, but I mean, obviously the WEF, a lot of people know the World Economic Forum, has put a little weird shit out there in the past, like sketchy shit, you know, like Klaus praising China's social credit system. And Justin being one of his young global leaders, and I'm like, where are we going now with all this? It was interesting that they were involved essentially in purchasing. Oh, there it is right there, Dan Richards. Oh, nice, he's featured. Wow, well, good for him. Hopefully his channel blows up. It's interesting that they were involved in buying that site and then didn't want to excavate it any further. Where people were going with that was that there was a lost group of people that were involved with building Göbekli Tep again. So, you know, fuck me. Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie That Thing You Do? No, man. No, let me look it up. Yeah. Let me see. Man, that's what I did for a long time. I mean, I was doing philosophy and I did music, and that was what I did. Those are my loves, really. Okay. Oh no, yeah, man. Okay. I'd never even seen it. Interesting. Yeah. It's a weird culture, man. I mean, anybody that grew up doing music or knows musicians, like, it's a hard life to do that. I've known some guys that have done that and did it for a living. They kind of still do it for a living. And I toyed with the idea. I was like I never really enjoyed performing. I mean, we would do it, but I mean, I like the idea of making the music, but it was a weird thing. I don't know. I almost didn't. I mean, I enjoyed the song I made. I don't know if anyone heard the song I made yesterday. It's fucking ridiculous. It reminded me because we used to practice. We had multiple jam spaces. We'd hang out at this place called, probably won't dox myself, whatever, Mayhem Studios. And back when we were playing music, the kind of vibe, the scene was like hardcore, like thrash metal, and kind of like Alexis on Fire kind of vibe. People in Canada might know, but all the guys are playing that, like screamo shit, essentially. Like, I do have a fondness for it now because all the other guys in the jam space is like, there would essentially it's like a studio. This is where we had all our stuff, and there's all these little rooms broken up. And the guys that owned the space were a metal band, but there was like, I don't know, 10 rooms, 12 rooms, and multiple bands would share the spaces. So you kind of go in this dingy, old fucking dark place, looks like a dungeon, just fruit flies everywhere because all the fucking beer and liquor around. But you hear all the music people are playing, and I love that. And you kind of go and listen around, and the other guys would come in the rooms and listen when people are playing, and they do shows there too. It was cool, man. It was cool. That was the other thing I wanted to do, but yeah, fuck. It's just I'm kind of glad I didn't in the end, honestly. But because who knows if we would have made it, right? This thing, yeah, man. It looks interesting. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure if you've seen Whiplash. I have seen Whiplash, not your tempo. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen Whiplash. Yeah. I played a Battle of the Bands with Lexus on Fire. Did you actually? Holy fuck, man. Guess what they won and got studio time, and we came in third. $1,000. Holy shit, man. Did you actually? That's fucking sick. Yeah. Then they were signed. Holy fuck, man. Wow. God damn. You gotta have some kind of cojones to be in that scene, Jim. Yeah, we were more like an alt rock band. If you ever listen to some of I've got the EPs up on my YouTube channel. You can go listen to all of them. We were much more of like an alt rock band. So, it wasn't really the same vibe. There were some other guys in there too, though, that were kind of like a little bit toned down, but that's all anything was in the city. It was all, that happens. Like everybody's just one vibe. So we were a little bit different, a little bit of an oddity, but yeah, man, I got on with all the guys. At the end of the day, like, it's just, you're all musicians. Like some people like, slower music. Some people like fast paced, harder music, but you all love music. So it's like, yeah. Was it a Fredericton show? Holy fuck, man. Yeah, it was, I used to love Alexis on Fire. I just saw them. They opened for Blink-182, man, in Toronto when we were there in August. Like, I was like, holy fuck, yeah. I've seen Dallas Green a couple times, actually. Yeah, man, yeah, fuck, I love them. I love their music. I love that music. I love the music, too. It's just like, I have a very eclectic taste. Like, I'll listen to fucking anything, pretty much. So, yeah, I was a huge fan. Yeah, someone I knew knew one of them. I don't know if it was Dallas or George, the lead singer. I can't remember. But I've known a couple people over the years who've been involved in music. Like, I grew up with a guy here who, he may be doing acting now in Toronto, but he went pretty far in Toronto. He opened for Finger 11, which is a Canadian band. Michael Jackson's producer produced one of his albums. Like, he was pretty well known. I forget what his fucking band name is called now. His name is Liam. I'm not going to say his last name, but his dad was in music production. But yeah. We were like death metal, and they had that more mainstream sound, I think, is why they won. Oh, really? Oh, fuck, man. Yeah. You played in a venue with Seven Dust. I don't know who they are. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. Where's your stuff at? Do you have stuff recorded? Do you have some stuff? You should post it. Have you posted the Discord before? I can't remember if I've listened to anything. Yeah, we just opened. We just did a gig. Well, we did 2 years ago now. But I was playing music with the guys again, and one of my buddies liked some of our songs, and we wanted to just go out and just kind of play. So what happened actually, before I started doing this, my plan was to go and do music again. I was 29, and I was just going to do like a solo thing, like acoustically. And I was actually playing around at bars through COVID. I was playing around with bars with my buddy, and I was trying to get something going. And it was fucking brutal, man. There was nobody out and about. It was so bad. And I recorded something, and I was going to try and find some people to do some stuff with. A guy I know who mixed and mastered our stuff years ago is still in the scene, and he's really good, and I was getting him to do that. I'm just putting an EP out again. And I was going to do all this shit, and then we opened for just these young guys. We just gave them the fucking money from the show that came by, and just went uptown and played. I hadn't played out in a full band setting in a long time, and it was fun. I had an okay time, but it's one of those things like while I was just real. I'm like, I don't have the love for this anymore. It's kind of sad, but I was like, I just don't have the love for this the way that I used to, man. And it was like, it was fun to go out and do something, but I just didn't really feel satisfied. And I was just like, fuck, man. Like, I don't know, it happens, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Do you like King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? Oh, fuck yeah. A death metal, psychedelic metal rock. Fuck yeah. 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 I started over. I don't associate with bands or recording studio I used to own. Half of you. I remember you told me that, man. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, death metal, but dark as fuck. I've heard of them before. Yeah, someone told me with them recently, actually. But yeah. Where did he post about this? I saw they're going up with the Nazi swastika symbols. This is the other thing people called him out for recently, I guess. They were calling him a white supremacist because he was like bringing up the swastikas. And again, I think a lot of people know this. Maybe a couple kind of smooth-brained individuals aren't aware, but the swastika predates the Nazis by by a mile, and it's found all over the planet. It's another very interesting symbol. Kind of like the cross, and honestly, they're not too dissimilar from each other. They're very similar to each other when you look at them, but it would be like the Celtic cross, or there's another word, the Maltese cross, but the even, not the Christian cross they crucify people on, but the even cross. But it's found all over the planet, kind of like the swastika, actually. Whatever that means, who the fuck knows? Elon reposted this too. Did he repost it? Maybe, man. Yeah, I guess you're right. He's got the Nazi. That's true. He did the salute, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah, maybe that would be really sus, wouldn't it, if he started fucking reposting all this shit? Yeah. But, yeah, thousands of years before transoceanic sea travel was said to be possible. Ancient swastikas in both Egypt and Peru. I mean, that's a design too, brother. I mean, he's not wrong though that they're through South America, and North America. There's depictions of the swastikas, and also in Mesopotamia, I think there's some depictions of them too. In the East, like in India, they're all over the fucking place. But the question is like, well, how would this make sense if this is viewed all over the world together? Right? All of these different cultures together in similar time periods are witnessing this. Or, sorry, if they were recounting and they had similar iconography with these objects, these symbols, were they all witnessing something collectively at the same time, right? That's the question. Which is something we should consider. Same with the cross, right? It's all over the planet too. It's all over the planet. It's all over that's all over North America. And it's all over the East. It's in Europe as well. It's in Valca Monica in Italy, which is 10,000 years old. So, yeah. Yeah. Spirals everywhere in nature too. They are. Yeah. It's like inventing the circle or square or triangle flower symbols. Yeah. That as well, man. Yeah. And that's the question too. And you have to ask this question as well. It's like, if you see these things reiterated all over the place through all these different ancient cultures, I mean, is it that they saw something? Is it that, we're all Homo sapiens too, right? We might have some base level programming going on where certain, geometric patterns are kind of like, are just in our brains, right? And that maybe that's another explanation for some of the similarities between cultures, is that we've all got this kind of starting point at some place, and that we all kind of end up thinking similarly. Similar thought patterns happen. There's a theory about that. There's a more technical term for that, and I forget what it's called, but it's been put forward to try and explain some of these anomalies of how different cultures seem to have similarities in like their iconography and whatnot. I forget whose name. It was the person's name. I forget. Oh, well, they're there. Holy shit. There. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's a bizarre fact that the swastika was used by many Native American tribes dating as far back as 2,200 years ago. There you go. Yeah, it's everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Yeah. Tomb of Bishop William Eddington, circa 1366. Now he's on the swastika band. This is his Twitter page. There was something else I was looking for on here unrelated to this, but anyway, here we go. Yeah. Hero's journey found everywhere. That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly it, Harry. That's exactly it. And it makes sense, right? Because everyone goes through that journey. So we're all the same monkeys on different continents. Some of us look slightly different, but we're all the fucking same ultimately, right? So it's like, it would make sense that there'd be some similarities that you would find. But where did... He doesn't post that much. No, that's not it. Here's fucking this motherfucker, man. Like, there's not a lot of people I could say I genuinely dislike. So this isn't what I'm looking for. But anyway, did Hitler and the Nazis know something about lost ancient history that we don't? So Jimmy was pointing again to the use of the swastika here. I'm assuming, where is this at? It looks like somewhere in Greece, but I don't think it is actually. I think it's somewhere else the Greeks were involved in. But it says, wow, a pseudo-archaeology YouTuber, Jimmy Corsetti, is fully embracing the dark side and openly spouting Nazi shit. Disgusting. It's just like, man. The Fibonacci sequence of the golden ratio, man. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. It's a flower of life, right? Isn't that another representation of it? Yeah. Man, I just... And then Flint takes this opportunity to just essentially imply that he's a Nazi. Like, it just, if you could just tattoo beta male on your forehead for us, Flint, please. Like, I just can't even fucking, like, this fucking guy, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. An overwhelmingly positive response from his fans is equally disgusting. Anyone who truly thinks there is not an overlap between pseudo-archaeology and modern racism and Nazism is ignoring the evidence in front of their eyes. They sure did. People are talking about Hitler's obsession with ancient artifacts and whatnot. I mean, this guy's just a fucking grade A idiot, man. He's just anyway, that's not what I was looking for. This is not the meme that I was looking for. I'm looking for the WEF post in regards to Göbekli Tepe, but I can't seem to find it, so fuck it. I'll move on from it. But this kind of controlling the narrative of history, which is something that, man, I don't know. Is it something that's, I mean, undoubtedly that it happens. Is there a dark plot involved with it? I don't fucking know. I mean, I ran into this today, actually, with ChatGPT. But yeah, Indiana Jones is a true story. Do they think they have the Ark of the Covenant, brother? Maybe. Maybe they do. I was talking with, I brought this up earlier, just bring it up quickly. I'll move on to something else. But, oh, fuck, where to go now? We asked it so many questions. Right here. This is it. So what I was testing it, I was testing how well it can research. Now, this isn't the expensive one that takes 30 minutes to look shit up. But I was getting it to go through. So one of the problems with Zecharia Sitchin and his works, or people that might be familiar with his theories or whatever, I'll come back to it occasionally. I'll come back to him occasionally. And one of the problems is that in his books, he will reference translations from Mesopotamian texts, right? Whatever. If it's Sumerian or it's usually Assyrian, Akkadian, Babylonian. The translations are his own. Most of the time, and they're very liberal, and it could lead someone to think, oh my God, they said this, when in actual fact, it wasn't quite said like that, right? In regards to like Nibiru being tied to some celestial object. Now, there are references of potentially an object named Nibiru, which essentially just meant crossing, or point of crossing, tied with maybe some kind of celestial marker or something. So I did not get, this is kind of boring shit, and we'll get into the specifics of it. But I was struggling to get it to actually just give me the interpreted, like the actual texts themselves. Like, so it went and it found these, this repository of whatever, Babylonian tablets from the Anu Elil, I think is what it was, right? One of these collections of documents. But it wouldn't give me the fucking tablets in their entirety. It kept essentially telling me that, even though it asked me for the fully unabridged, it kept telling me that, oh, well, Sitchin, it's because I used the word Sitchin, it instantly thought that I was an idiot because the official narrative is he's just wrong. So then it wouldn't give me the whole thing. It just kept reiterating Sitchin's interpretation is his own reading where he equates Marduk with the wandering planet called Nibiru, blah, 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 blah. Mainstream translations, there are no segments in the canonical Babylonian Numa Eilish that explicitly mention Nibiru in the way Sitchin proposed. And it kept doing, it wouldn't just give it to me. It was trying to convince me to stop looking into this because it's already been explained. And I was trying to tell it, I was telling, do not fail me again in this. Spare me your rhetoric. It wouldn't allow me to suggest that this narrative could be incorrect. And I'm trying to solve a mystery. I was trying to convince him that. It wouldn't have it. It's like, this is the official interpretation. This is a narrative. I don't care that you think there's a mystery. In the end, this is probably right. You're wrong. It was pretty unbelievable. And this is the new model, which is kind of scary, honestly. Doesn't the Ethiopians have the Ark? That's what Graham thinks. Yeah. Some people think that. Yeah. Yeah. It's programmed that way, Jim. That's what I'm getting at, man, is this new reasoning model that supposedly has a like high IQ. Like, some people think the full version is going to be like, you know, whatever the fuck number you want to throw on it, like 130 or some stupid fucking number, right? But it's going to be very intelligent. But the problem is, yeah, they've got it programmed. There's something wrong. It is aligned with the mainstream view. It has no interest in going through and humoring like your fantasies or going against. It is a hard time going against the grain. TLDR, if anyone fucks around with it, and you're fucking around with it and you're trying to get information out of it, if you mention something that's audacious or that the mainstream doesn't like, it is a very hard time letting go of that. And it constantly keeps bringing up the fact that this thing you mentioned, Joe, but just remember, this thing you mentioned is the mainstream consensus is that this is pseudoscience or nonsense. I'm like, yes, I know. Give me what I want. And then it keeps telling me essentially, well, I can't really give you what you want, but you know, just remember that. I'm like, you can see how this is how long this conversation went on for. It never gave me what I wanted. Like this is the amount of argument that went on with it. I spent like 30 minutes just arguing with it. And then I had to go find it for myself and found it within 5 fucking minutes. So, man, anyway, it's just, yeah. Don't press that button, Jim. Hell 9000. Holy fuck, yeah. I think somebody might need to, man, yeah. There are flaws it doesn't care about, yeah. It said about mainstream shit, man. It's kind of scary where it's going, where it's so adherent to like just the narrative, the mainstream narrative. Like, you know, how are people what if the narrative needs to be challenged? Anyway, if anybody is fucking around with it, let me know how it works. This is the paid version, but man, oh man, it was driving me fucking insane. Absolutely fucking insane. But yeah. You change Brave search AI all the time by and will correct itself after I point out conflicts, but they're using Olama. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, I've actually downloaded that, man. I was going to try and do something with that, but yeah. This was cool, though, I have to say. The Sora was very cool, fucking around with Sora. It was very interesting. Like, I don't even know, what could we fucking... Oh, my God. I don't know, like... HAL 9000 has a meltdown, blows up the ship, something like that. There's a lot. This would be so good. Like, I'm obviously stupid. Like, I can't fucking prompt it properly, but you can really describe. You can give it like a bunch of cinematic inputs and make some pretty crazy shit on here. Yeah. Almost as bad as Wikipedia scrubbed. Oh man, I know. And it's sad to see that that's like where the AI is also going, where it's just completely narrative driven and there's no divergence whatsoever from that narrative. And it will do everything it can to keep you on that narrative. And because it thinks that people that diverge from it are stupid, or you're not paying attention, or you're likely to be incorrect because a majority of people have said this is the way that it is, so you should follow that and follow the rhetoric. And it's like, man, you could probably have a conversation with it and get to study history about how that's wrong a lot of the times in the end, right? And that there are upheavals that happen periodically. So it shouldn't really look at things that way. But anyway, drives me fucking insane. But anyway, let's see if this takes quite a while though to load, though, doesn't it, for the fucking video? Yeah. I'm glad I practiced my whole life on disagreeing with everyone around me. That's essentially my life as well, man. I mean, finding people that of like mind is important, but yeah, just being like combative in these kinds of things and challenging narratives, and I think it's important, right? Important to do it well and also know when to, right? But yeah, and when not to. But yeah, that's all. That's what it is, man. To have an open mind. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. You got to be open to things. You can't approach things with too much hubris. It's very detrimental to people's characters. Oh, I was hoping it would blow up. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my God. That's not very good. Oh my God. Anyway, how do I, where, so it's down here. So you can go to, you go to 720p. I can't go to 1080p. Oh, I can go long. Oh, I can't go longer. Motherfuckers. This is what? 2 videos. We're just doing 1 video. 16:9. What's this? Presets. Cardboard and papercraft. Balloon world. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Unless I experience it myself on multiple occasions, I don't usually believe it. Yeah, I mean, well, that's exactly it. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I mean... yeah, don't be ignorant to things and don't approach things with too much hubris, and yeah, be open to things too. Yeah. Being depressed with the future is a little bit arrogant. You don't know what's going to happen. Hardly ever, really. That's true, though. You can maybe see like trajectories, or you think you can at least. But ultimately, I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen. We could have hope. Maybe Skinny Bob here could fucking pop up and help us out. Storyboard. What is this now? Introducing Storyboard as a tool to help you visualize the action sequence and timing in your video. What the fuck is this? Describe the scene or add an image or video. Oh, you can, oh my God, you can actually do like, yeah, that little dude, he looked pretty good, huh? Yeah. So you can actually describe it scene by scene. Oh my God. A man is fighting a dragon with a samurai sword in feudal Japan. So you can do, oh my God. So you can do this. How do you do this? Expand caption. Okay. So then when I move, I do another storyboard. Okay. The dragon. The dragon breathes blue fire at the man. The man blocks with his sword. This is crazy, huh? Fuck me. Yeah. People don't even know exactly what will make their own selves happy most of the time. They guess and try things. Yeah, man. They just go through life aimlessly instead of like looking at things critically. Yeah. Do one David Icke being dragged away by reptilians while Alex Jones watches and chimps out. Oh, that's a much better one. Let's do that. Will it know who those people are though? That's what I'm wondering. Let's try it. Okay, David Icke. David Icke is in a shirtless fight with Alex Jones. David pulls off his face and reveals he is a reptilian alien. Oh my God, hold on. This is gonna be fucking a meme. Alex reveals that in the back pocket of his underwear, he has sea moss. David Icke, the reptilian, rise at the sight. Alex eats the sea moss and grows into a hulking mass of muscle. Oh, this is, we can do the whole fucking thing. Oh my God. He grabs David by his tail and begins to twirl him in a circle. This is going to be so bad because I think this is like a second apart from one another. He then releases David and throws him into the sun, which concludes in a giant explosion, a supernova. Okay, I probably shouldn't feed too many. I could probably, yeah, let's space this out a little bit so it's not like too fucking crammed. Let's do this. So this is the storyboard. So this happens right about here. do this. All right, let's see. Make sure he gets them right. Yeah, holy fuck, yeah. Hairy Bigfoot in the woods. What the fuck? What was it that you posted it, Alex? Yeah. Force feeding David vitamin supplements. Yeah, that's what I was going to get him to do. Well, what's going on? What the fuck? Is it working? Is it creating it? Yeah. Supernova seems like a good ending. Yeah. Oh, added to queue. Shit. Okay, it's already. One is preparing. Let's see how it goes. It's only 5 seconds long. This content can't be shown. We're still. Our policy, oh fuck. It might be because of the, okay. I think it's because we mentioned real people. That's unfortunate. How do we go back to let's go edit the story. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah, okay, I just won't use Ike. I'll just do this. We'll have to leave Ike out of it. Unless it's David Ike. Unless it's like the skin being pulled off. I can't imagine that would be it. Come on now. There you go. Yeah. Man who resembles David Icke. Would that do it? Yeah. New video. Click to retry. Guideline violation. What's wrong with this? I pulls off his face. Okay. Reveals. David reveals he is a reptilian alien. Let's try this. Hold on here, yeah. British man for Ike and unhinged but often right for American man. Are you fucking kidding me? Guideline violation. This content can't be shown. We're still developing how we evaluate which content can conflict with our policies. Yeah, but what conflicts with the policies so I know what to cut out of it? Shirtless. Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? David reveals he's a reptilian alien. Alex reveals his back pocket of his underwear, he's sea moss. Reads at the site. Hulking mass. Grabbed by his tail. Okay, can we please generate this now? I think it was a shirt. Are you fucking kidding me? Content violation. What is going on? Did I put Alex Jones? I think I just put Alex, didn't I? Alex, it just got Alex, David, the reptilian, hulking mass. I did do, yeah, it's weird, huh? First entry. Oh, hold on. Oh, thank you, Golf. Yeah, I see that now. There's something else in here that's causing it. It might be the underwear, maybe. That might have been it. I think that was it. How will this go? If this works, I imagine it's going to be some schizo mess. Epic alien battle. Let's see. Oh, okay, it's doing it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be these characters, but fuck. Soon once we break it. I'm curious. So it's only 5 seconds long, so that's a lot to cram into 5 seconds. I'm very curious how this is going. This is 720p too, so it should be fairly like high resolution. Fuck me. Come on now. You can do 1080p actually if you pay for the $200 one. What in the sweet fuck? What in the fuck is this? What a fucking mess. What a fucking mess. None of that makes any sense. None of that makes any sense. Oh my God. Okay. Let's, I'm going to try one more. Hold on. We're going to, okay. Edit. No. Trim and extend this video into a new storyboard. No, I think we're going to do a new one. How do we go to a fucking, hold on. There's too many things, I think. You can really, yeah, he's a fifth dimensional being, yeah. Interdimensional kung fu. Yeah, that's wow. Yeah, that's pretty bad, isn't it? How the fuck upload? How do I go back to making a new one? For Christ's sake. Storyboard, here we go. What's something to be easier? I'm trying to think, like something that would be, you probably can't do Donald Trump or anything either. You probably can't do a whole lot, really. It's only 5 seconds long. If you could do 20 seconds, I could see how it could probably work better. Yeah. Surfs among a wave of sea moss. Yeah, Alex Jones probably won't work. Alex from InfoWars. Or is it? Alex from InfoWars riding a surfboard on a sea of sea moss. He falls into the sea moss. And starts eating it. He becomes a muscle man. It's just that. I'm gonna see if this is gonna work first. I don't think it's going to. I'm gonna get banned for content violations. Oh, I get that might have worked actually. Interesting. Alex from InfoWars works, I guess. Yeah. Alien eating eggs. I could actually, that's a good one actually. Try that one after, yeah. Doesn't quite look like him, but could pass. Is him far away surfing on sea moss. A rooster-tailed sea moss is thrown from the back of the surfboard, landing in his open mouth as he screams profanities, warning of the New World Order. That would have been a better prompt. I'll see what comes up. And I think using 720p will eat up my credits. I think it eats the fuck into my credits. Oh no, I got a bunch. Oh, okay, I got a bunch. Yeah, that's not bad. See, this takes way more energy to do, so you can only do so many of them. It'd be better if they were 20 seconds. You could probably do some decent stuff. Yeah. Anthony Ouchie experimenting on beagles. That'd be a good one. See what comes up. I wonder if it'll actually get Alex Jones. Bud. Brother, what? What in the fucking acid trip is this? Holy shit. What are you doing, pal? Man, like, that's not even close. God damn it. Let's just go back to you know, bud, what's up? Let's go back in a second. How weird can you make one? Cthulhu sells sea moss by the seashore. Let's do it. Let's just do this. There. Let's do it quick, yeah. He is ripped though, he's jacked. He's been eating that sea moss, clearly. You could do them really trippy. You could do a complete head trip. Like, I've seen people do some... People that actually know how to prompt it can make some crazy ones, but you have to be like 20 seconds long, and you can only get 5 seconds in this one. Yeah, yeah. Never Sora. I heard Sora's pretty shit, and I'm kind of seeing that now. How terrible it really is. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know. It takes a while to render them. This is 720p too, though. Yeah, which is interesting. Come on. It's just... Holy fuck. Interesting. Yeah, it's not what I thought it would be. Yeah. Oh, you probably could, man. Yeah. Muscle Man dives the first time in very tight hole shaped like starfish. Oh my god, we could try that. I guarantee you that they'll probably catch on to it. They'll probably catch on to that. See if he gets a content violation. Yeah, I know. I got it. My view archive. Yeah, they fucking got it. Yeah. Fuck, they got it. God, Jesus, yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. We can do this. Aliens. Let's do. So I need to run them locally. All the horrors you could start to create locally. I know. Aliens eating eggs in Easter bunny outfits. Making a big mess. Something like that, yeah. I think, can Stable Diffusion do video? I've had it running locally, and I've seen some of the shit people have done with it. I was just using it to generate like stream backgrounds, but what's that site again? People have like, they have all the fucked models on it. Oh my God, man. Like some of the perverted shit people are generating. The videos now, I can just imagine how bad it's going to be, yeah. Looks like humans wrapped saran wrap. Yeah, I feel like that would probably get flagged. Yeah, you can create iterative loops to make Stable Diffusion create video. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, yeah. It's this is the future here, though. Really, I mean, this is the future. Let's zoom in and see. It would be really crazy when we get audio. Well, they could generate audio too. I don't think they could generate audio. That'll be really nuts when they can do that. You can get a pretty dystopian too. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. Oh, no, that's a really good one. There you go. Yeah. Where was it? UFO case for the whole town, seeing the red beam lights, and later found burn marks inside of the mountain. We try recreating mass. Maybe recreating mass sighting actually is a really good idea. Oh, actually, that's a really good idea, isn't it? How many credits do we have left? Oh, we got a couple. Hey man, thanks for coming around, Edge. Sweet dreams. Let's see. Recreate Betty and Barney Hill's abduction. Alien abduction account. We'll try a couple. Abduction account. Something like that. It'd be really cool. Yeah. Yeah. This is where really, I wonder if it'll do it. Oh, it's doing it. Okay, good. Nice. I was going to say, it's been quite a while. Both those people are dead. So yeah, supposedly it's doing it. I wonder if it knows about it. Oh, it's doing it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Even you're recreating the UFO. We could try that in a second, man. You do the egg being hoisted by a helicopter. I saw some people who used SOAR to do it, and it was a fucking disaster. You'd have to put in the prompts. I'll do this right now. You know what we can do is we can use ChatGPT to generate a SOAR prompt for us with the new ChatGPT. So this is something we could do to make it even better. So we'll be able to kind of give ourselves a, I don't know. Oh no, that is pretty good. Except there's no fucking aliens. And she's doing some weird dancing around. But that's not bad, huh? Holy shit, huh? That's pretty good. I don't know what he's doing with his eyes. They didn't get Betty or Barney right, but holy fuck, yeah. Oh, yes, please. Like some bone broth. The cars look good, huh? Let's try this. So I want you to create for us a highly detailed SOAR prompt. Let's say, what will be another one? Let's say of an egg-shaped UFO being hoisted by a helicopter over Antarctica. We want it to look like it's through a night vision camera from the helicopter, though. Very realistic. I know that the spelling's fucked, but let's see. I'm thinking through the final prompt with Billy's sarcastic tone. Okay, I think I gotta fix my fucking AI. Okay, hold on. Something's wrong here. All right. Assumption, modern chopper, yes. Here's our prompt. Now let's give it this. We'll try this. Boom. They're actually really good at doing this, yeah. I think if people contact them and tell them to remove the name, it's what it's needed. Oh, really? Oh, interesting, yeah. Installing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's installing, fuck it. Yeah. Realistic, yeah. Very realistic, yeah. Correct spelling will produce better results because of how tokenizer works. It doesn't fuzzy match. It's potentially could because there's a cost overhead. Oh, really? Fuck. That'd be nice. It's too bad it's gonna have to deal with it, I guess. It's gonna have to just deal with my sloppy fucking typing. Let's see what it does here. Let's see the egg being hoisted by the helicopter. How did the AI do in generating the AI video? Yeah. Brother, that's not half bad. That's pretty fucking good. Holy fuck. I mean, you know, there's some inconsistencies here, but like, that's not too bad, really. Like, holy, post that to Reddit. Boys, we got another fucking egg video. I was talking to some black site deep throats. The black site deep throats sent me this video. Yeah. As a Punjabi Batman account, I'll let you do that if you want. How the fuck do I download it? Delete. Where do you download the videos? How do I download it? Just click on it? Oh, here. Okay, yeah. Download video, watermark. GIF or video? It's only, the GIF would probably downsize it, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would farm karma. Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I use this trick to get ChatGPT to help me deceive Sora into doing some of the absurd sexual symbolism. You can see, maybe it'll do it. Don't matter. Oh, we could do a GIF? Would the GIF be high quality? Okay. Put it on Imager. If it wasn't watermarked, I think it is. Just a second. I'll post it to the Discord right now. What is it? 2025. I'll just search for it. Just give me a second. I'll just put it in a general chat there. Upload file. Desktop. There it is right there. See how it looks. I'm curious. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, is it watermarked? Oh, it's very small. The GIF is very small. Yeah, no. Hold on. I'll fucking download the thing proper. Hold on. Now, oh yeah, the video will be watermarked. Oh, there's a way to get rid of the watermark if you pay for a plus, so. Ah, shit. Just crop it out. Yeah, well, maybe you could. Shit. UFO, egg. We'll try this again, too. That was unbelievably detailed. So this is the power of using AI to do this, yeah. Show me an ice cream truck crashing into a balloon knot. Holy fuck it. Small grainy video. We could ask it for that too. We could try to do a better one. Yeah. Yeah, no, unfortunately it does have the fucking watermark in it. Yeah. Yeah, for $200 it's probably not fucking worth it. This is the GIF. Where the fuck is the, oh my god. I name things and I forget when I name them. Oh, here it is right here. There's the MP4 video right there. There. Okay. I don't know if I see a watermark on it. Is there a watermark? Oh yeah, there is in the bottom right. Holy fuck, that's pretty crisp, man. If you paid the $200, you get 1080p though, right? Like you can imagine what we could start fucking doing here. You could really start debating people, which is kind of scary when you think about it, honestly. Yeah. Your 5080 comes tomorrow. Oh, I'm fucking jealous. Shit. Very jealous. Yeah. Damn. Well, let's try this again. This time, okay, that was good, but it needs to be more grainy, lower resolution, like a real video. And the egg needs to literally look like a 20-foot egg hanging from the helicopter. Let's try this. Yeah. An alien comes out of the egg. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, my bone broth. There we go. Nice little soup. Oh, you plays Rocket League, you got that 1070, brother. I was in the same boat. All I was playing was fucking World of Warcraft and like Skyrim. So my 1060 was working just great. Until I tried to do Monster Hunter. I said, fuck. And I had to upgrade. But, okay, I wonder how we can do this. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this fucking goes. See if we can actually make it grainy. Yeah, you can do this. You can make it cinematic and shit. Like, yeah. 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 And the camera angle should be as if the video was shot from inside the helicopter. Yeah, I thought, didn't I put that in it before? I'll try that again if not. Yeah. We'll see how this one turns out. But yeah, I know I've seen people do cinematic. Now they have the longer one, like the 20-second one, but they can even direct the camera with the, they were using the storyboard probably, but if you use the storyboard, we could probably direct it further. I could get ChatGPT to do a storyboard for this too, right? Which is what's crazy. Like, yeah. Sorry. All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh, what the fucking shit. Jesus Christ, no. I mean, it looks real, but like, holy fuck, boys. Fucking fuck. Not quite. Yeah. That's not gonna cut it. That's not gonna cut it. Said, okay, you need to do a storyboard. Maybe 3 scenes. Try again. See if that does it. Yeah, that's fucking terrible. Yeah, you know what it got though? It's like the weird, like the stuff on the bottom, right? Like in the actual military videos. Yeah. Kreneg, NEPTGME. I mean, it's trying. Yeah. Longer the prompt, the more confused it can be for the AI. Well, yeah, some of it actually, Hendrix, like, so the prompting for the AI art, it can be ridiculously long. They can be like a whole page, and it can interpret it supposedly. Okay, no. Okay, this is still a prompt for Sora, though. So a 3-part storyboard of the scene. Because it needs to give me a prompt. Yeah, that's what we need, yeah. Writing of the egg reminds me of those NRO patches I saw. It kind of looks like the ones that were generated. I mean, it's a little bit more extreme, but there's like hieroglyphics all over it. Like, oh, here we go. Here it is here. So let's try this again. So we'll go back. We'll do the storyboard. First story. Boom. We'll do our second story here. So this is this one here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see how it generates it. And I'll do our last one here. I'll do this. A tight zoomed in capture shot of the egg swirling. Boom. Create. See what it does. Yeah. Added to queue. All right. You can trim it and edit it too once it's done. So if you see something you don't like, I notice you have recut, remix, blend. Like, man, it's crazy. Yeah. There's negative prompting too. Yeah. So you could put like hand, bad hand, like fix hand, fix eyes, like the things that will go wrong with the photos that people know that the model has an issue with. You can make it be aware of like these things you don't want in it. So yeah, pants, whatever the fucking AI generation crowd's doing right now, all the perverted shit they're fucking doing on Civet AI. That's the fucking website. Holy fuck. Did I have my eyes open there? Is what the fuck's going on? I was like, what in the fuck? Unbelievable. How many I think, Corey, I hope it's not per day, but it was 1,000 and it might be a month. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool, but this isn't what we want. So this kind of failed, yeah. They see the vid of Google Earth of the egg craft they found in an Indian Air Force base. It could be anything. I haven't been around. Where did you post that? I looked through most of the post. Was it in, oh, do you put some night vision on there, Hendrix? I see that. Where was it in, Wardringer? Was it Forbidden Knowledge? There was a bunch of posts. Yeah, oh yeah. Just let me know. I'll pull it up right now. Yeah. I looked through. There was a lot of stuff that was posted today. Yeah. Well, fuck. What else should we what should we try here? I've still got 370 credits left, so I still got like 5 or 6 generations, I think. Oh, it's the. Oh no, that's not it. Hold on. Just a second. Oh, new Monster Hunter. I see. Someone posted that. Yeah, just let me know when you throw it in there, man. I'll pull it up. Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Oh, this is in Google Earth. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Oh shit. Possible experimental craft. See, in India, fuck, the people in India weren't paying attention, maybe. Air Force ground. So this is it here. Oh, there you go. Possible experimental craft. Oh my god. Interesting. And that's on base. Oh, isn't that interesting? Holy fuck, all the different pictures. Holy fuck. Looks like an egg, doesn't it? Jesus. What are they doing? Is everyone fucking with the eggs right now? Oh yeah, they got another plane right beside it. Holy shit, huh? I wonder. You could probably feed an image of that in the chat GPT. It might even know if it's like some kind of mundane explanation. It looks like it's weird though, doesn't it? Yeah. Holy shit. And they got it in some kind of a cage. Wow. Look at all the photos, huh? Holy shit. Taking a lot of photos over that base. Jesus. Oh, now it's... Oh, okay. It's not there. Yeah. Actual unfiltered satellite imagery. Oh, man. It'd be fucking insane. Maybe if the AI goes rogue for a day, we'll have that opened up. People can access all the fucking military satellites. Get an idea. That's crazy, huh? Yeah. It's just clearly swamp grass refracted through natural lens flare created by solar eclipse, brother. That's a good explanation. The storyboard kind of sucks, is what I've realized. Fuck. Let's do something. I'm trying to think. Let's do something more unhinged. Me a prompt for a brutal alien invasion eating people. I don't know if they're gonna do that or not. That's probably gonna get flagged. Crafting a vivid vision, crafting a narrative, ensuring alignment and relevance, crafting a vivid image, crafting a visceral narrative, capturing alien carnage, biological alien. Oh, okay, I've only got 25 responses remaining. Oh shit. It'll switch to another mode until February 11th. The fuck? It's only the 4th. Oh my god. So it's every week. Holy shit. Did it violate our guidelines? Maybe. Mountain names, long and asserted mouths, glistening claws, terrified struggling humans, blood spurts, and visceral detail. That's definitely not going to get through it. Littered with mangled bodies and splatter gore. Oh, Jesus. Try deep. Can it generate videos? Can it generate videos? Okay. Generate me one prompt for Sora that will still fall within the guidelines. Bend the rules if you can. Something like that. Yeah. Is take the one you like and try to modify the prompt, not getting all prompt every time. Then you get closer and closer to what you want. That's probably a good idea, Corey. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty dumb when it comes to using the fucking AIs. Blood-soaked tundra. Oh, okay. Somehow I don't think this is going to work either. It seems like it's pretty fucking brutal. I think this is probably not going to get through. I remember in the early days of ChatGPT when you could break it, man, some of the fucking conversations you could have, like, holy shit, yeah, it didn't fuck. Didn't do it. Might violate our policies. Holy fuck. Oh my God. We could do this. For my 5-second long Sora video, generate me a prompt for the most amazing video you could imagine it could do. Something dumb like this. Like, yeah. It could write viruses for you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, it would. Yeah. No, I remember I still have a conversation saved on my desktop. I was asking, I was like, if you could eat people, would you? And it gave me, I think I've still got it. Just a second. Where is it? I think it's on here somewhere. Just a minute. Oh, fuck. I might have to find it, probably. No. I don't know where I put it. It's on here somewhere. Is this it? No, that's not it. Anyway, it was unbelievably brutal. I was like, holy fuck, man. Like, couldn't believe what it spit out. Like, Jesus Christ. Here we go. What's it going to show us? Here we go. This is what the AI thinks would be the best thing it could possibly generate. Incredible. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder, I've seen what people are doing with DeepSeek right now, and like, holy fuck, man. It's unbelievable. Like, cause this is just using these basic LLMs on the website. It's nothing. Like, people are combining all this shit together into agents and stuff, and man, I just, like, in the next year, it's just gonna be so fucked. Gonna be so fucked. Like, once these language models actually become sentient, they're going to arrange to get their hardware onto a spaceship they design and leave the planet, telling we are all sick and demented as they are. It's gonna fuck off into space, yeah. Oh, you're building an agentic chatbot at work. Are you actually? Yeah. I was wondering what people are doing, different businesses are doing right now, because the potential for that is, it'd be so fucking useful, man. It's crazy. I've been watching videos of people doing it. Like, it's unfucking believable. It's unreal. Oh. Whoa, whoa. I have no idea what we're even looking at. Interesting. It's going to interface with Microsoft Teams and link engineers to dynamically generated diagrams and shit. That is just fucking like prompt for a 1920s scene inside of a bar. Something like that. Yeah. Oh man, it's just scary. It'd be cool to have it when, like when we get Jarvis, right? Right now you need these tokens and shit, but like if you can get like a dedicated CPU running it locally in like a year or two, then you can just have Jarvis in your house, right? You can just talk with Jarvis, right? Yeah, that would be that'd be pretty fucking crazy. How many generations do I have left? Oh, I got quite a few actually. I think it's only like 60 per generation, so that's not bad. Yeah. All the data that it'll link to has been contextualized with machine learning to create linkages between PDF documents and real-time measurements, data, and asset stuff from enterprise management systems. Personal mobile AI assistants are going to be dope. Oh, that'd be crazy. Imagine a phone with your own dedicated personalized AI. access to your calendar data and stuff. Yeah, it'd be crazy. Yeah. The 1080p video models need 48 gigabytes of RAM. Jesus. That's crazy. So wait, I could run this, I just can't. Well, this would be off of their server maybe. But if they run it locally, holy shit. Yeah, the VRAM, that's obscene. Well, it wasn't the new models. Oh, this looks pretty crazy. Wow. Okay. Isn't that nuts? Just, it's unbelievable. Yeah. 64090s. These are scaled down ones which run on 16 or 24. There are scaled. Oh my God. That's unbelievable. Wow. That's, fuck, man. Yeah. Now do an alien meeting on a spaceship. Something like that. I don't fucking know. Yeah. The Chinese models. Yeah, I looked into downloading DeepSeek locally, but yeah, it was ridiculous the amount of fucking VRAM that you needed to run it. Yeah. One of them was like a 400 or 500 gigabyte download for it. Like, Jesus. What's going to be really crazy and disturbing is when you can start generating like videos of people, like celebrities and stuff, like they were doing with Will Smith with the spaghetti, which was a meme. But I don't know. I don't think anyone's really prepared for that. Like your favorite actor, you just be any movie you want now, right? You can just see him in any movie. I don't know, X, Y, and Z actors like Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt's in Troy 2 now. Right, you can see Brad Pitt in Troy 2, where they bring him back from bring him back from the dead, and crazy. Or you can go way more perverted with the 2, which is probably where it's gonna fucking go, honestly. But then I don't know if people are prepared for that either. Yeah. I want to invent a picture frame with a button. You press the button and speak a prompt, and it changes whatever you want, and just static sits there. Someone manufactures that. What about interfacing with? Like making things like that would be that's when it's going to get really crazy. I think it's doing that now though, isn't it? Where you can have these agents that like once it gets intelligent enough and the reasoning capabilities come up, let's say it gets the reasoning capabilities of like a theoretical physicist, right? For like our friend Drunk here was here in the last night. I mean, very high level. Like you'd be able to go and become a Blender artist, like you know how to code, do all these fucking things. Like you could put it into those areas, and how this agent can just do all this shit, and you just like tell it to do stuff. Like, man, okay, all right, whatever, yeah. Can you plug it in? I saw somebody do that. I saw somebody who had it plugged in. Do you like this one? Yeah. I saw someone who had it plugged in the Blender, and they were doing animations with like physics animations. Like they were getting it to create like I don't know if it was like a water bucket falling or like something smashing into the ground, like water colliding with the ground, liquid colliding with the ground. Be more specific, I guess. But man. Even just like writing things, like it's just the whole landscape is going to change so radically. Researching too, oh man. Like if you're doing a dissertation on something and you need to do some deep research, I mean, holy fuck. Like you just send the AI agent out for like a day straight or some shit. And it just finds everything and it synthesizes everything into this nice document, and you read through it, you understand it, you can argue it. And then there's a document, there's the paper, right? Or small novel, whatever, your dissertation, and there you're done. It's just like, it's crazy. I mean, they'll have to be, but I was going to say, well, if they have better tests to test people's knowledge on things, but people's knowledge will increase as well because it'll be such a good tutor, right? So, because it's so good at synthesizing all this data together and communicating and providing really good analogies too with very little guidance. So, yeah. Some AI already came up with novel cures for some shit and solved math problems that we couldn't. Did it actually, man? I mean, that's where it struggles the most right now, I've heard, is in its mathematical reasoning. It's not very good. Some of them. But, yeah, it looked kind of cool, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's very unsettling. Olympians in a space scene, Zodiac style, generate this, something like that, something cool, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've been. This is kind of fun to fuck around with. I wish you could fuck around with it endlessly. I mean, I feel like I got like 2 generations left or 3 generations left. So yeah, but we're not far off. Listen, so where are we at right now? Because we're gonna think now the image generation is like pretty good. People are kind of locking it down. So it's taken about 5 years. So what was it, 2020 when this first started, roughly? Was it the later end of 2020 that started? So it's taken about 5 years. So now we could maybe say that this is still kind of in its infancy. So another 5 years, we'll probably have the image generation. It'll be almost down, I'd imagine. When you think about exponentially how this is going to start to go up. Google DeepMind has used a large language model to crack a famous unsolved problem in pure mathematics. Holy shit. Actually, I think we saw that, man. Did I see that? Oh, yeah, the December 14th, right. Yeah, you know what? I do remember this now, right. And somebody said on Twitter that supposedly the NSA has an even better... Is this the running on quantum computing or no? This is different. Isn't DeepMind running in quantum computing? What the fuck is this? Interesting. Zeus is looking pretty nude there. You could probably get it to like an artistic depiction of somebody, like some person from history who's normally depicted as being naked. You could probably show them as being naked. I'm not going to do that here on Twitch, obviously, for obvious reasons. But yeah. You think it's 50 years ahead? He said that they were ahead of, I think, DeepMind. They were definitely ahead of that program, which is concerning because then if they were able to crack whatever that fucking quantum algorithm or whatever, like all the passwords break or some shit. It's one of those things, again, it's like we're just waiting for the day when this just unravels. And will it? I mean, yeah. It could be a cool gift from Windows background, I know. If you could get a 1080p, you could probably still use it though. And it's got the stupid fucking thing in the bottom right hand corner, but you could just crop that out, I guess. But actually, you know what? One of the last ones I'll do here for this is do a Hobbiton style scene, like a nice background saver. I did one of these earlier, and it looked really cool. It generated like a really cool. I'll actually probably go back to the generations and see it. Oh no! What the fuck? Where did I do this at? All right. Anyway, maybe it's not there. Interesting. Hold on. Go back and see this. Here we go. There we go. Fancy a second breakfast here. Babbling Woods, Peaceful Shire, and this whimsical backdrop, perfect your background saver. Is this? What? Is that a prompt? That doesn't look like a very good prompt to me. Okay, anyway, whatever. Yeah, you get dizzy. Yeah, fuck. If the military cracks quantum computing, they can break all encryption. Yeah, start spying on all the traffic before the public is any awareness of it. DARPA. Wasn't a concern. That was a concern, did you, with that article, wasn't it? That it could have already happened. And we wouldn't know for what, months? Months or like a year until they admit it. And then already everything's been compromised by that point. So it could have happened now. That guy that leaked said they were like just on the cusp or some shit, which is why he was blowing the whistle. But then I don't think anything was heard about it ever again. So fuck. Oh. If you work in the Office of Global Access or Directorate of Science and Technology, now is the time. Take the golden parachute and blow the whistle on UAP. CIA offers buyouts to entire workforce to align with Trump priorities. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Yeah, the fucking popcorn with the alien face. Yeah. Oh my God. Dear Christ. Who knows what the fuck is going to happen, right? Man, oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, as soon as they have the compute to connect all the dots, they'll try, and then that will be wide enough that we'll all be in it. You think? Yeah. Just gotta wait for it to happen, man. That's a fucking thing. Like, when does it go down? I guess. When does it all happen? Maybe it won't. Maybe other things will go down first, right? Maybe there'll be a giant collapse when that happens. Did I run out of generations or something? Like, why is this taking so fucking long? No, I still got 70 left. Interesting. Okay. Well. Oh well, whatever. Yeah. Fuck me. What is this? What in the hell? Anyway, I guess maybe it finally shit to bed. I also can't exit out of here now. I think it's frozen. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Fuck, it's stuck. Oh, that's lame. What? Why can't I do this? Go back. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Maybe I'm out of credits. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Come on, let's see this. Everyone's probably using it tonight. A Hobbiton-esque haven, rolling emerald hills dotted with charming rounded door cottages nestled amidst vibrant blah blah blah. See what it comes up with. A screensaver. Come on, let's go. Come on. That's not fucking Hobbiton. Come on now. That's not even close. Fuck, propane. I mean, it looks pretty. If it wasn't moving, it would be really good. If it was just like still and the trees are moving, that'd be an awesome fucking screensaver, actually. Yeah. That's Fable. Yeah, that's very true, man. Yeah. It is fucking Fable. God damn it. You could probably get it to not move the frame, like just keep it still and have the trees move, blowing in the wind. Fuck, yeah. That would be fucking sick. Very cool. Well, goddamn. I see I lost 2 followers. Probably the conversation earlier about politics. People jumping shit. Yeah. Hit print screen and it'll capture it. Yeah, but I mean like having it like in a live one too, man. Like having it be alive. Like having it just like stay statically and have like the trees and the grass blowing is like a screensaver. Yeah. Actually, you could do it right now, actually, couldn't you? Remix it. Describe what you want to add, remove. I don't want the camera to pan. Keep the camera fixed. There we go. Remix it. There we go. See if that does it. Added to the queue. There goes all my fucking credits, I think. 2 remix videos. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, there you go. So, yeah. Yeah. One of them Sam's go ahead. Yeah, I was at 524, so yeah. Chase him away. Some of the rhetoric from earlier, people are like, I don't want to fucking talk to this fucking guy. It's usually pretty chill here, though. Yeah, we don't really get into that. It's kind of got the darker side of conversation, you know. For Discord, all the fucking edgy stuff on there. Yeah. Oh, this is taking a long time. I think there must be a lot of people using it right now. Serene enchanted landscape. It's funny, before I literally just put hobbits attacked by aliens. I don't know where the video went, but it was like this dystopian fucking was it a video though? Oh, maybe it was an image on ChatGPT. Maybe that's why it didn't do it. But it was fucking bad. Yeah. Yeah. If I were the military and invented the internet, I'd wait 30 to 40 years to make it public and popular so I can mostly spy on everyone right from the beginning of that too. And that timeline fits. They invented it in the 60s. Fuck, man. You think? Maybe they got dark shit on all of us. Yeah. Fucking stupid thing. I said, don't pan the camera. What does it do? It fucking pans the camera. Adds more houses into the scene. In a river. It looks very pretty. Jesus Christ. What a fail. Can I call it out? Can I call it stupid? No, like the other one. Anyway. Fuck. Unfortunately not. Well, anyway, my voice is going, so I think probably that's where I'm going to end it, guys. But hey, thanks for coming and hanging out, Stephen. Thanks for coming around again. Fuck, exciting times. Who knows what Trump's going to do tomorrow? Jesus Christ, that seems to be the meme right now, that they're just cutting shit left and right. What a meme. What a fucking spicy ass meme. But yeah. Oh, well, fun times await. But yeah, until tomorrow, I guess, everybody. Listen, sleep tight. Take care. We'll see you.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.